Go! Go! Hello, all the gamers out there. How you guys doing? Welcome to the Saturday stream. We're back, and hopefully this weekend finds you well. It's the first weekend of April and all that. Very cool. And on that note, we are doing support reviews tomorrow as well for the first Sunday of a month. But before we get there, we have the Saturday stream first, and you guessed it, it's another tier list one. This is now week 8 in a row, I want to say. I think so. Damn, that's like 2 months already. Crazy. Feels like yesterday we did the Saber one, the first list. But yeah, we're back. Still pumping out these lists every week. We are gonna do a little bit of a detour, an interlude if you will. Originally the plan was to do all the golds first and then the low stars at the end. But you know what? We're gonna do the low stars before the extra classes. So that way we have all the normal classes covered 100% before we talk about the fun classes. And it's more fun to end on something really hype anyway, because, you know, extra classes, I guess. Fun. So yeah, we're gonna be spending this week and next week, at least that is the plan, to cover the all the low stars of the game. Woohoo! So that's the plan. So yeah, hopefully everyone's doing well, and we're gonna be here for a while again, of course. I have a feeling my co-hosts did not fully remember that we moved clocks last week. But I think they're up and about already. But yeah, maybe I should have given them more reminders just in case. We did talk about it though, but yeah, maybe I probably should have given them more reminders. So that's my bad too. Oops. It's just Blascianato. I think it might be, yeah. I haven't seen Dio at least. And I think from what I remember, he was saying that he doesn't have much to add for low stars. But if he's here, I mean, sure, fine. I don't mind. But I think it might just be Otto and Plushie again with Ya Boy. Anyway, before we even get started dreaming, thank you for the 30 months and a welcome back to the Go Gang. Thank you so much. Gals in the chat for dreaming. So as usual, once I switch overlays here, we're gonna have alerts and TTS disabled. just to keep the flow going, because once we start, we don't really want to stop. Fawaz, I'm not even gonna say anything. I wish you would just stop, is all I'm gonna say, because man, that shit is cursed as fuck, bro. And I'm not saying it is like, haha, that's funny, it's so stupid. I'm saying, like, bro, it's really disturbing me seeing myself like that. It's fucked up, man. For those that don't know, he's making stupid AI pictures of me, and it's really, really, really cursed. And I don't know, man. I'm gonna get nightmares. Holy fuck. Just please, just don't. If possible. Okay. Anyway, let's see here. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. That's the list for today. Pretty big. Cursed that your Photoshop it is. They could both burn in hell, Pavel. Thank you so much. My hair can't stay up. Awesome. I really need to start using product. Or better yet, I need to go to the barber. I really should. I really need to do that. But I've been kind of lazy, not gonna lie. Okay. What is this lounge music I'm listening to? But you know what? It kind of soothes me. Oh, it's New Vegas music. Well, that's cool. On that topic, I have to reduce the songs to pretty low volume again, because, you know, my co-hosts need to be audible. Speaking of which, let me ring them up and see if they're awake. I hope they are. Let's go. Oh, someone picked up. Hello, hello.
Good morning, chat. I was gonna go for a little 1 hour nap, so that's on me, honestly.
So it was a good thing I gave you the reminder, I'm guessing.
Yeah. I opened up Discord and I was like, oh, you know what? I'm not sure. Didn't they switch back time?
Yeah.
And I see 2 messages from this group, and I'm like, oh, fuck, man.
Yep. I'm sorry, the world robbed you of 1 hour of bonus sleep. It is what it is.
I'm used to it as an American, though. That's just a fact of our unfortunate lives.
Yeah.
I don't know where Plushie is.
He was messaging earlier. Maybe he fell asleep or something. I hope not, but
yeah, he was messaging 30 minutes ago.
Maybe he's in the toilet or something. I mean, we still have a bit of time. We're still gonna exchange a bit of greetings and happenings, but yeah.
See, it's weird hearing that, because when we say toilet, we mean like the object, the toilet, not the restroom.
Right. Yeah.
So if someone's in the toilet, that means it's like the.
Yeah, I guess literally that's what it means. Yeah. True.
Yeah.
Can you say at the toilet though? Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, if you're at the toilet, you're standing in front of it. So yeah, I guess it's basically the same thing.
Yeah. Oh, I see an avatar popping up on the screen.
Being in toilets or not.
I gotta move you now because I assume Rio won't be joining us today.
I didn't even see the call. That's weird.
Interesting.
I didn't get the notif. But yeah. Good morning. I don't know if you guys prefaced anything yet, but I only use a very select.
We didn't even start talking about FGO yet. We were just talking about morning stuff. Good morning to you as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the list I am going to be most useful with.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, because I don't use all of these. Like,
I don't use most of these.
Yeah, I don't use most of these either. It's like, I think, again, Evocation Shop really hurts a lot of low star DPSs. Especially like we just got another one yesterday, right? Like they're really like cranking up the speed of re-releasing them.
The speed of what? I'm sorry.
Of like re-releasing them. What really?
Sorry.
Oh yeah. So what it's saying, it's missing. Some casters aren't there. This is, if you see the title, this is part 1 of the low stars. So there, obviously we could have done all of them in one go, but then we would have been here for 9 hours, and you know, I kind of want to eat dinner at some point too. So we're just gonna do this in 2 weeks. So these are, this is, I was about to mention it after the intro as well, but just for chat, in case it wasn't obvious, this is the night classes, and Berserkers. So then next week we have Cavalry and Extra. That way the split came around more or less equal. It's not exactly the same number, but pretty much the same number. So it was a pretty decent split for these.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Yeah,
Flash,
we
can you
have.
put a defense on your smub right quick?
What
Actually, no,
kind? Which one?
50%. Just some like 50% gain C.
Oh.
Yeah, like if you got Magical Girl Sapphire for you. Yeah.
Why Raj
Trying
and
to
Cool
solo the
Golden?
big spider with her.
Because of Copy, who makes these lists. He always inserts his own funny little jokes in there. We saw some
The
funny
big
portrait
spider.
changes as well in the past.
I thought you already beat that. Who's the
Not on
big
my own.
spider? Hold
Yeah.
on.
Nothing important. Just
Just use
goofing off on the side.
just use golden sumo or something. I don't know.
Well,
Wait,
I
do
mean,
do you need gain boost or immediate charge?
yes, both.
Well, I don't have. Okay, actually,
You have the
no, I do.
Bargust one though, right? The Christmas Bargust
No,
one. That one's
yeah. Also, I
heal
actually
boost as
do
well.
have.
Are you doing some run at the same time here?
Yeah,
He is.
yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to take aside this this much.
No, I was
dominance.
just curious as to what you were doing because I wasn't quite following.
No, I was doing
Yeah,
some kind
we're
of solo.
soloing the big spider,
I see.
the
I see.
1 million HP spider that we don't defeat.
Oh, that one. I mean, yeah, that one's kind of free until the MPs in your MP gain becomes 0, and you need a cleanse code.
Well, I mean, it counterclasses her, so
You're gonna die. Yeah, true. I didn't think about that. Anyways, okay. So look at these. Some of these are decent. Some of these are I do use. I'd say.
Are you talking about
One
C's
of
or
these.
servants?
Oh no, I'm looking at the list.
Okay. I thought you were still talking about like MP gain C's or something.
Nah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Some of these are gonna be controversial.
This list, I think, is tied for the highest amount, but I don't think it's going to be the longest. In fact, I'm guessing it's going to be one of the shortest ones anyway, still. Even if it's tied to the highest with 38.
I don't have a lot to say for a lot of these.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I feel like this is going to be a solid like 4 hours.
Yeah, we'll see. That's what I'm predicting too, but you never know. But honestly, even if it's lower than 4, I mean, friggin', it just goes as long as it goes, whether it's going to be shorter or longer. You know, we're just going to do the same as always. Yeah. But yeah, I guess it's just us 3 for today. So I assume you guys are semi-ready at this
I'm
point?
ready.
Cool.
More or
Ready
less.
enough.
I mean,
yeah, as good as it gets. But that's all we need. Okay. So let me grab my notes. Hopefully I didn't forget anything else. And then we'll start doing the intro again. There's going to be your cue again. Do we go from left to right again for your introductions? On my screen, that is.
Sure.
Cool. That works. And then I'll just yap the rest of the same old, and then unscripted until the very end where we, or at least until we lock it, and then I'm going to edit the outro again. But yeah, pretty much 99% is going to be just raw. Yay. Okay. Alright, let's do this then. Welcome back, gamers, to I think now the 8th week in a row. So this is a solid 2 months of tier lists in a row. And we're mixing it up a little bit. Originally, the plan was to cover low stars that we didn't cover in the previous lists at the end. But with Otto's suggestion, I was like, sure, we'll cover them right now before the golden extra classes. And on that note, hey, why don't we get introductions from my awesome co-hosts?
Hi, I'm Otto. Otto Bean on YouTube, Otto Beano on Twitch. I'm the first guy. I'm also the second guy because the second guy hates low stars. So yeah. Anyways, here's the third guy.
Hi. So I gotta run some defense for the second guy. He just thinks he don't use them enough to show up. But
no, I'm pretty sure he verbatim said he hates these characters.
Did he?
I could be wrong,
but I mean, he certainly
maybe
used
he's being
low stars. But
hyperbolic.
like, I'm just trying to emphasize I'm in a very similar situation as he is, because you know, I'm not that acquainted with especially low star DPSs, but hopefully I can be at least of some use here. So thank you for having me again.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say. Yeah, I actually use these servants very often. Usually when I do challenge quests, I'll use like a 5-star or 4-star or whatever servant to build around. But most of the time, I limit myself to low cost servants like these. So, gonna bring some experience here.
Yeah, good to have Otto's input because Plush and I won't have the most to say. Also worth noting that before you even comment anything, this is not all low stars. We obviously could have done them all in one session, but at that point it would have been like close to 80 servants, which I would guess translates to an 8 to 9 hour tier list. Like, sure, for some of you guys that would be great, but you gotta think about us too, so it's gonna be really hard to do a tier list that long in one session, so we opted to do them in 2 parts. So this week for part 1, you're gonna see the the knight classes and berserker, so saber, lancer, archer, berserker. If you look at it right now, it should be pretty obvious. And then next week for part 2, you will see cavalry, so caster, rider, assassin, and then the extra classes. Not that there's a lot of them, but yeah, with that split, we managed to get a semi-equal amount for these 2 parts, just so again these won't be like 9 hours long. Hope you understand. But then after that, we'll get to those extra class gold that I'm sure a lot of people are looking forward to. So a bit of a 2-week interlude here, if you will. These lists probably won't be that popular if I had to guess in comparison to gold, but we still want to cover every servant because it's only fair. So nevertheless, we are doing this. Also,
we got some controversial ones here.
Yeah,
I bet. Yeah,
there are some interesting things for sure. Some of them we probably won't have, even Otto probably won't have much to say about everyone here, but yeah, there will be some that we will definitely discuss more in depth when necessary. Now I'm gonna mention a few things again that I mentioned at the start of all of these tier lists, because again, not everyone is gonna watch every single one, so don't worry, it's not gonna take long. But the main differences to last year, which is why we're doing this list like this, is because the lists were taking so long. We separated low stars into their own lists, so now we're kind of starting to tackle them, because before this, for the last list, we only had gold servants, just to make the lists a bit more manageable in length. So while you do get shorter lists compared to last year, you are getting more lists, so yay anyway, I guess. Also, another difference is, which doesn't really apply to this list, I guess, is that we don't hard assume MP1 for not welfare golds anymore, but again, that's pretty irrelevant for this list because we can almost safely assume MP5 for everyone in these lists. There are a few servants that might not be as easy to assume, but still easier than most golds, I would say, that are not welfare. Also, another thing is that I'm not placing too much emphasis into sheets this time around. The one list I'm actually going to refer to is like an AoE sheet just for numbers, for comparison's sake. Again, maybe not too focused on it, but yeah, shout out to Opal, JR, and Tamula for making this list in particular that I'm using this year. There's a bunch of, terms, mystic codes, Cs, everything listed. We have very neatly arranged the numbers with like servants' best damaging comps, and then there's individual tabs that have more comps for servants in case you're interested about different Cs, traits, you name it. So it's a pretty nice one if you want to get in depth with this stuff. And also, shout out to Mr. Copyright Suck for making this awesome template, as always. You might see some funny things here and there, namely some gold mixing. Don't worry, it's just a flavor thing that he does. These are all still considered base low stars. But yeah, shout out to him for making this thing. And of course, shout out to my 2 awesome co-hosts of Otto and Plushy for joining me today. Worth noting, today, or not today, less than a week ago, we here in Europe also moved clocks back again, so they are working with even less sleep than usual this time around, so it's very nice of them to be awake at this hour to do this with me. Okay. So, unless I forget about something else, I think we are basically good to go. Also, oh, yeah, timestamps. They will be in the description. So if you want to just see us talk about like 1 or 2 servants, then, you know, feel free to jump around with those. And all the sheets, this template and my co-host channels are there as well. So do check them all out. They're neatly arranged. Oh, yes. So with that, I think we are good to go. So... you don't have to count. This is 38 servants. So I think it might not be the longest list, or it's maybe tied for the longest. I already forgot. Saber was the longest. I forgot how many that was. Maybe it was this number. But regardless, I still have a feeling this won't be the longest list ever, just because there's maybe not always that much stuff to say about certain low stars. Also worth noting, 0 of these servants are actually new, unless I missed something, compared to previous year's tier lists. So we're all working with older servants here. Granted, there will be some new buffs here as well. Even if they don't like buffing low stars a ton, there are still some that we will see. And, you know, re-evaluation also happens, of course, every single year. So, also... instead, this time around, Copy asked me, do we want to do the same thing where we like do a class, then another class, and, you know, like class in order? But I said, you know what, this time around, yes, we have 4 classes, but let's just place them in release order. So in case you were confused about why servants are placed like this, it's purely based on release order this time. So we'll be going kind of back and forth between subclasses. I figured that's fine. We don't really have to place like all sabers first and all lancer or archers first. None of that here. So it's just based on release order, and that's it. So that with that, we can start. Let's freaking go. No idea how long it's going to be, but yeah, it's going to be as long as it needs to be. So we got some, actually not even some, we got a lot of day 1 servants. In fact, almost half this list, I want to say, is day 1. Almost half. So yeah, we're going to see a lot of interesting numbers, needless to say. So first of all, we're going to talk about the Mr. Caesar. A bit of an unfortunate case at FGO in terms of his representation, but yeah, he's a servant. And he's a single target quick saber. Now this time around, I probably won't be talking too much about stats. Because again, for low stars, they never tend to be truly amazing anyway. There are some standouts maybe here and there. But stats for the most part, they're just not going to be great. Maybe 3 stars are still passable. But once we get down from there as well, it's just going to be really sad. So I'm not going to pay too much attention to stats either. Which is a whole different thing with low stars anyway. Which, you know, it's just unfortunate that a lot of the low stars just won't be super usable because of their GIMP stats. Maybe not necessarily because their kits can also be underwhelming, but the fact just remains that a lot of low stars won't be very good just because of their stats being much lower in some cases. It's just a fact that we have to deal with. That's why low stars that tend to do a lot of other stuff besides just raw damage tend to be the standouts. Anyway, double buster, double arts on his deck, and his gains on base, they're not the worst, but certainly not impressive either. At least that one arts card is decent, and that's about it. Nothing else to say about that. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 18% MP damage for 1 turn. Yeah, it's just really bad. How about that? Not good at all. Needs a buff. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 16% attack for 3 turns. It's a bit better. It has, you know, longevity, but it's still basic. It's boring. It doesn't do a ton. Sure. And then the third skill at a 5-turn cooldown, targeted skill. Target gets 40% crit damage for 3 turns to get 100% star gen for 3 turns and minus 20% defense for 3 turns as a demerit. That can be quite annoying. Obviously, command codes have alleviated this demerit as time has moved on, but it's still a pretty annoying thing to have there, considering the upsides are not even all that amazing for a support skill. So yeah, I feel like the demerit just could have been removed too. Overall, it's just raw offense on this kit, really. Nothing else. And there's not a whole lot of it going on, which will be the case again for a lot of these servants, just because they were very reserved when it comes to low star kits for the longest time, unfortunately. Passes, we got 15% debuff res, sure. Again, you wouldn't really bring him outside of bosses, so it can help. 8% quick up is great. It's his main card type, even if his normal quick cards are not the strongest. Just some flat damage on top on the third passive was pretty meaningless. He's anti-assassin, which I would not bother with neutraling on him. And then the funny MP. So it's an interesting single target, MP. So first of all, the easy part is the overcharge. Gets 5 stars on use on base, scaling up to 25 on max overcharge. Then there's then based on his missing HP, he gets higher buff success rate up for 1 turn, which starts at 40% base, and then the lower he is, the more he gets buff success rate up. And then on his MP, there's an 80% chance to get 10% attack for 1 turn, which can trigger up to 5 times, so you can get 50% attack for 1 turn if you hit the max stacks. And then he does damage, which honestly, it can actually hit fairly hard, especially if you get a lot of those attack buffs. And the good part is that he doesn't necessarily have to be low star to get them all. It's not a hard requirement. It gets easier, of course, but he can still get a good chunk, even on full HP, regardless. But yeah, he's just, I feel like he gets praised a bit as a low star, but I feel like he's still not a big standout just because he's mostly just a raw DPS. So while he can do fairly okay numbers for a 3-star servant in terms of damage, I still feel like he's still lacking something to kind of stand him out.
He is entirely an upgraded quick MP that has pretty decent damage. Beyond that, even as a crit damage, even his crit damage just isn't really that great because he's a 3-star. So you're going to be needing to see more than 40% crit and 18% attack or 16% attack.
16.
You're going to be needing larger numbers than that. So even though he does have a pretty good deck for that, he also has some gains issues where he has meh quicks and then an okay arts card, and he doesn't really have absorb. And yeah, just not good hit counts, and if you don't have anything for some sort of Lancer raid, he's all right. If you just don't really have anything better, but at this point, you're going to be hearing this criticism quite a few times. These low stars are competing with evocation shop welfares. So if you're a single target saber that is you're going to be competing with Hokusai, and it sucks, which is kind of funny because I kind of dunked on her last year, but yeah.
Yeah, that's just the reality. There's not much we can do about it. If they don't offer anything besides just damage, then they're just gonna look worse on paper by default. That already limits their usability a lot, unfortunately. But that's just reality.
Yeah,
I hate saying it because it's such a lame buff usually, but he does need a battery. They could do an AoE battery on his first skill, and that'd be pretty nice. But yeah, you're saying?
I mean, I was gonna say he's just his MP as well. The only thing people ever mention about him is his MP damage is good, and it does refund because it's 10 hits on one person. I think if you overkill a bunch with triple Scotty, you can refund 40 something MP with this MP. But it doesn't mean anything, it just doesn't. Compared to any welfare, any quick welfare, we don't even have to bring up Hokusai. If we talk about characters like Satanta or Karna Saber, it's just kind of pointless to use this. I think if he was Buster, he could be more interesting in raids because you could manually bring down your HP maybe with Koyan Light. But it's kind of difficult to manually bring down his HP in a farming context as well. So I just don't really see this character being really used nowadays at all, unfortunately.
Actually, that thing with the refund, that reminded me. You remember the first 90++ quest with the 3 waves of
111 Lancer? Yeah.
I actually made him work on that. I want to say I did. Or either that or I saw someone do it.
I mean, he needs to overkill a lot to refund 40 on triple Scotty. So I'm not sure. Maybe with what's the event C for that? Is it game boost?
It's a 50%. I think it's Buster and Arts. Just funny.
So I don't know. Maybe with Oberon.
But it's not too hard to refund like 30% with double
30. Yeah,
scatter.
yeah. That's what I'm thinking with Oberon maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
It doesn't really factor much into it for me.
yeah. It doesn't
He's
matter.
still not that
I
great.
put him at a middle of the road low star.
Yeah, because again, I guess worth mentioning, we should probably treat this as a low star list. Obviously, if we place someone in B, that doesn't mean they would be B in like a gold list.
Yeah. As far as low stars go, we might.
Yeah, these lists will be pretty self-contained, I want to say. But we are still gonna. The critic still matters that they can be compared to a vacation shop, which can bring them down in their own list, because that is a valid comparison, though. Like Otto was saying, I still think that can push them a bit down if there's easy competition.
Oh, sorry. But like one thing I want to say about that though is because there are low stars that very much carve out their own niche, and like they even with evocation shop they can't really compete with those characters. So I do think we should factor that in, because there are certainly characters on this list where you're like, oh yeah, I have a DPS of the same class, same MP type in a higher rarity that's also free, but I'm still going to use the low star because of how the character is designed. So I do think we should, like, if a character exists like that, we should give them extra points for it, just because.
Wait, I don't quite follow that. What were you saying?
So okay, so basically, okay, I'm gonna bring up an example. So like Arash, right? Like even if free AOE archer welfares exist, you're still gonna use Arash.
Yeah.
Right? Like obviously he's the most obvious example, but like there are low stars where you're like, okay, even if I have a welfare of that card type, I would still use the low star because they're unique, right? So
wait, are you saying they would get points because of aesthetics? But this is a gameplay list, though. Unless I'm misunderstanding you.
No. You're misunderstanding. My point is there are low stars where you would still use over welfares, like even if they're in the same like class. You know what I mean?
But why?
Well, I mean, if we're talking about Arash in particular, like
again, but I think he was talking about another case that's not where they have something unique. Like in that case, you wouldn't, right?
I'm talking about something. Okay, I'll make another example. I guess like Uriel, like I.
But she has something unique going on again.
Yeah.
Again, I think we're thinking of different things or something.
No, that is what I mean. What I mean is I think like Caesar is a character that doesn't have anything like that. So even if we're only comparing low stars and not taking welfares into factor, Caesar should actually be rated pretty high, but I don't want to rate him too high because
I feel like we should consider the easy to obtain competition.
I'd say stick him in B for now.
Yeah, that's just all I want to say, because like I think if we're only looking at 3 stars, he is definitely better than B, but overall he's not.
But if we consider welfare, I feel like he's like a C+ or B.
I guess.
Because I think we should consider easy to obtain competition.
Yeah.
So what would you guys? I would say C+ or B maybe.
Yeah, B is fine. I think C+ or B.
Yeah. I mean, I said B before, so I'm not gonna. You're not gonna drop this on me again, okay?
Okay, fair enough. You will get it later, though. Surely, it will happen. It's just the natural order of things.
I feel like this actually might fall onto plushie more often because I will have more to speak of on these.
Yeah, maybe. I guess we'll see.
Speaking of, this is a very interesting character to go over now.
Yeah, so we have a second day 1 3-star saber in Gilderoy. The infamous version of this guy. Not that caster is, crazy either, but this one in particular, so we have I don't know what to call him. I guess he's a single target saber, but he's not good.
He's a support now after the buff.
I guess, yeah.
You can DPS with him, though.
But he was a 3-star, has low attack as well, which doesn't help. But yeah, regardless, he's double buster, double quick on his normal deck, which again, if you want to DPS with him, triple buster would have been way better of a choice, but I guess they didn't want to print that on anyone who wasn't a berserker on day 1, which is unfortunate for him. His gains also not very flattering. His 2 arts cards are just fine, and his quick is not good. So yeah, it's not a great start if you want to have some MP uptime. You might not, honestly. Depends, but yeah. So this buff, is this new compared to last year's tier list?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so yeah,
this
is
during
new.
anniversary.
So yeah, his first skill now on a 5-turn cooldown, the party gets 16% MP damage for 1 turn. I find it funny that they didn't even round that up. It's like, you know what, frick that effect. It's a weird one on him anyway. Let's not even write. Let's just leave it as is.
Left it as is.
Yeah, because all the other one, I feel like every other buff of this type, they've always rounded up the number. I think this might be the only buff ever where they haven't rounded up the number. So they just didn't care.
They should have made it 3 turns as well. I don't understand, but
yeah.
Sure.
To be fair, they did add 4 effects to it, so I guess they didn't want to go.
But at 4%, even if it's 1 turn, come on, just 4%. It looks nicer. Well, whatever. I digress.
Would have been nice.
But yeah, now also lawful allies get 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Good allies get MP overcharge by 2 steps, 1 time, 3 turns. And then if there is a star attribute ally on the field, again, this is a different check. There just has to be 1 on the field. You get 20 stars on use. And then he also gets 15 stars per turn. So this skill, obviously now, despite the first effect being kind of a meme, is actually insanely good. It's actually a really strong skill. And obviously he himself is both lawful and good, so he also gets the added benefit. But yeah, like if this skill was on anyone else, it would be game breaking almost. It does so much in one skill, and especially for a 3-star, it's kind of nuts. But again, because it's on him, it's not broken. But it's a good buff regardless, though. Like, this is the one thing he kind of has now, interestingly enough. Now, he himself is not star attribute, though, so if you want that star bomb, you're gonna have to bring another one that's star. And stars tend to be the rarest of the attributes, right? Unless we count beast, I guess. But yeah, star, yeah, tends to be the rarest. Still good. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 45% MP gen for 3 turns. With this, he can generate a bit better. Then his arts cards are decent for sure. But again, it's not going to be a huge difference maker. And it's the only effect, so not the biggest fan. And then his funny third skill. So on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 40% buster up for 5 turns. So it's like very similar case to that summer melt situation. So while he doesn't, without cooldown reduction, have more than, like 0 downtime, he still has a full uptime on this. Again, would have been nice to see him be triple buster, but oh well. It's again, for a vanilla skill, it's actually still good. Like someone else's could also be way better, even if it is super basic, just because of the high number and uptime. So yeah, interesting kit, needless to say. They should probably still do more, but I mean, it's a step with this, yeah. Passives, we got 17.5% debuff for us, is cool. 8% quick up, it doesn't really do much for him at all. 12% bust drop, great again. I sound like a broken record, where's that triple buster? His anti-caster on the append, which is a no. His MP has never been buffed, so he gets 100% attack up for 2 turns. Then he gets minus 50% defense for 3 turns with a 500% chance to apply it. So unless you're immune, you can't even resist it. And then he gets 5 stars on base overcharge, getting up to 25. So it's the exact same overcharge that Caesar has, because I guess they were not very original back then with low star sabers. Again, why is it not 3 turns as well for the attack? It's so weird, because again, the MP itself doesn't do any damage. So on the first turn, it benefits at most 3 other cards from you, assuming you get the Brave Chen for the extra attack. It's just so weird, and that is a hefty demerit. So if you don't remove that, with his low star stats, even if you're running Lancers, he will die. He will just die, because he has no defense on his kit either. So it can actually be a big problem. I don't know, does this make him any pickable? Because he was unpickable before this. Does this make him any pickable? I want to say no, but what do you guys think?
He is actually... I'd say, you can go first.
Yeah, so basically, the only thing I expected from this is like min-turn comps with Cuckoo, and then running a level 1.
Right, esports. Yeah, that makes
level
sense.
1 esports, because Cuckoo's also star, right? But I have not seen... Yeah, I have not seen a single use of that, unfortunately. I think that's just like current min-turns being high standard, though. I think the skill is usable as a support. And it has like very short cooldown, but you still have to like keep him alive and all that. So again, I can only see this being run in like a more budget sort of setup. And unfortunately, budget DPSs don't really match
And budget supports are also more available now too, with more buffs and more supports and whatnot. Also,
yeah, because
did you guys know is triumphal a word or is it meant to be triumphant? I don't. Is that a word? Maybe
I
it
don't
is a
know.
word. I don't know.
I have no idea.
I just
English
noticed
not
that.
my native language, lol.
I'm not
But like,
sure.
Because I know triumphant
Apparently
is a
it
word.
is.
That's a common one, but I haven't heard of triumphal. But it could be a word. I don't know. Maybe it is a word.
but yeah, I think the crit being like lawful only does make this more restricted because if the crit was universal, which would be a little bit too good, I guess it was make him like better than Matahari as a crit support most of the times, I'd say. But like at the same time, if you want him to be usable, you kind of have to do that. And I think the buff was great. Like it gave him a place, but it wasn't as great as I thought it would be. I was like really excited about this when
I
I
mean,
first
yeah,
saw
it's the
it.
first skill too. So immediately we're like, oh, level 1 copy is gonna pop off, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
The
Like
first thing that comes to
that's
mind.
usually my thought process. Like, oh my god, I can run the level one. No, I'd say it's yeah, it's a little bit like the again, if the MP damage was like 3 turns, 20%, like yeah, maybe it's a bit much for a low star, but like again, like we have characters like Boudica. Again, like she's not on the list today, but Boudica has really insane buff numbers if you think about it. But like this is just not enough, I'd say, in non-budget comps, I think.
So it
All right.
definitely looked better than what it was, is what you're saying.
To me, yes.
So I think this helps him quite a bit because ultimately, I, I say ultimately too much. A big issue he had, so he didn't really make much stars because his NP was like 5 stars. That's it. And then he didn't have any absorb. He didn't have any sort of crit buff. So this can help him get started. Well, that's assuming you're with the Star Servant. But if you're with someone like, I don't know, Castoria maybe, who does get a lot from the overcharge as well, and can help him spam his NP, then he's able to get stuff done. So as a DPS, he is usable now because, I mean, just at base he has 50 crit and over 50 buster just for more than 3 turns technically, but a lot of uptime on it. And then even though his NP is only 2 turns, which I do not like that,
Mm-hmm.
If you're using him in a comp with someone like Castoria or Waver or whoever, because there's a lot of supports that are good alignment. Then yeah, you can get it going fairly often, and it's 100% attack, so it does add up quite a bit. He has some surprisingly beefy crits. He also there's times where I actually don't mind him as a support because some servants there's like someone like Bima, for example. Bima gets something out of the overcharge. He gets something out of the crit. And then 15 stars per turn is above average. Usually you see 10 stars per turn. 15 is nicer. He's okay now. I'd say like if you're willing to bring a Castoria, you're probably better off with some sort of like saber that's got an arts and P, but he is functional, and sometimes you might want to pair him up with like a second saber that is lawful, and they can both do good card damage at the same time. So
Yeah.
I
And I
will
guess
say
worth
one more
noting,
thing
Castoria can
though.
also cleanse his defense down.
Well, yeah.
It-
I think maybe it's meant for Jean, but yeah,
yeah,
I haven't.
It is with the skill name
she's
too.
star
Yeah.
lawful good, but
Mhm.
it's funny because there's other lawful good servants that get more.
Yeah, so they
than
kept
she
it lore
does.
accurate, but it can also be a bit usable outside of her too, which is cool.
I will give him one more thing though in terms of DPSing, which is Mighty Chains. Because back in the day, if you want to lead with his MP into a Buster, it just you drop the Buster lead bonus. That has always been a problem with like non-Buster MP crit ramp up servants. Even like Shang Yu, I still brought it up as like a complaint, but because of Mighty Chains, it is not. You can technically mitigate it, you know. But yeah, that's all I want to add. There you go.
Yeah.
Ideally, he would have a Buster
another-
MP.
Another thing I would like to add, being a support as a low star is way better than being a DPS as a low star. So even if he's not like an amazing support and he only has a couple effects that are worth it, he's still someone that you might use outside of a DPS. Like it's a bit of a boon for low stars in particular because you can just pop their buffs and they're a lot less likely to stay on the field as long. So I think this. I hate saying this, but yeah, I like him more than Caesar.
Oh, interesting.
I mean,
it's kind of hard to.
As someone who don't use low star DPSs, he's definitely better than Caesar. But that's because I almost never used low star DPSs.
He's not as easy to use though. But yeah, he's not E tier anymore. At least I'll say that much.
Yeah,
I'd say for a normal player, probably C+. But like me personally, I do think he's better than Caesar just because I would never use Caesar. Period.
This is a tough placement, really.
Yeah.
I wish when I could just plop into E and just move on. I miss that.
Yep.
Well, I don't miss that, Gilles. I'll tell you that.
I like we had a clear contender of one of the worst servants in the game. Now there's less of them. I would do one of the C tiers personally.
Yeah, I'd put.
Yeah, I'll go with C+. I'm not mad about that. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Sure. You can do stuff with him. Rejoice. Let's talk an archer meanwhile. We got, based on the ID, we have Mr. Hood up next, leading us off for the archer class. So we got a single target archer DPS, just raw damage, but surprisingly good amount of it, at least on his MP. Granted, you fill the condition, which is not the hardest thing to fill, of course. So again, the attack isn't super high, but again, even if it was high for a 3-star, it would still be like, yeah, sure, it's okay, but and then what? He has a double arch, double quick deck, and his gains on base are not very flattering. Once again, this will be the same thing with like, I want to say 90% of these servants in this list, unfortunately. So yeah, he's not doing a whole lot better here either. Maybe ever so slightly better. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, all enemies get a minus 15% attack for 3 turns and a 500 poison on them for 5 turns. Normally I'd be like, hey, attack down is pretty cool, but the poison is meaningless. But on this guy, it is not meaningless. And I guess now that we have a bit more anti-poison servants, there's a little bit of a more added value. Granted, you probably wouldn't bring him as a support anyway, but, you know, worth mentioning, I guess. So obviously a very key component to how he works. Very much a bread and butter skill. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% MP gain for 3 turns. So it's like as low as it gets for this skill. Unfortunate. Obviously, MP gain is good on him because, you know, he lives and dies by his MP. He's not going to do any face guard damage. So it's nice that he can get his MP a bit easier. But, man, it's just such a weak skill. Just not much going on. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a sure hit for 1 turn, evasion for 1 turn, and 20 stars on use. Not bad. Again, he's art, so it's a bit more easier to use if you happen to need some stars and or sure hit. So you might not need to save the evasion for survival per se. Granted, you might have to still, depending on the case. But it's a decent dodge, especially for a 3-star. I don't really hate it. It's alright. You know, probably his best skill. Well, I guess his best is the first one just because he needs it. But as a skill, I would say the third one is definitely the best. So it's not the worst kit ever, but certainly not a very exciting kit either. First passive, 2.5% debuff rest is fine, could be higher though, 10% crit damage. While he doesn't really have face card potential, at least he's an archer, so his base absorb is good. So you mostly want crits just for more gains, but you know, a little bit more damage doesn't hurt. Santa Assassin, which, yes, he can hit hard, but neutral would still be a hard sell for me, at least. So the MP has not been buffed, and it only does damage on normal effect, which is very boring, and it's a one-hitter, so you'd be like, oh, this MP is like the worst MP of all time. But then the overcharge kind of changes things. So he has a 200 to 250% super effective range against poisoned enemies. So not only is it easy to accomplish, because again, he applies poison himself on 100% uptime, granted you land it, but then there's also command codes. Yeah, that's the only reason why he's still relevant. That insanely big modifier. Like 200 on base. 150 would have been probably more fair, but you know, day one shenanigans. So yeah, his MP can still hit reasonably hard. Not even actually very hard, so there you go. That's Robin. He's his MP. That's all he is. He is his MP. It's not the worst case ever, but he does damage. You know.
I think he's probably the unit that is hurt the most by evocation, because like I think having a big MP damage and nothing else is really really hurts when you're comparing him with welfares. Like it's
Okay.
just there.
Counterpoint. He is an archer that is single target.
Yeah. I have Psycha. She's free. She just came out. Like, what are you talking about?
I'm pretty sure he's better as far as NP damage goes, but like,
yeah,
I mean, she's gonna be. She has more stuff she does, but
yes, with Castoria. But like, if you're running a budget team, like I've done free to play only comps before, I almost never bring Robin, because Robin, I think he really needs Castoria. Like if you want to support him,
I don't think it's that bad. As like, part of his thing is he just has really high base damage. Like by default 50k, it's like free, super effective.
Yeah.
So every bit of damage that you stack on top of it is going to scale a lot more.
That's actually my point, because it's difficult to, like, with budget comps, you don't get that much buffs to like make the super effective feel that like have that big multiplier. Like the best comp for Robin would be like Black Grail double cat, because like everything is multiplied by 2, right? Everything's doubled. You literally doubled his damage. So the more buffs you put onto this guy, the more damage you do. So like in budget comps, the problem is like in budget comps, you don't have massive amounts of buff steroids. So what ended up happening is a servant with better self steroids and all that would prevail, because Psycho doesn't have as good MP damage. I don't think. Actually, I'm not even sure about that. Like raw MP damage, Psycho might have more because she's quick, but then she does more crit damage. She has Star Bomb. She has like a shit ton of other stuff. I would just never bring him in budgets.
I mean, that part, like, I do get that, and like that is kind of part of the advantage of quick, but he's. I feel like that's a point in his favor. He's going to be doing good damage even if you don't stack a bunch of buffs on him, because like most servants, like they're gonna have. What?
Well, yes, but like it doesn't take advantage of it as much. Like, you know, like SE is good because SE is always multiplicative. So no matter how much buffs you stack on top of it, it's multiply. So that's why it's good with like. Again, with like Black Grail, with like arts buffs, with like a shit ton of stuff.
If anything,
I think you're just always like going to the extreme on that, when it's like I feel like his baseline performance is already pretty good.
To me, it's not even the damage that he's relying on supports. I feel like he needs more gauge because his own gains are not that very good, and the MP refunds like nothing. So I feel like batteries are more important than damage buffs for him. Because he has zero batteries as well.
Not feeling that bad because he's an archer.
He has golden rule, I guess. But like,
I don't know. I've used him, but I never remember being super happy about his gains. I always really have to spam batteries on him.
The only time I feel like, again, like for the little amount of times I use like low star or free to play quote unquote only comps, I have never been happy with this guy. It's like the only time I'm happy with this guy is when I'm bringing like the SSR full lineup, the full whale lineup. But that's just me because I don't use these characters that much. So I should give
Also,
Otto more time.
also worth pointing out, if we're talking about like traitless damage, he basically outdamages everyone else in his class at NP1.
Yeah, I'm still thinking Robin is good, but I feel like he's not without issues. For me, he's like B plus A, or maybe A
Because
tier.
Bob, after
Yeah.
after she puts some curses down,
Mhm.
she'll outdamage him. But that's still like depending on like her damage still isn't going to scale as high unless you get a bunch of those stacks.
No, unless I get one more. Like no,
Well, she's still going to be relying on her quick buff, and the quick buff is not going good. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know, but it's like I don't see how just high base
I'm not
damage
okay.
is
Okay,
like.
again, I think we're not arguing on the same like because I'm not about to put him in like C or something, but I'm just saying I think the welfare thing hurts him a lot. So because if all you have is damage and you lose on damage, you don't have anything.
Man,
So
I'd hate to be a Chloe fan right now. It's just like we're constantly comparing him to the single
oh no,
target quick
yes, yeah,
welfare,
no,
and
that
then it's
that
like,
is
well, I mean, there's a single target arts
no
welfare, but no,
that
shut
that
up.
is that is his only use for me is whenever somebody tells me Chloe is good, I would just point to Robin, like look at him, he does more damage than her. What a loser Chloe is. That's my only use for this guy. But I'm gonna put him in. I don't know. Me personally, I think he's higher than Caesar, but like by like half a tier.
I would
How
do
about
B
you?
plus or A.
I'd say B plus or A.
Okay, I see.
I don't
We didn't
mind A,
actually
because again,
disagree.
while his face cards suck, his crit is non-existent, he
Sure.
still hits really
I
hard
think
with
that's
his
fine.
MP.
Like he has a thing that he does better than a lot of single target archers, which is like having big number.
Yeah.
He's not
I
a
mean, big
horrible
number is
hyper.
not a bad thing to have, even if it's boring. It still works. I'm gonna go with A for that. Sure. I never hate Robin, even if, I don't think he's without issues. Another archer, then next. Oh, why did I close the archer tab? There we go. I have multiple classes open now, so I'm closing the wrong tabs. Yeah, day one again, of course. We got Uriel. Again, apologies to all the Greeks listening in. I know it's pronounced wrong, but yeah, I'm sorry, I can't do the one. So Uriel it is. Anyway, single target arts DPS. Wow, it's like we just covered one of those. Luckily, they are still different in fundamentals, so that's cool. Attack is better than Robin, but again, as a 3-star, is still nothing insane. But, she has the stuff to make up for it in her best case scenarios. She's double arts, double quick as well, and her gains on base, they are better, but nothing insane still. But definitely not bad for a low star, especially a low star that's this old in particular, so could do a lot worse. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown. Hey, remember this skill? Oh boy, assassins remember. So 80% chance to drain 1 tick from an enemy and then get 27% battery on use. Oh man, I still don't understand how there's so many of these that are not buffed at all, so it's a bit unfortunate.
It's almost like the devs don't understand how their own game works, because why does it have like 0.7% when it just rounds up?
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know.
Like why? Anyway.
That's a weird skill.
Yeah.
Anyway, second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, 100% chance on base to charm 1 male enemy for 1 turn. Again, this can be still resisted, but it's pretty safe to land on males, I guess. Granted, they're not immune. It doesn't do anything else though. So Steno's charm is just better now, I guess, with the recent buff. But yeah, I mean, it's the part of the stun lock. And honestly, again, it's not a dead skill because you would not bring Uriel against non-males anyway. So, it's there's at least an argument why it's not a dead skill. So it's something. Third skill and 5 turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 3 turns. It's alright. I mean, again, it's super basic, but I don't hate it because it's her main card type. It's a good amount and it's, you know, good uptime. So certainly could be better, but not the worst skill I've ever seen. And that's the whole skill set. So again, it's super bare bones, and I especially hate the first skill because, like all Bloodsucker C's, Vampirism C, whatever you want to call it, fix it please. 20% debuff rest is great. 11% crit damage, same as Robin. She's not gonna do anything with face cards, but you know, cool bonus I guess. Flat damage sucks, but hey, another 30% debuff rest is great. So she has permanently 50% debuff rest on base, which is really good. Definitely nothing to scoff at because she's almost exclusively used for bosses. Maybe very rarely in farming too, could be used, but I would say mostly used in bosses. Anti-appending is against Berserkers, which is really good to have because there's a lot of Berserker dudes out there. So this is a really strong append. She actually does have a buffed MP, so her MP works in a really weird way because there is no scaling damage like basically all other damage MPs in the game, more or less. She has 1200 damage always on the MP, no matter what your MP level is. Then the MP level itself is the anti-male scaling, so it's a 150 to 250, but obviously everyone's going to have a free MP5, so it's 250% anti-male, which is a crazy amount, same as Robin's max overcharge basically. So that's pretty crazy. Then there's a 150% chance to reduce the target's attack by 20% for 3 turns, so unless they're immune, you're not going to whiff that. Awesome. And also, that's not tied to male, which is a cool thing. Granted, I still probably wouldn't bring her against non-males, but that's not a bad debuff at all. And then overcharge, another 100% base chance to charm a male opponent for 1 turn, scaling up to 200%. So if you get some OC levels, you can maybe get not worry about some innate resistances as well. I mean, it's insanely strong against dudes. That's it. If you're not fighting dudes, I probably wouldn't bring her. But otherwise, yeah, she hits really hard on dudes. So, yeah.
See, this is why I like her more than Robin, because there's still cases to use her over high rarity servants. Not just because the MP does big damage against male, because like I can make up for that, but it's a spammable like basically guaranteed charm against males, which is very good. I mean, it's not guaranteed, I guess, it's 100%, but
It's fairly good.
But yeah, the most recent thing I remember using her on is a quote unquote free to play guide on like Super Recollection Wood Woes. Like yeah, it's a while ago, but like that, like it just shows like there are situations where you would still bring her like over high rarities because maybe you need to charm lock, and especially on like maybe budget teams, you need to like reduce pressure from enemy bosses. Like a charm is buying you an extra turn, which is a lot. Like even if you use her, you use her skill and then you use her MP, that's 2 extra turns that you get to live, right? And her gains are okay, I think. I kind of don't
They're
remember. I think
passable.
her gains are actually decent, no? Yeah.
Yeah.
But like so
Yeah.
so it's
Yeah, Arts buff helps.
hierarchies. No, I'm not specifically saying Artemis. Like again, I used her on Wood Woes, right? Like usually you would use a rider, but the reason I used her on Wood Woes is because of the charm. It's not the damage certainly helps. Like if you're charm locking without doing damage, it's gonna take like 20 years to do one fight. But yeah. Anyways, that's why I like her better than Robin.
Yeah, yeah, she's pretty solid if you're up against males. Like it's so easy to charm lock them and prevent them from NPing, even if it's an 80% chance.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like she is if she's at a point where she is the best pick against a male, even if she's not giving bonus damage. My game just crashed. What the fuck?
You mean counterclass, right? I assume.
Yeah, like even if she's not counterclassing, there are a lot of times where she just outdoes the opponent.
Yeah, if it's like a dangerous enemy where you might need that charm as well, like Plushy was saying, then it could be even worth trying out non-effective damage, as long as they're male, of course. I think she's like A+. I think she's a standout as a DPS, which says a lot for a low star.
I agree.
Yeah, definitely a standout. Has passed the test of time. Who knew having a wide niche helps a lot? Alright, next up, another Day WOD Archer, and another big one at that too. So yeah, Arash is next. Let's talk about the first Bronze Servant too. The 1-star archer himself. So yeah, stats are terrible, but you know what? He still works. He is AoE buster that sacrifices himself, or tries to. You can prevent it if you play around it, but yeah, most of the time you kind of want it to happen, is the fun fact. It's double buster, double out on his normal deck, and his gains are very basic, but again, usually you don't really care too much anyway with his main use, so it's fine, I guess. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 20% defense up for 3 turns and 160% poison resistance for 3 turns. You gotta love these lore skills that are very varied in usability. Again, this skill mostly not relevant, but if you were to use it as a skill, it's just okay. If you can make use of the poison resistance, it's not even amazing. At that point, it's just like, oh yeah, it's alright. Otherwise, nothing special. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 40% star gem for 3 turns. Terrible, absolutely terrible skill. Not only are his hits counts trash, his MP is a 1-hit AoE. So yeah, this is absolutely garbo. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% battery and a 3k heal. This is the most important skill by far. It's not even close, because with this and the second append, he gets 50% from his own kit, making him very flexible for all kinds of farming needs. How nice is that? 15% debuff rest on the passive is fine, but again, hardly ever is that relevant. 6% crit up, same case there as well. Sentai Rider, which could be relevant. He has been brought to neutral many times because of his MP mod, so yeah, can be relevant. MP has been buffed, of course, does damage on AoE, sacrifices himself, and the damage does additional damage based on his overcharge. So the way it works is that if the enemy survives, it basically does an additional hit. So it's like a double hitting MP, but it repeats itself basically, and the damage scales depending on how much overcharge you have as well. Pretty cool. So yeah, he can hit really hard, but yeah, then he sacrifices and then someone else comes. But again, it's the funny part is it's actually really good that he's a 1-star because then he's super cheap to put on your party as well. So even if he might need a CE in some cases, is not the worst thing, because a 1-star is a very cheap servant to slot in a party. Only Mashu is obviously cheaper. So yeah, I mean, he's the most basic thing ever, but he's still very flexible and reliable, still used to this day. So yeah, Arash.
I never give low stars any bond grails. I gave him 2 EX.
Yeah. it's not a bad argument.
Yeah, dude, he's almost replaced by Habitat, but then cost happens and then he isn't replaced by Habitat. So, like, if you have a comp where you have 50% charge coincidentally or by intent, then he is generally worth it. Outside of farming, not really worth, but
yeah, I'm sure people have tried to make him DPS work, but it's just don't do that.
I mean, there's one guy that I know, he has 120 Arash, he likes me turning with him.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest developments in that weird department is Summer Kuro. Because Summer Kuro can switch out and give him guts. It's actually amazing for him. But obviously that's a meme territory and a half.
Yeah, should be a pretty unanimous top tier. Just one of the biggest standouts of low star still to this day. Great. Alright, now we go to the first Lancer of the list, and it's a fun one too. While he might not be the greatest standout anymore, I feel like as time moves on, he gets talked less and less about, but yeah, we got the good old Hound of Kulad, aka Kuhudin. There he is. The classic Mr. State-Eyed himself. Single target, quick DPS, survivalist specialist, Lancer guy. Yeah. Although, funnily enough, you know, if you know his stories, it's like the opposite of usually what happens. XD. So, attack, again, is a 3-star, is fine, but in the grand scheme of things, don't expect miracles from his damage. He's double buster, double quick, which on hindsight is actually pretty cool, because again, more Summer Scotty synergy, I guess. Gains as well, the same stuff, it's just not very impressive. The one art Scott is okay, otherwise, just, ouch, not the prettiest. Now, the first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets the guts for 1 time 5 turns, and then he gets an attack up for 3 turns that is based off of his missing HP. So it's a base 20, Goes all the way up to 50% depending on how much HP he's missing. Also, the Guts is a 2.5k revive. So the Guts has really good uptime, which is great. It's basically as good as it gets, because hardly no Guts actually has a full uptime. Some Guts obviously don't have like any like turn time, so that's maybe the best case scenario. But this is like as good as it gets otherwise, just a 1 turn of downtime, which is cool. And then the attack up can be cool as well. 20% is still okay, even on base, and then it can get a bit higher if he gets beaten down. It's alright. Second skill, the classic. So on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 3 hits of evade and 16% defense for 3 turns. It's basic, but it's a god tier defensive skill. It's like, how are you gonna make a basic thing god tier? Well, this is how. Super strong for keeping him alive. Obviously in solos it goes away pretty fast, but especially on teams, he's never gonna die on teams, and that says a lot for a quick servant. So yeah. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown is a full self debuff cleanse with a 1.5k heal. So we still have a base disengage, unfortunately. It won't be the only one we see, unfortunately, either. But yeah, it's just okay. If you get use out of the debuff cleanse, then yeah, it's fine. Otherwise, just not very impressive. So yeah, as with Cool Alter, he's basically all defensive, minus this 1 attack buff here now, with his skill set, but that's kind of what he's known for. 15% debuff res, we take it. Flat damage, we ignore. He's anti-berserker, which is great, because he can actually do some damage. He's obviously not known for damage, but he's certainly not doing, you know, terrible damage either. Buffed MP, so before damage he gets a sure hit for 1 turn, great utility to have. He has a 60% on base overcharge to instant kill the target, scaling up to 100%, which just forget about it, it's never going to be relevant in anything. And then he at least has another overcharge, which is useful, 10% defense down on the target for 3 turns after damage, unfortunately, scaling up to 30% on max OC. So I feel like if we talk about Herc not having the most values at anchor anymore, I feel like Ku definitely is on the same camp still. While he is cheaper to use, he doesn't stay alive as much longer, and he doesn't do as much damage. But he can be used in teams as well, I guess. But I don't know. Would you probably just bring someone else at this point?
Yeah, the last time I used him was, I think, during one of the Olga fights where you don't have to kill something, you just have to stall out a couple of turns, and then yeah, I'll use him. But he, like you said, I was already harsh on Herc's anchor role. At least Herc can do some damage while he anchors. This guy can't do damage again, like you said, but
his gains are also, his MP is so hard to get unless you support him a lot.
Yeah, his MP's his MP is really hard to get. Like even in solos, when you're doing like mighty chains, I don't think it's that easy to get. Still, it's just unfortunate. He is probably just trying to like live, and then like before he dies, he can fire off like an MP that does okay damage because that's skill 1 when he proc guts or something.
Yeah.
But like it's just, again, you would not front him. Like when I'm doing free to play runs, if I need a Lancer, there are way better just welfare Lancers that are just out damaging him by like a bunch. And actually, I guess not really a bunch because he has an upgrade MP. But
yeah,
still,
he can still pull some weight for DPS.
Yeah. Like out damaging him in general because they also have like card damage or their MP is more spammable. Either way, you know, it's just it's hard to justify this again, I would say in a lot of the cases, unless there is a fight where you specifically need to like last 20 turns or something like that, right? Then you can backline him. I remember one of the bigger uses of him was like all the way back in like Sweet's Universe. It's like one of the exhibition quests where like you have to starve MHXA or something, and then they would just,
and you just bring like 3
Kus.
Yeah, you just bring Guts at the end.
Oh yeah, 2 of them.
Because he basically one-shots everyone with her attacks at that point.
Yep, and then they have PFA, and she doesn't have sure hits, so it's just like, oh, okay.
Unless you mess up the fight, she can get a permanent invul pierce, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, true.
But if you just kill that mob, you should be fine.
Yeah. So he's fun, but like I don't like, and I hear some people mentioning Grail fronts, like in a Grail front, a lot of times if you just move first, you
I
just
wish
kill them.
I wish people would shut up about Grail fronts. Who cares about Grail fronts? Like anything with a modicum of survival is good in a Grail front. And also, we're about to get the last one that we've ever gotten. So, like after that, who cares?
Yeah, there hasn't been a
Right.
one in a long while. I forgot about that.
I kind of miss them, but yeah, like in the last girlfriend, you can try to bring Ku in the newest one that NA is about to get in the last map, but he's not gonna last, bro. He's not last. He's not gonna last. He's gonna get cornered by like 3 things and he's gonna die. So it's just I don't know. It's there you go.
Anyways, he's someone that I feel like people see the Grail performance of, and they're a little spoiled by him with Grails because usually they'll just borrow one or they'll watch a video with one. His damage on his own is not very good, in my opinion. It's like if you're running a level 70 copy, his damage just isn't really that amazing. But he is amazing in survival. You can use him as an anchor, or you can put him up front. But unless he's grailed, I don't really recommend using him as a main.
Yeah, his MP is just not spammable enough either. Besides not doing the best damage,
its gains just aren't that great.
0 battery as well. 1 hit MP refunds literally nothing. Ooh.
He's a very beloved character, at least.
But yeah, if you're up against a Berserker, he is one of the better DPS options if you're low star because he has the free bonus. And then also one of the biggest issues with being up against a Berserker is you take more damage, and he does not have issues with taking damage.
Yeah.
So I feel like he's a good Berserker killer. Outside of Berserkers, I think you kind of have to like force him with Grails or something. But he does have a good niche because there are very few servants that have that level of survival.
Also, am I crazy or do we not have a foreigner welfare? Oh no, we do. I'm stupid.
Yeah, Knock.
Yeah, Knock is
stupid. We have 2 actually. Never mind.
Yeah, and the other one that I don't know.
Mixa, right? Mixa is the other one. Yeah.
If we forgot something, then we would have remembered it.
It's probably not important if we forgot. Yeah,
dude. I feel like he's like, is he the first B plus? Are we actually gonna fill all these cracks?
Sure. I do like him better than Caesar just because again he has a use. You know.
Yeah.
B plus or A. Like he still has like.
Yeah, maybe A. Maybe A still.
True. I did kind of crap on Robin, so I can see it.
Yeah, let's go A. Even if it's tempting to do a nice line there, let's do A.
I think as we go further on, I think he is going to deserve it harder.
Okay, yeah. I could maybe see that happening, yeah.
We haven't hit a real stinker yet.
Okay, running out of...
Oh yeah, speaking of other servants that will make him look a bit better.
Speaking of real stinkers, goddamn.
Oh yeah, so yeah, next up, let's talk about the good old Benkei. Oh boy. So we have a tank and a disabler, which he doesn't do well in either thing too well, so yeah, cool. That's Benkei. So yeah, stats are not good. Obviously his stack, you prefer his HP to be higher, but even his HP sucks. Because, 2-star stats, great. He's double arts, double quick, and yeah, gains are not good, surprisingly, not really. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, 100% chance to skill seal one enemy for 1 turn. Wow, the insane value. I love it. Like, more please? Alright, second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets a taunt for 1 turn and 60% defense up 1 turn. At least there's synergy. With this, he can tank. Without it, he cannot. And hey, that's 4 turns of downtime, so take that how you will, I guess. Third skill on an 8-turn cooldown. All enemies, 80% chance to MP seal for 1 turn.
Mind you, Santa Martha has this on 2-turn less of cooldown with defense down, and it's not RNG.
Yeah, that says a lot, doesn't it? Really does. Yeah. This is not a kit. This is a thing. Okay. 15.5% debuff res, cool. One useful passive. He's anti-rider. He's never gonna do damage. MP has been buffed. This is at least something. So on MP5, which everyone has, it's an 80% chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn, which again, more RNG, great. It is a guaranteed buff removal for an AoE though. That's the one nice thing he has. Cool. And then there's 1k curse for all enemies, 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 5k on max OC. So again, the only reason you bring him is like AoE buff removal, but then you remember it's on an MP that's not easy to get, and then there are servants who do that on skill, on command. So why would you ever bring Benkei? You wouldn't, right? You just wouldn't.
All right, 2 things. Number 1, when I'm doing a solo, he's my favorite level 1 skill seal. So things get killed.
Okay, fair.
And then the second thing is, why does he have an animation update out of all the people? That's kind of crazy. That's it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we already done with this kit? Sorry.
Yeah, we're done.
Oh, damn. Yeah, right. So, yeah, if that says anything about him.
Leonidas. I'm actually so pissed. Yeah, he has an animation update and not fucking Leonidas. Yeah,
and they're both from Babylonia.
Great choice. Great choice to, like, my god.
Ushi's hobby gets privileges.
Dude, like, 300 movie, everybody knows that. And then, like, and his MP is he stands there.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what they were trying to do with them. Like, I appreciate that the NP kind of does something, but like, how are you supposed to get it?
Yeah, and again, you can get it from a skill too, on command.
Yeah, like, give them like, I don't know, a team battery and something else. I don't know. My idea, I think I mentioned it last year, was you make him, you make it so his second skill like removes buffs when he gets attacked. It fits with his lore. It would give him a niche, so you could force them
and also
to
give
attack.
him like increased MP get on damage taken as well to get his MP.
Yeah, see, we're coming up with stuff that Lysengo's never gonna add.
I think the reason he sucks is because he's not the real Benkei, because the real Benkei would be a 5-star, let's be real, and he's supposed to be like a random exorcist bonk or something who just like, if Pretender existed back then, he's like the OG Pretender of FGO. But yeah, well. He's just a fake so Benkei. Like the real Benkei would be a 5-star Lancer for sure.
Man, that'll be so funny when the real Benkei gets released.
Yeah,
and he's just
I'm surprised he still hasn't been, honestly.
What is this thing, dude? What is this?
Yeah. He's just a guy who prays, and that's it. Prays for the real Benkei to arrive. Pretty unanimous E tier, I assume.
Yeah,
just don't.
I'm sorry.
All right. Cool. Next one, another Lancer, and another one that is very similar to the one we talked about before, the previous guy. He's now demoted to just guy. Okay. We got Proto Ku. So very similar to OG Ku in many ways, but I want to say this guy's a bit more offense focused and less defense focused, so that's like the main difference. So also single target quick DPS, same deck of double buster, double quick. I'm not sure if their numbers are the same. I don't remember them from the top of my head, but I would guess they are basically the same as well, which would make sense. So again, nothing too impressive, just honestly just bad gains overall. All same with OG Ku.
To report, OG Ku has 0.1% less base gain per hit, but all hit counts are the exact same.
Okay.
So it's basically the same.
Yeah, more or less the same, yeah. Cool. So yeah, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 45% crit damage for 3 turns and 45% debuff rest for 3 turns. I mean, it's basic and it's kind of weird mix of effects, but at least it's easy to use, I guess. You can just pop it on cooldown whenever, and yeah, sure, boost, I guess. Just kind of weak-ish. I don't know. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown is the return of PFA. So again, that's sexy 3-hit evade and then 16% defense for 3 turns. Yeah, it's still top tier as a defensive skill. Same thing. Good. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets 100% anti-wild beast damage mod for 3 turns and then a 500% absorb for 3 turns. So at least the absorb is cool with the crit damage. They're both on the same cooldown and both are 3 turns, so that's not terrible. But again, he doesn't really make any stars either, so he's gonna be glued to Subber Scotty basically permanently if you want him to do any proper crits. Wild Beast also, while it is 100%, that's like, oh, that's crazy, that's 100% on a good uptime, then you remember, wait, Wild Beast, that's not Beast, that's a different thing. Yeah, it's not very common, is it? Especially on bosses. There's not a whole lot of boss scenarios that would have Wild Beast. If anything, like Kamazots, I assume, has it, but besides that, there's probably not that many big contenders for that. So, just kind of wasted damage mod for DPS. This should be on a farmer instead, if anything. Oh well. It's not the worst kit, not even close, but certainly kind of just whatever. 50% debuff risk, cool. Flat damage, no thanks. Anti-caster, also no thanks. So he unfortunately doesn't have that nice anti-berserker that OG Lancer does. Upgrade MP as well, so before damage he gets 20% quick up for 1 turn, cool. He ignores defense on the MP damage, also cool. It's 50% chance to instant kill on target on base overcharge, scaling up to 100%, which is again never relevant in anything, so just forget about it. And then the same OC, otherwise it's OG cool, so 10% defense down for 3 turns after damage on base, scaling up to 30% on max OC. So again, it's a more offensive kit overall in the MP as well with the small quick boost. It's not a whole lot. It probably could have made it ramp up as well, to be honest. But yeah, it can do some damage. But again, same problem as OG Ku. He just doesn't get his MP. But at least he can try to do some crits. But again, he needs to be glued to supports that provide him stars, because he won't be making enough stars at all. He just won't.
You know, when I first learned of his kit, I always thought, wouldn't it be cool if it was like more, like they give him more effects, but he's like a higher rarity? Wait, we have that. That's Satanta. So it's just, I mean, they're in different.
Yeah,
classes.
Satanta is a
Obviously,
4-star version of this guy. He really is.
But yeah, Satanta is just a 4-star version of this guy. Like even the anti-wild beast thing is the exact same, and I would say he is just
at least 3 times better. Granted, it's a different class, but yeah, as in the same roles, he's at least 3 times better than this guy.
Yep. So it's like, okay, sure, dude. Unfortunately,
I don't think he really stands out enough. Like Ku at least has the survival, the anti-berserker stuff. This guy, he's more offense, but we're not really lacking much on offensive side these days, so you can probably just do way better.
I think maybe before Ku gets the buff and before Satanta, there was an argument to like, oh, this is actually an interesting like alternative version of Ku, but like right now it's just no. I think it's just very clearly worse than Ku. So
yeah,
second Buster card. Yeah, but like it's still less
I like
damage.
that he's like a little bit more offensive of a version of Ku, so he makes more sense up on the front than Ku does, but it's kind of hilarious how big of a difference having a guts and not having a guts, how big a difference there is between those two things, because yeah, like he does have the debuff resistance, which kind of can offset not having disengage if you're up against a debuffing enemy, but I think he's all right. Like if you're looking for a servant that can just do like he's kind of like a beat stick that's got decent survival. I guess that's the way I'd put it. So yeah, he's okay. I'd say he's like
just doesn't stand out enough, I would say.
Yeah, he's just worse than Ku.
CC plus.
I actually like him less than Caesar. I don't know if you agree, Otto. Just because Caesar like does things. He's like again, his competition isn't even welfares. His competition is Ku. Again, like yeah, they don't. He's like more offensive, but I'm not 100% sure if I would take that extra little bit of crit. Yeah,
let's give Jill a friend. There you go.
Dude, Jill and Pro Ku in the same tier.
Benkei really lost his. He lost his friend this year.
Yeah, is he gonna be lonely? Actually, let me look at this real fast. He might be lonely because Jekyll is on the other side.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And I think Jekyll's better.
Yeah, not sure if anyone else is gonna end up on the E tier. Unfortunate. The lonely monk is real. All right. Next up, more Lancers. Yes, indeed. More bronze Lancers as well. Yeah, we just mentioned it briefly as it's the biggest crime in the universe that this guy does not have a very cool animation update, and his MP is literally just he takes a stand and that's it. Unfortunate. But we got Leonidas though, so gameplay wise he's interesting. He's a tank and that can actually, even as a 2-star, can take some hits if you know, get the things he needs to get going. He can actually be an interesting asset. Again, his attack sucks, but again, you're not really expecting him to do a lot of DPS anyway, so it's fine because he's mostly there to take hits and buff you a bit and whatnot. It's double Buster, double Arts, which, yeah, standard Lancer deck, and gains-wise, same, not good numbers, unfortunately, as most of the other ones so far. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a taunt for 1 turn and then 100% MP gain for 3 turns. So while the number itself is not as high as Mashu, it is 3 turns. So even with his really not good base numbers, he can actually start to get some MP gain going with this. So that's cool. Now you might say, oh, but the taunt has a 5-turn cooldown, but luckily the MP can help with that. So it's not the end all be all that this taunt from the skill doesn't have the highest uptime ever. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets the guts for 1 time 5 turns, which is also stackable. Cool. That's a 5k revive, by the way, which is tied for like the highest in the game. There's only one that's 10k, right? And otherwise the second highest are all 5k, yeah. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, that's impressive for a 2-star, very much so. Then he gets this on Guts activation for 3 turns, and whenever a Guts procs on him, the party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. Again, this can be any Guts as long as this 3-turn buff is active, or they will all equal to basically a free charisma. Cool. So as with Ku, this is also nice because it's a very high uptime Guts, the same like basically as good as it gets without having a turn limit removed. And being stackable means I guess it's even better. So this was a very nice buff. I'm a huge fan of this. It very much feeds into his playstyle. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 25% Buster up for 3 turns. It's super vanilla, but it's certainly not the worst I've ever seen. For him, it's not the biggest deal ever, but you know, if you're bringing us other, like a proper Buster DPS, they can benefit a bit from this. It's an okay skill set, actually, especially for a Bronze Servant. 15% debuff res, we take those, and that's about it. He's anti-berserker, so if you're all muscle, then you will be happy about this, I guess. Otherwise, you probably don't really care too much about this. Now, his MP hasn't been buffed, so you get 25 stars on use because free MP 5. Then he gets 30% defense for 3 turns on base, OC scaling it to 50%. And then also a 3-turn taunt. I also like that the taunt, effectiveness scales with overcharge, which I guess sometimes could be relevant because most, I think all skill taunts tend to be like 300%. So if someone else has a skill taunt, they will probably have more weight than this on base OC. But it's a bit interesting that they made it scale. It could have just been a normal effect, like 300 flat. Oh well. But chances are you're not going to bring other taunts, so that 100% should be enough anyway. Because if you're going up against no taunts, 100% is always going to be 100%. So, yeah. But yeah, with this, he can take some hits. He gets a good amount of defense up, especially if there's some overcharge involved. So even if his stats are kind of not great, yeah, you can actually do stuff with this guy. I wouldn't say he's the easiest thing to use ever by any means, but he's an interesting servant. He's not Benke, at least.
I actually think... Okay, this is a hot take and a half. I think he's so good. Like, there's so many things you can use with this character. The 100% game boost makes him kind of permataunt if you want. And, you know, I don't know if you've seen solos of him where he just permanently takes 0 damage because he can spam.
Yeah, at that point you can spam the MP so much that the defense up stacks so high, yeah.
Yeah, so like he is really cool. At least like he has a lot of and like even in terms of normal usage, he can give quite a decent amount of buffs when you combine that second skill and the third skill. So like I have still seen people use him like with a high tier or like a high super high end team, I guess I should say. Which is obviously very impressive for characters like this. So I very much want to put him at least in A+, but yeah.
Yeah, he's genuinely like one of the best characters you see on here.
He's well designed, at least.
Yep, except for the animation. Holy shit!
Like
Sorry.
like out of all the knight classes and berserkers, like he can taunt for so many turns. He gets his taunt so easily, even because like he has his first skill, but then he gets his NP from it really easily. So you usually run him with the 50% CE, unless the enemy has high hit counts. Then you can run him with basically anything, and then that's such a massive thing.
How's the C on him that gives him gauge on Guts Break? Is that overkill?
I've not tried it. I don't.
Because that's a
think he
50% or
procs
two,
down,
right?
Right.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
he only has like one guts proc unless you give him more than that. So I probably would prefer something like his rightful place, where I get stars per turn.
I mean, I either use scope or Holy Shroud of Magdalene against males. Let's go.
Yeah, that's not bad. How much
So
is it again on
there.
MLB? It's like 25% or something? 30?
Uh,
How much is it?
Isn't it even higher? I think
It's not higher than 30, is it?
I think one of the better 0% Cs you could put
on.
on him is what is it called? It's the one with Chiron's Master.
Oh, it's 30. It's 30. Yeah, I'm dumb. Shishigo. What? Wait.
No.
Oh,
No,
Chiron's
not that
Master.
one.
Fuck. Oh, no, I'm stupid.
It's the girl in the wheelchair,
Like, oh my God,
it's the sun sea, the Bathing in Sunlight or
Yeah,
something.
it's the 3-time evade.
Yeah.
Damage cut and evade.
Which, in my opinion,
okay,
is flat out better than the
Why did I say
Under the
one
sun,
that
yeah.
has invuln.
Because you guys are talking about guts, I guess. I was like, oh my god, he's talking about necro memes. No way.
You can actually use Necro on him if you want to gunback, because it can stack with his second skill.
Yeah. Oh,
But yeah, he's great. He makes sense.
yeah.
I would not be mad about A+ if you agree with Plusy's suggestion, Otto.
I honestly like at least A+ for me. Like out of all the servants on here, I think he is probably one of the most useful.
Yeah.
It's just like no one else does what he does.
And he tanks well enough so that the low star cost is actually an upside rather than a downside, I would say. Which is not the same for most bronze servants. So that's cool. Yeah, he's great. Alright, someone who's, again, not so great maybe next. Quite a contrast to his 5-star counterpart. We have OG Romulus next. So yeah, he has a big red stick and a big bulge, I guess, because they wanted to really emphasize it on his art for some reason. Yeah, he's AoE buster. DPS, if you're crazy enough, you'll farm, but you won't. You shouldn't. But yeah, he's a subpar AoE DPS, if anything. There's double buster, double quick rather. Really bad gains on base again, much like many of the other ones we've seen so far, which also doesn't help his case considering he doesn't really stand out in many different ways, like a lot of the good ones we've seen. So first skill on 5-turn cooldown, he gets 100% offensive debuff resistance for 3 turns. So at least, it's kind of hard to cripple his damage. Not that it's super high to begin with, but cool, we take it, I guess. 4k heal, sure, and 20% battery. So again, it's 20%. So if you want to farm with him, it's going to be really, really ugly. Because it really needed to be 30. And even then, you probably still wouldn't do it. But at least it would have been way better. I don't know why they held back. Just 30 would have been reasonable. More than reasonable. Oh well. Second skill on 5-turn cooldown. He gets 60% chance. He gets 44% attack and defense for 3 turns. And then another 3.5k heal. So he likes healing at least. And honestly, you might be able to make use out of it too, especially if you land that defense up. If you don't, he might be a bit fragile. But if you do land it, then yeah, they could be of some value. And again, Imperial Privilege, if you land the buffs, it's great. If you don't, it sucks. Fun skill. Good design. Third skill on a 7-turn cooldown. Targeted Guts for 1 time, 1 turn with a 1k revive. And then the target also gets 30% buster of 1 turn. Just so weak. Why the hell is this on a 7-turn cooldown? Even on 5, I would be like, okay, sure, but it's like not great. 7? Like, what? That's not good at all. It's so weak. Giga downtime to like a small upside. Thanks, I hate it. 17.5% debuff for his, yeah, sure. It's not a bad number, but it's the only passive he has. He's anti-berserker, so at least that's cool. We take that every time for a DPS. MP has never been buffed, surprisingly. It only does AoE damage on normal effect, and then overcharge. The party gets 10% attack for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 30%, and against after damage, unfortunately. So while it is a bit of a ramp up for himself too, it's not even high on base, and it is after damage. I feel like it could have been 20% on base if it's after, or keep it 10 and make it before damage. And maybe also buff the MP and have another effect there somewhere too. It's just, it just doesn't hit hard enough. Even if you land a big attack buff, this guy, because he doesn't stand out in any way. He's just a whatever AoE DPS. And as a low star, I don't think that's a good case.
Just bad.
Eh.
Literally nothing else to say.
Yeah.
It's bad. Like, and they keep buffing Hector. I think didn't Hector get like 2 buffs or something?
No, he has 1 new buff compared to last year, I think. But yeah,
well, Hector actually has 3 total buffs. Yes.
yeah,
That's
totally.
So
Yeah.
dumb. Why?
He has the tactics
Why?
buff, the disengage buff, and then an NP buff. I don't know why they've
dude,
abandoned this character.
They
just ditched him and
his
made a
buff
new
was
one.
queerness, and they were like, yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
I want to say he got the
Nobu.
I want to say he got the Nobu treatment where they made another 5-star version and buffed that one like 3 times. But
It's basically the
actually,
same
Nobu
thing.
got a buff too. He's. I mean, I guess he's got a battery.
I mean,
Like,
Romulus
that's
Quirinius
the
also
extent of
never
it.
got a buff. Not like you need one, but like it's just. What the.
He's maybe not Benkei friend tier, but he's probably gonna be a neighbor at least.
It's so funny. Imagine being like the guy who found Rome, and you are a worse Roman support than the one person who resents Rome the most. It is so funny. Like Boudica is so much better with Rome people.
It is pretty funny that he, even at level 70, can solo the ash tree fight at the end of Lost Belt 4.
God,
Nice.
is that fight really that bad?
I mean, like, if you can just card down the tree, and it's like, I mean, he has guts, that's it. And he's able to heal a lot. That's really all it is for him. He's someone that they could easily fix. I think there's some very easy ways to fix the guy, but he's just.
I feel like everything that's unbuffed on him, aka skill 2, 3, and MP, they all need buffs. They're all just not great. IP can be great if you land the buff, but again, they've been buffing so many IPs. There's just kind of no excuse at this point.
Yeah. Well, with usually the way they buff Imperial Privilege isn't by touching it directly. They
give him like buff success rate up somewhere else. Yeah.
My question is, shouldn't he be like? I guess it's not a good example because I also think Keisuke is not that great, but like, shouldn't he be like the Keisuke or whatever for,
like for
Roman people?
Well, they kind of did that with Constantine, though.
Yeah,
and Boudica.
Okay, yeah, but like, yeah, I still don't understand how that's Boudica. I mean, yeah, Boudica's anti-Roman, but because their logic of everybody's Roman, I'll make you Roman.
Yeah.
Boudica ended up being a great Roman support for like both Quirinius and Draco, which is so stupid.
Yeah, I feel like they shouldn't do the same thing with Romulus as well, because we already have 2 that kind of do that.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I would say D flat for this guy.
Yeah, I think he's really bad. Like, I don't think you ever.
At least Benke at least has a neighbor now. You know, they can chat. They can yell from each other on the windows.
I don't know.
Do you think the IP is worth? I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't know. I would never use him. Period. Just.
I just don't see a scenario where you use him. Okay, first Berserker time. Let's go. We have actually a lot of Berserkers we're going to cover in a row here. But yeah, we're going to talk about the big Loobster himself. Single target buster DPS and actually a high attack for a 3-star. Not high in the grand scheme of things, but for a 3-star, over 8k is actually very high. In fact, it's not the highest, right? Because I think, was it Salieri that has the highest? But it's maybe the second highest among 3-stars or something? It's been a while, but yeah, at least top 3. So it's not the worst, actually. It's pretty good. He's full triple buster. I much like most of the berserkers you will be seeing in this list. At least in his case, it's fine. It makes sense. His gains cards, you would think they would be a bit better because there's only 2 of them. Nope, they're not. They're not. They're just not. Unfortunate. First skill on 5-turn cooldown, he gets 27% attack for 3 turns and 36% mental debuff for 3 turns. We'll see this skill later on as well. Yeah, it's alright, I guess. You know, if you can't make use of the mental debuff, it's still an okay steroid on a decent uptime, I guess. But you know, it's just kind of basic. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 25% defense up for 3 turns and then 50% chance to whiff offensive buffs on him for 3 turns with a 500% chance to land. Now, it is treated as a normal debuff, so it can be cleansed and whatnot after, but man, that is just a really annoying thing to have there. Because, yeah, you don't want to start RNGing his damage buffs. It's just like, why? Just please. They did fix this on another character we'll see fairly soon enough as well. They should do the same thing here as well. Just please. It's too much annoyance. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% MP damage for 1 turn, 3k absorb for 1 turn, and then party members beside him get a 20% defense down for 1 turn as a demerit as well. It's just not a whole lot of upsides. With this, yes, his MP can get hard, but again, there's downtime. So I feel like whenever we see those damage charts, it's pretty misleading, because this skill won't have good uptime to begin with. So I feel like it can be a bit misleading. And the absorb only being 1 turn out of 6 does not help, so he's going to be glued to Koyan Lights if you want to do any kind of face carding. The defense down is only 1 turn, so it's not the biggest demerit, but again, it doesn't even need to be there considering how much the skill doesn't do already for him. Again, you can tell they were just holding back on berserkers in a lot of the old stuff. So yeah, it's not the best skill set ever. 10% buster up, great, only passive, but you know what, at least it's a good one. He's not anti-rider, but Chris resistance of rider. So I'm probably not going to talk too much about these because I kind of skipped them on the berserker tier list as well. Because for most of them, again, yeah, you can maybe dodge crits because 30% is enough to basically eliminate base crits. But your berserkers will die to normal damage anyway in a lot of cases. So, MP hasn't been buffed, but it does ignore damage or defense on damage. That would have been weird. So yeah, ignore defense, good to have. 30% chance to stun the target on base overcharge, getting it to 70%. Again, just holding back so, like, it's not a spammable MP at all. And they're like, we still have to hold back so much on, like, making the stun so unreliable. It's so bad. But yeah, he can be like a very interesting budget thing because he can still hit fairly hard. But I don't know. I've never been a huge fan of him, to be honest. I feel like he can also die very easily sometimes because he doesn't have any hard defense. I feel like I want to say he's almost a bit overrated. Is that a hot take?
Yes, because it's another rose tinted lens thing where like it was all the way back when the game first came out. There, oh, you can just deal with everything with Lubu. No, dude, like for anyone who has played Dynasty Warriors or are just Chinese in general, or even like I don't know, read Record of Ragnarok or something,
or read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms itself,
or yeah, if you've read the actual thing, the disrespect on Lubu is fucking insane here, dude. Like I'm so sorry for my language, but this is unacceptable. This is a character that dies in 1 hit, and you can only case scope with him, so I don't even bring him on budget. Because like his job is to MP once and die. Like it's just he might, and he doesn't even have an upgrade MP. If he has an upgrade MP, let me close my eyes and pretend this is a Raj, right? Like, but no, it's not. Like, and we have Sojiro, and it's just like, why do you exist? Why do you exist, dude? Whatever. It's stupid.
Yeah, he is Kentucky without the battery and the NP upgrade. It's
so he's nothing. So he's worthless.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
The only thing he has is the class with the coverage, but just bring class advantage at that point.
Yeah, like that's not even his biggest threat right now. His biggest threat is Jerker.
Yeah, Summer Jolter.
Because she's basically the same thing, but with a battery and evade.
Yeah, they're very similar. Yeah. But she's better.
It's just I don't understand.
He usually places fairly high on low star tier list, I think, because of, again, he can be okay as a universal DPS, but I think you're
I'm a
gonna
hard
outgrow him
disagree on
so
that.
fast.
Yeah, I'm a hard disagree on that. Like when people say he's like budget Herc, bro, that is such a disservice to Herc. My God.
Yeah, he doesn't have the best side of
what
Herc.
What
Yeah, like what are you?
they
What are you?
they have a class in common and that's it.
Yeah. And they're
Yes,
red,
and
I
that
guess,
that
full red.
I mean that was enough back in the day, but it's just
Mm.
no, dude. What are we doing here? What are we actually doing
So
here?
C flat, D plus, C flat.
I
Uh,
mean,
he's like
C flat just because he's Zerk, I guess. I don't know.
C, I guess.
Yeah,
He has a use if you can get his NP, but after he gets his
yeah,
NP,
if
he's
you can.
basically
It's not.
useless.
His gains are doo and he's 0 battery. All right, he's not hopeless though. More berserkers. We got a 1-star berserker in Mr. Spartacus. Oppression is evil. So AoE Buster Farmer. You're not gonna DPS with him really, unfortunately. And even in farming, again, as the time goes on, I feel like he's just gonna look more and more unappealing as well. Granted, he can still be used in certain scenarios, but I want to say, he has seen a lot more use in the past. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but let's see. Yeah, his attack being giga low due to 1-star that doesn't help at all, honestly. Triple Buster, of course, and his gain cards, much like Lubu, they're just really bad. Just no. And then we get probably the worst buff in the history of FGO. So on a 7-turn cooldown, he gets 1500 healing per turn for 5 turns. You might say, oh, that's quite a bit of healing on a good uptime. How can it be so bad? Well, he has 7k HP. He's gonna die to a non-crit every single time. And the buff itself, while yes, it almost triples the value, it doesn't matter again because it's pointless on him to begin with. Because at least Martha's buff or like Media Lily, yeah, they were just healing upgrades, but at least those were team wide. Like, this is nothing. Not only is it terribly misplaced, it's also just a terrible skill even after the buff. It's so bad. It only has uptime. It's not good. It's just bad. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, he gets the guts for 1 time 5 turns with a 1 HP revive and a 30% battery. Yeah, that's basically it, that 30% battery. It can be nice to have a guts, I guess. Sometimes it might be a demerit as well, funnily enough. But yeah, the battery is nice to have for sure, because now he can get 50% with the append included there. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 40% buster up for 1 turn at a 2k heal. So again, they were really like, oh dude, he's like the berserker, he's lore, like he goes big and he keeps healing and whatnot, but sadly in game he just dies in 1 hit anyway, no matter what, he just dies. So it's a mana burst with a higher cooldown, less buster up. Yeah, okay. I guess if you are buster looping, it can still be used twice for what it's worth, barely, but yeah. 12% buster up. Hey, amazing passive at least. Can't take that away from him. Again, crit resistance, yeah, no thanks. Upgrade MP, cool. Ignores defense, also cool. Has a 4k heal again on base overcharge, getting up to 8k. So again, it's just, yeah, he can heal, but if he dies, then it doesn't matter. So do you guys think he's legit as a farmer still? Maybe
No.
some kind of budget stuff, but besides that,
Okay.
I don't know.
Here's the thing with the budget Spartacus argument is like Buster farming is pretty expensive. You gotta lure his battery. You gotta lure his like append, and it's I just don't see it. I don't see it. Like Buster looping just doesn't jive well with budget. Like they don't exist,
yeah, if you have access to like Oberon and Koyan Light, you probably have a better DPS than him.
You only have to lure 2 appends to do buster looping with them. I mean, not 2 appends. You have to lure 2 skills total, because you don't have to lure his 3rd skill because it's a little awkward and he's not getting much out of it anyways. So
wait, I assume you're saying 2 appends and skill 2, right?
No, you don't need both. You don't need.
You need either the cooldown append or this max, because you can't use this twice otherwise, because it's a 6-turn cooldown.
You don't have to lure it.
You have to though.
What,
Oh
you
yeah.
need
No,
to
no,
lure
yeah,
his-
you
you
have
need
it
to
level
use his first
6.
skill
Level
twice?
6. Yeah,
Like, what?
you just have it at level 6. Sorry, but like, yeah, you need it at level 6 or like for a pen 5. So
Okay,
it's just like,
I gotta double up on that tiny
Oh,
little
yeah,
baby
because
heal.
you only I forgot that
yeah, you're
it's
only
like
using 2
it's
skills.
you can only use it for if you
See,
unlock it.
as
It's
a
good for one
Europa
skill. Yeah,
enjoyer,
true.
I know
Okay.
that you don't always need
Yeah.
a pin
Okay. Sure.
5 at 10.
True.
But yeah, I don't know. He's bad. I see him quite often in like bronze only runs, just because he's like Berserker, upgrade MP, ignore defense. But no, like bronze only
Yeah.
runs is no.
He's like
He's usually hyper in those. I do think he
He's-
probably benefits from being grailed, but like, nah, dude.
he's
What
the
is this?
cheapest Omni Looper in the game, for what that's worth. But his damage isn't really that
It's
good.
worth
So it's
nothing.
Yeah,
dude.
it's just not really worth it.
I would rather use 0-cost mash and beat everyone to death with her shield. I don't. Is no.
I think he's like a B at most.
Oh yeah, at most. I don't think he's B.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe even lower, honestly.
I think he's like, just because like his kit really gets screwed by 1-star stats. Like, it's just like,
Yeah.
especially
Because again,
by
I
one
would
he
star.
say
has,
if
like,
you
the
have
lowest
Koyan and
attack in the
Oberon,
game.
you probably have a better, farmer as well at that point.
You can use Koyan Light actually. I don't understand.
Yeah, you can
It's
use
just
her or
ridiculous.
Oberon too.
Yeah, and
That already covers a
it's
lot
just-
of cases.
Yeah, it covers half of the all the night class. It's just ridiculous. I don't.
You're just gonna struggle
You're
against
not
like
doing-
casters.
Oh no, the cat. I gotta bring out the secret Spartacus against casters.
Like while he is flexible, he's just so easy to replace.
Yeah, no.
Where do we put him? I don't know, honestly.
To be honest.
What would you say, Otto?
He's just, I don't know, like C. I feel it's just like a lot of berserkers. Like it's rough as a berserker. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
like he can farm, but that's literally it.
Yeah, he has nothing else. Oh well. More berserkers. At least the next two are a bit more special. So we got Asterius as the topic next. So he's he kind of wants to be a face guard DPS as well, but he's kind of a utility support if anything. He's interesting, but maybe not in the most viable way ever. Now, does she have a new buff actually? Oh wait, was it just an anime? Was it a buff and an animation update?
It was just an.
It was
animation.
just
an
the
anime. Yeah,
animation
that's a bit
update.
unfortunate,
Yeah.
but yeah, oh well. So there's nothing new there here then.
He at
Okay.
least does something unique.
Mm. But yeah, if you want to
actually has
DPS with him, his
insane
stats
animations.
definitely don't agree. It's better than Spartacus for what it's worth, but yeah, just.
Yeah.
But at least he has something else going on too. Yeah, triple
Well,
buster
one thing.
again, of course. His arts card is just okay, but besides that, just nothing else. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 30% attack for 3 turns. Sure, it's an okay steroid, but that's about it. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, 100% offensive debuff rest for 3 turns, and 40% defense for 3 turns. I don't really hate it. I wish it was just straight up debuff rest or something. Defense can be nice, but even then, he can still get clapped. Still. But it's at least a good amount on a good uptime, so maybe he can tank like one more hit. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 6k absorb for 1 turn and 30% buster up for 1 turn. Just underwhelming, you know? It's a mana burst with absorb, that went a little bit less buster. Underwhelming. So even though his kit wants to DPS and he has triple buster, I still wouldn't do it. Really, no. Maybe if you have like a 120 copy, then sure. But besides that, nah. 8% buster up also supports that theory, I guess. So buffed MP. So it's not a damaging MP. Wow, crazy. So it's a 20% attack down on all enemies for 6 turns. And then a 10% defense down on enemies for 6 turns on base overcharge, getting up to 30%. And then further, for one more turn, all enemies get minus 40% attack and defense. So on turn 1, when you use this, assuming everything lands and nothing is resisted, that's 4 checks by the way, it's minus 60% attack for 1 turn, and base minus 50% defense for 1 turn up to minus 70%. It's an interesting MP, really, but I feel like, again, it's because it's defense down of all things. It's kind of easy to cap anyway nowadays. There's a lot of defense down stuff going on. Attack down, if anything, is the kind of the interesting part, but also the big part is only 1 turn, so... There have been those runs where he, like a level 1 copy, can just solo a boss battle in like 100 turns because he will take 0 damage because he has 100% uptime on the MP. But that doesn't really mean anything, really. It's just kind of boring.
It's similar to Leonidas, I guess, in that sense.
Yeah, but at least he has
can
other
also run
uses.
2 of them. If you run 2 of them, like that was kind of a... I guess I shouldn't say legit, but like against like multiple hit enemies... like AoE attacking enemies. Yeah, I should say. AoE attack enemies, they would run like 2 Asterios.
Also, the problem with this guy is he has 0 battery, and his MP is so hard to get. So freaking hard to get. If you want to get it, good luck. You're going to have to give him a big battery C or something.
It's actually so bad that the MP is arts. Because if I'm soloing with him, I want it to be Buster, so the Mighty would be MPQA, so I could like, get crit more, at least more consistent crits. Like art.
At least it's not quick though.
Leading chain is. I mean,
so you can still get some gains with leading up to it or leading with it.
Yeah, but like if it was quick, it would like all your card crit rates would be boosted by 20%.
I guess
so maybe you can crit with your arts more. So I don't know. I just think art leading is actually pretty unfortunate for him if you're soloing, which I mean it's like his one fun thing that you can see. The one cool thing about his solos is his animation now doesn't look like crap, so you can enjoy it.
Yeah, the labyrinth looks like a labyrinth now.
Yeah, imagine that. Oh man, Leonidas could never.
Does he have any uses? I want to say no, not really. I don't know. I feel like he's very replaceable, even if he has a special MP.
He's kind of similar to like Tomacat, where like in cases where he doesn't actually take double damage, like there are bosses where he doesn't take the Zerk like super effective, then you can actually I can actually see him being used. Like I think he's also Demonic Beast, and like he can he deal with combos? I forgot, whatever.
Yeah, he's Demonic Beast.
But yeah, he can deal with like I see some people run him against like Koyan Beast or something, but like it's just weird. Like I would say normal cases he doesn't have a use case, but he's cool. I guess he's cool.
He should be a standout low star, but I don't think he really is.
Yeah, he just struggles to get his MP. That's it.
Yeah, because all his stuff that's available, it doesn't help the team like at all. Everything that he helps with his team is on his MP, which is really hard to get.
They could like give him one of his skills, like gain boost 100% for 3 turns, so people would just go with the funny solo thing, like way easier. But I don't know. Again, the MP has to be spammed to feel good, in my opinion. Like,
and it also can, because again, it's 4 debuffs. Some of them can be resisted too, potentially.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah.
It can also like stack with defense buffs and such. So yeah, he's just niche. Like there's some situations where he just breaks the shit because he can just get his MP from being attacked, and if he can use it like every other turn, it's pretty worth. But
he could solo. Obviously everybody knows about Gatia because Gatia has like 2 million hits, but I think he could solo like Anastasia. Super
that's the video I feel like there's like everyone knows about from him.
Yeah,
the super recollection.
He's cool. Yeah, he's look, he's got highlight moments. I do think like for a lot of these low stars, having like maybe a couple of highlight moments is more valuable.
I still feel like it's a pointless solo because it takes like 4 years.
Oh, it's pointless. It's
so it's just a show thing. I don't want to give too many points just because you can show off on a thing that's kind of pointless to begin with.
Yeah, I don't think he's as bad as Benkei though.
Oh no, he's not E tier, but certainly not going to be high either.
He's like D or D plus.
I would do one of the Ds as well.
Yeah.
First D plus? Maybe or D or just D?
Like If he's in defense, it's gotta be only because of his animation. I swear. It's like people don't want him to be too low because everybody likes how the Minotaur now looks like a Minotaur. But yeah, I don't know. It's
Also,
pretty bad.
much like Romulus, he's Rob. Why is the Minotaur 1-star? What the hell, dude? It should be like at least a 4 or 5-star. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
I'm just gonna go
I thought they were gonna make one for Lost Spell 1 because there was the Minotaur in Lost Spell 1, and it's just
Yeah, they've been teasing, but nothing's coming up.
yeah, true. They teased another one during the okay. I don't know if that's spoiler. Is that spoiler? That's kind of for an event.
I guess, yeah, to be
Forget what I
continued.
just said. Yeah.
Yeah, he should stand up, but he sadly doesn't. Anyway, time for the Grand Berserker this early on, Nani. He missed out on the Berserker tier list, but here he is, Mr. Caligula. Hell to the yes. Best uncle, by the way. Vlad enjoyers, the door is on that side of me. Okay, you can locate it. Bye-bye. Alright, so he's interesting. He's obviously the Grand Zerg, but, you know, all jokes aside, he's a subpar DPS with some utility. But he's fun. He's kind of fun. Attack, you know, again, not high because he's a 2-star, so that's unfortunate. Triple Buster, of course, because, you know, all launch Berserkers have to be like that, except for Vlad, I guess. Fun, you know, funny. He should come back already on the mention. This one Arts cut is okay, otherwise, again, just trash gains. Forget about it. First skill on aid, 5-turn cooldown, he gets 30% attack for 3 turns and then minus 10% defense for 3 turns. So if you didn't think he was going to get one-shotted, then he definitely does with this. Unless on a 5-turn cooldown you get the 60% chance to land the 40% defense and attack for 3 turns, then maybe he can take a hit. But that's an if. And then a 3k heal also I'd use. And to further make sure he perishes faster, you have the third skill. So on a 3-turn cooldown, he gets 50% buster for 1 turn with a 500 damage on himself. Cannot be lethal though, Hoggers. So it's like the 1 mana burst that's not complete trash just because it has, you know, definitely way better overtime, or not overtime, uptime. Because the demerit is not a huge deal to begin with. Like if he's gonna die without this demerit too. It's never really gonna be a difference maker. So I don't really hate it, it's just interesting. So his kit is basically full offense minus a bit of defense that can whiff and a heal, which again for a Berserker, mixed value. But actually if you land all his buffs, so basically just the attack up here, he can actually do some deeps. But the problem is he doesn't have a damaging MP, so how much damage can a 2-star make with face guards to make up for that? Maybe not enough, unfortunately. Anyway, 11% buster up on passive, great, we love that. Buffed MP, so all enemies get 150% chance to get skill sealed for 3 turns. That's very interesting. They also get a minus 30% defense down for 3 turns, cool. And then on overcharge is a base 70% chance to MP seal all enemies for 3 turns, scaling up to 90%. I really wish that was 100% on base. This, I feel like he could have some uses, but then again, he has the same problem as Asterius as well, where his MP is just really, really hard to get. It's not easy at all. So while his MP is cool, it's so hard to get.
Why is it arts again, dude?
Yeah, that too.
Because it doesn't do damage, and that means it's magic.
Yeah, that's it.
Which,
but Steno had a buster MP on turn 1 though, or not turn 1, day 1.
Steno actually, in hindsight, was like the best one because like you see,
yeah,
Jill DeRay also being arts.
In her case, it was good, yeah.
It's just look, this character is just I don't know how to use this character genuinely. Like
as someone who has a Grailed copy and actually uses him because I like him a lot, I don't think he's very good, sadly. Because again, he wants to be unique with this MP and whatnot, but again, it's like Asterius, you can't get the MP, you just can't get it. And otherwise, yes, he can stack some damage buffs, but he doesn't have a damaging MP. So with like a base copy, you would never be able to do enough damage to justify bringing him over another one because he has no niches either. So yeah, it's unfortunate.
Grand Berserker is not wrong. Wasn't he a part of Queerness, kind of? So. Yeah, my prediction is he's gonna become like the Nobukatsu to Nero. He's gonna get like a very stupid
I wouldn't be surprised.
Like, oh my god, if you're Nero, I'm going to give you like 100% of 3 effects.
And let's say like if there's a Nero face on field, he gets a 50% battery.
or something. Yeah, it's just yeah. I think like that's definitely the direction they're gonna be going for. Where like it's genuinely surprising considering how much they like to do this random stuff with like specific character synergies that he doesn't have any Nero related like skills. Yeah, it's kind of surprising, but yeah.
He has narrow sword on his Bonsi.
Was he that good with Nero? I don't know. I don't think. No, obviously no. Obviously no. I don't. But like it's I think they're
But he
both just
loves her, so I
crazy.
think that's the reasoning they're gonna use, which is what they've been
Yeah,
doing.
yeah. In Fate, yeah. In Fate, he loves her. They're both like horrible emperors.
Yeah, they're both tyrants.
Does like card damage, but like, I mean, like you can mix him up with Koyan. He's got low cooldowns, but it's just
not worth it because no damaging MP and the SMP is hard to get anyway.
Yeah,
I would
but,
say
like,
maybe
sometimes
D
the
or D
NP
plus as well.
really worth it.
Yeah.
As someone who has a golden
actually-
copy, I would go with one of the
Nothing else
Ds.
is worth it.
I actually think he's worse than Asterios, but not like they're not that different to be honest. Just like nobody's gonna use him. Yeah, D or D plus. Yeah, it's D.
Let's go with D again. Grand
I guess his
Circuit by
MP is
Hearthstone.
better in like normal use case. Like if you're just you use his MP and then sacking him, the MP is better than Asterios for sure. But
It can be a great delay,
Yeah.
but again, I wish the MP seal was also 100% on base OC.
yeah, I don't get like honestly, I think his MP being upgraded so early hurts him. Like if it was a modern MP upgrade, it would have been like a lot more fixes, I'd say.
Also, it's a cool animation. I like the moon animation on it.
Yeah, he has an animation up there as well. It's really good.
Oh well. Anyway, more Zerks. We're not nearly done with the day one Zerks. So next up, Mr. Elephant Man, right? We got Darius the Third. He's got a cool design at least. That's something Fate always excels at. AoE Buster DPS. Not really a farmer despite being AoE. But yeah, DPS. Attack is okay. Triple Buster is back. Gains, same old, so nothing too impressive. First skill helps, though, on a 6-turn cooldown, 45% MP gain for 3 turns. I wish it did more, though, but with that, at least the 2 gains cards can do something. But again, considering he only has 2 gains cards, this is a very misplaced skill. Obviously, it's there for lore reasons, but man, for someone who has 4 red cards, why? Why is this here? Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets a full debuff cleanse and a 2.5k heal. So again, a disengage. Definitely not, again, I would say also misplaced on a berserker. The cleanse can be cool, but a heal sometimes just doesn't do anything because he can just get 1 clapped. So yeah, it's just a bunch of misplaced stuff. At least the 3rd skill is not misplaced. This makes sense. So on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a guts for 1 time 5 turns with a 2.5k revive. So again, a good uptime guts, we like that. And then all enemies get a minus 20% buster res down for 3 turns. Good. This skill, it makes sense for Zerk, the guts, and the AoE buster res down makes sense for himself with the AoE MP. So the one skill that is actually good. These 2, not so much. 8% buster up, cool. Could be more, but we take it. Upgraded MP then. So only does damage or normal effect, unfortunately. But then on overcharge base, minus 10% attack and defense for all enemies for 3 turns. Scaling up to 30% on max. Maybe the slight ramp up of, reducing their damage and increasing his. But it's just kind of a basic MP. It's 10 hits though, so it can generate a few stars as well, for what it's worth. But again, he's not going to get any stars though, so yeah. He has 0 absorb as a berserker, so forget about it. Well, I guess you can Koyan help, yeah. But then you get the absorb from her anyway. You know what? And the stars. I mean, I want to say he's not terrible. But I don't think he's amazing
terrible,
either.
He has
This is
like some basic shit. He's like the most vanilla you can get.
I'm thankful he has guts though. Like a lot of this berserker
that
stuff just
helps a
evolves
lot.
into beating stuff up with triple buster, and then like at least he can do it for a couple more times. I don't know. This is whatever. This is one of the most whatever servants. It's like
Very vanilla, like Otto said. Nothing really stand out. Just
like,
all right.
if you're going to an AoE quest and you just want to like buster card and like you just want some buster cards that do damage and like an AoE NP that does something. He's like the best pick for that. I think he's better than Kiyohime in that regard.
He's more straightforward to use.
It's like, oh man, he's better than Kiyohime.
He's not better than Kiyohime. I will fight you on that later.
Interesting. Well, I think it's just going to be very soon anyway.
I mean, I could see why, but it's like, yeah, it's just kind of whatever.
Yep, that's pretty much it.
I prefer guts over defense buffs, though.
Yeah, on a berserker, especially a low star. Yes, for sure. C plus, maybe C plus.
I guess
he's like an AoE Lubu that's a bit better. So I feel like C plus is not that bad of a rating.
Yeah, fair. I don't know.
I feel like he's missing something to put him in B. Because I don't like his first and second skill too much. They're misplaced. They could buff him more. Okay. Oh yeah, it's the next one. Right, of course. Didn't have to wait for long. Alright, let's talk about the servant. I'm not a huge fan at all. My chat would know. So, Kiyohime time. Okay, so another AoE Buster Berserker. Very similar to Darius in many ways. She loses on the attack race, but let's see what else we got for differences. Deck is the exact same. Hit counts a bit different, but gain still overall not pretty at all, unfortunately. If you overkill crit with the arts card, then sure, you might see a small bump in the gauge. Otherwise, good luck. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% defense for 3 turns, and then does a 100% burn amplifier on all enemies for 5 turns. Sure. I still feel like dots on her are a meme. Correct me if I'm wrong. She doesn't... does she work in any burn teams? Maybe not.
No, she just used the burn for herself. It's not really for damage, I'd say.
The best burn teams are ones that either have burn super effective, and then you're not actually trying to do damage.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, she has that kind of, but...
or you're using Summer Tomoe, but then you're just like arts looping at that point. So
this buff was such a nothing burger. Like they only added 6% defense, and otherwise that burn. I'm such a nothing burger buff.
I mean, Dante's also does bonus damage from burn, but this is spread.
You're not.
Yeah, this is an amplifier.
Yeah.
Anyway, the fun second skill. Is this new this year?
I don't think this is this year, but this is relatively new.
Yeah,
I think this was last year.
I don't think it's on NA at least. I could be wrong. Anyway, on a 5-turn cooldown.
No. Yeah, it's last year. It was during Hibiki Shikagi's event, right? Because she got a costume for that.
She got that costume. Yeah. So it is new then. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So 500% chance to do a minus 30% defense down on the target for 3 turns. But then they also get 20% attack up for 3 turns, which can be very spicy. In some cases, it could be a good thing as well, in very select cases, but it's a very spicy thing to do. Then the target gets, or rather, she gets 30% anti-burn damage, power mod for 3 turns. Then she gets this on attack buff for 5 times, 5 turns. So whatever she attacks at enemy burn, she gets 10% gauge. So this works like Salter, right? So if it's like multiple enemies, she gets 10% from each. So I guess that's cool. But the problem is you need AoE burns, right? And this doesn't work with burn amplifier.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. It's at least the power mod helps though. Yeah.
I have a suggestion that would just fix this character, but obviously that's after we talk about her kit. But yeah,
I saw this really funny chart someone made where it was basically like, okay, so you can Buster Loop with her. You have to have K-Scope, Double Oberon, and then Koyan, and you have to put a burn
Burn
command
code.
code on like all of the servants' cards, and then you card one of them, and bam, she can do it.
Yeah.
It's like, ah, dude, this is
Also, for someone saying it's an
painful
insane
to
skill,
look
y'all
at.
underrated. I agree, it's an insane skill, but it's on Kyo, so who cares? Like this skill, if this was on a 5-star, I'd be like,
Right,
okay, this
dude,
is
to mimic a
ridiculous.
fraction
Like,
of
what
our
the hell?
power.
But it's on Kyo. You gotta factor that in, my guy. This is Kyo we're talking about. Anyway, third skill on a 5-turn cooldown. She cleanses all her debuffs and gets 30% buster for 1 turn. How underwhelming. Even a base mana burst I feel like would be better. I'd rather have more buster, but yeah, just ugly, ugly, ugly. But yeah, the second skill is good. As a skill. 12% buster up, great. As high as it gets, that's great. Then the MP has not been buffed, does AoE damage, nothing else on normal effect. Has a 50% chance on base to stun all enemies for 1 turn, scaling up to 80%, and also does a 500 burn on enemies for 10 turns on base, scaling up to 900 burn. So if only it was before damage, that would help a lot.
Yeah.
That's granted, if you're doing bosses after the first MP, you're basically good to go for the rest of the battle because 10 turns. But it does make a difference that the first MP does not get that full AoE refund and damage boost. Like, it's not just damage, it's also refund that you are missing out on. Because you're probably not going to bring a support that does an AoE burn just for the sake of it. At that point, you just want to bring another support that gives her more battery, damage, etc., right? So it's just a bit awkward because of that. So maybe if they buff this MP at some point and make it before damage, I think they could, honestly. I think they could do that. That would make a big difference.
Yes, and she can buster loop after
because they've been doing a lot of order of operations MP buff changes lately, and she's a 3-star. If they've been doing that for 5 stars that have been game changers, why can't they do it for a 3-star that would still be not broken?
Please.
You know, it would be a huge get.
Please. Yeah, like you said. I mean, you basically said the thing I want to bring up. It's just it's right there. It doesn't have it unupgraded. Synergizes perfectly with skill 2. If you double up skill 2 on 1, which you can with a pen 5, that's what 60 refund from 3 enemies. I don't think that's enough for BG looping still. I think she's probably still need 50 starting charge. But like that would just be so good, man. Like why not?
I was saying it's like permanent burn uptime, but yeah, it's still only 30% P mod. It's not the biggest thing ever. Her attack is also not super high. So yes, she can have like a permanent burn uptime, but you know, it's not the greatest thing of all time.
Look, the burn uptime might be permanent, but she ain't. She gotta die.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
She can also die in one
Like,
hit. She only has a little bit of defense up. That's it. She's still very even a normal hit can kill her. No guts, no nothing.
Like, but yeah, like again, please MP upgrade, put the burn before damage, and add some random stuff as on top of that. Like actual budget buster looper. Like a real one.
It could be,
like a real one. Please. Gabe, it's Kiyohime. You guys would rather, I mean, her costume's cute, but like, come on.
I mean, if they gave her an NP buff and made it so she could black gray loop, I mean, wouldn't
She
she
still
be
can
like?
though. I don't think she can, because like turn 1 she would refund 60, turn 2 you would have to plug in Oberon and then use the 50. No, that's not enough.
Wait, you can stack this though, right? Is that enough then?
No, the 60 is assuming stacking it already. Right? Because it's Salter's 20 per target, right? Is it 20? It's 20 per target.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like half. This is 10 per target. It's I don't think it's.
So you couldn't black grail still?
No, I don't think so.
If that's the case, I feel like it would make sense then, yeah. Yeah, if she could black grail, then it would be maybe too much for a 3-star berserker. But if it's 50%, I think it's fair.
Yeah, if it's 50%, she would get what 30 MP on 1, and then turn 2. I might not. Wait, turn 2 she would refund 30, and you can plug in Koyan's. Yeah, it works with 50, right? You plug in Koyanskaya, and you make 50. You plug in Oberon, use Oberon skill 1, Koyanskaya, plus the 30 refund, 100 again, and this is doubled up. And after this is doubled up, she would refund 60, and then Oberon 50 battery. Yeah, so it would work with like cranking. It would like actually be a budget buster loop.
It would kill Spartacus, like someone is saying in chat, though. That's true.
Dude, who cares?
Actually, would it? Because I don't feel like they'd be that far different. He has, he has an NP upgrade as well. I guess he has lower attack.
3-star stats.
Yeah.
No, it would still be
1-star
different.
stats. Oh my god.
it would still be different. No, it would. And Kiyohime has anti-burn. Like if the burn is before damage,
yeah, I guess
her
that is
skill 2
true.
is
Yeah, that would be a
anti-burn and
difference
it's
for
double
sure.
and it's 60 PMOD. That actually might be a little bit much. It'll be
Yeah,
60 PMOD.
yeah.
Yeah, maybe
that
they
would be
shot
pretty crazy.
themselves in the foot with this buff then.
No,
Yeah,
but just
I
do it
don't think they
anyways.
do
Who
that.
cares? No, do it anyways.
Yeah, do it anyway.
Do it. It's Kiyohime. Like they love like like using her as a promotional, like because she's funny. And then the Lancer one's also just horrible. Like it's just ugh.
So do we?
I could see the argument of her over Darius.
Yeah, I was about to say, do we start with at least C plus and figure if he's better than Darius or not? Maybe she is.
Like
forgot about the P.
Yeah.
I think it's literally just the P mod that.
It is just the
good.
P mod.
Maybe she could be B tier then. I can't believe I'm doing it, but maybe she could be B tier. Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know.
Look, okay, never mind. What am I doing? I should be defending Kiyohime. Let's go.
And this is coming from someone that dislikes Kyo as well, but I'm trying to put my personal grudges aside here.
I mean, C plus to B, I can see either. To be honest, like the guts is pretty huge. Like it really depends on if I.
Dude,
land on the MP.
I almost still want to do C plus though, so I can't decide.
It's fine. I think C plus is fine because she doesn't have MP upgrade, but I personally like her more.
I just don't like that she can die in one hit and she can't properly farm yet. Maybe that's why she should be C plus because Darius has a guts.
It's just a guts.
Maybe that's the difference.
There's a theoretical comp where you use Casterliz
God,
to enable her to do 30% refund. And
I
simultaneously, you use Summer Tlaloc to allow Casterliz to get 60% charge immediately.
Oh, because
I don't know how you're going to have Summer Tlaloc.
I don't like the survivability.
Casterliz can remove the attack up she gives to the with the super positive stalking. That's the fucking name of that skill, by the way.
Yeah.
Super.
I think I'm gonna go C plus. I just don't like the fact that she can die immediately, and it's just over.
All right. Well,
and it's not a good thing if she dies, because if you bring her, you don't want her to die. She's not one of those servers that's like, it's okay if she dies. You don't want her to die. You would not bring her if you want her to die. Okay.
Well, I tried chat.
Maybe it's like a mini plus above Darius or something.
Honestly, I feel like if you shut up, then she would have stayed in B.
No, I was I wasn't even listening what he was saying. I was thinking about it by myself just now.
Maybe if you talked louder.
Yeah.
No, I do think realistically, it's probably C plus. I think a big part of me that likes her is she has more potential to we just said, it's really
it's
easy
more
to get an
potential
MP
but
upgrade
way
where you put the
riskier
burn,
basically.
but not like she's not there yet. We gotta wait for that.
It's not just the fact that she doesn't have hard defense. If you don't deal with the attack up, she's even more susceptible to die into a one hit. That's not even a crit. Even a normal hit can kill her at that point.
Oh yeah.
So it's even more scary.
Yeah.
Anyway,
the stalking thing, it's a flavor thing, I guess. That's why they didn't remove the demerit, but it is pretty bad for like she's just unusable in budget teams, I'd say.
All right, time for the last gold servant of this list. Am I right, gamers? Let's talk about the legendary man. Look at his chest hair. We got Eric next. I'm sure Klidge will be very pogged about this section at least. So yeah, Eric, he exists, apparently. AoE Buster DPS, very subpar at that. Attack, not very high. Triple Buster, of course, or quad if you will. Gains, bad. Just bad. Great. Same thing. Same as all the other ones. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the target gets minus 15% attack for 2 turns and minus 30% defense for 2 turns. I like that the buff only added some bit value to the defense. It did double it, but again, it's only still 2 turns. Like, why is it 2 turns each? You can make it 3, it would still be fine. It's a better torture technique, right? But it's Eric! Like, who cares? It's Eric. Give him
torture
something.
Torture technique is horrible. Hey, torture technique.
Even if it is, I would say it's a better torture technique. That doesn't really mean much, because all of them should be buffed to begin with, so yeah. And this is a buffed skill, so yeah.
Yep.
Subpar, mostly because of the uptime. Second skill, 7-turn cooldown. We have a base cut, so 1 time 4 turns with a 2k revive. Not even a good uptime base cuts, so it would have been better if it was like 5 turns, but yeah. Just not much going on. But I guess it's cool to have a Guts on a Berserker at least, but yeah, otherwise, just weak. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he cleanses his debuffs and gets 3k max HP for 3 turns. So it's basically disengage, but instead of a heal, you get max HP, which honestly for a Berserker, definitely better. I would maybe say maybe even most servants would like that, because you can use it on full HP. But granted, you might not use it immediately, because you might save it for the cleanse to begin with. But for a Berserker, you might want to use it, because 3k could be the difference between life and death, you never know. So it's still not a great skill, but I guess honestly it's worse than disengage. I just realized because it's a 6-turn cooldown instead of a 5. So not sure if it's worth at that point then. Never mind. What is the skill set? It's like a cool altar but much worse. The skill set.
Oh, and cool altar has the MP to back it up. It's not like
and good stats.
Yeah, what is
Alright, 8% buster up, cool. And then an unbuffed MP, by the way. Does AoE damage, does 1k damage to self, which also can be lethal, by the way. It doesn't make it better. Then before damage, he gets 30% attack for 1 turn, scaling up to 50. So at least the overcharge is pretty good. It doesn't ramp up, but it's a good chunk of attack up. But is that justifying all of the other lackluster stuff? No. He's just by far the worst AoE Zerg in the game. There's nothing, dude. There's just nothing. Not even esports because of his first skill being 2 turns each. It would need to be 3 turns to even consider anything at that point.
I guess Benkei as a friend, genuinely.
This could be a Benkei friend, actually. I didn't think about it, but this could be.
Darius, but shittier.
Definitely shittier.
Say, but they have a lot of parallels, honestly.
Yeah, cleanses, gutses, yeah.
Here's the thing with Benkei. I can find 1 use for him. I can find 0 uses for this guy. I'm just saying.
I think we could do it,
yeah. Free quest farming. Backlining for Bond.
Backlining for Bond?
Yeah, because eventually don't you have all your 2 stars like max Bond at this point? Having more 2 stars is nice, right?
Okay, but if your frontline misses the damage check because they're not NP5, and Oberon gets them killed, then you have a better chance of killing whatever enemy it is at the end.
No. Benkei protects my Oberon, so Oberon can kill the enemy in the end. So Benkei's better.
Hey, you know what? It's E for Eric. Ain't that just nice? This way people can at least remember his name, you know? I almost want to name the tier Eric. There's Benkei as well, but frigate. It'd be funny.
Dude, this is actual tragedy. I can't.
There we go. Cool. Alright, cool. Hey, we're out of Berserkers, and will be for a good while, because that was a lot of Berserkers in a row. So let's talk. I think now we're also... These were all day 1 servants, okay? So now we're finally moving a bit away from day 1. Don't think we're still going to see crazy numbers or kits, because these are still mostly year 1, because they don't like releasing low stars. But day 1 is done. So next up, back to Archers. We got the Mr. David. I believe was it the release of Okeanos or something? Probably. So still very early on, of
because
course.
We were traveling with like 5 archers at one point in time for some reason.
True, yeah.
And that's why we got so screwed by Herc, because we had no power classes, basically.
Right, yeah, true. The good old Fuyuki free quest Herc being the rite of passage.
Let's go.
Anyway, single target buster DPS and a team utility haver. Attack is fine for a 3-star actually. His deck though, triple arts, so for DPSing purposes is sadly not very ideal. But luckily he doesn't necessarily only do damage, so His gains, they're maybe ever so slightly better than average because he has 4 gains cards and 3 of them at least are not complete garbage. So, and he can participate in more arch chains, but I still don't like the deck overall on him. I think it's pretty weird. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 50% defense for 1 turn and a 2k heal. I mean, it's okay. You can maybe combo that with some attack downs, other defense ups, maybe tank a hit. But the problem is it's only on himself. So your teammates will still have to fend for themselves when it comes to maybe tanking stuff. But, you know, it's the thing, I guess. It's like it's like the opposite of a mana burst when you think about it. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets all their mental debuffs cleared. They get evasion for 1 attack, no turn limit, and then an 800 heal. Good old Harp of Healing. Yeah, I mean, it's basic as hell, but you know, you can still choose when to use this. So an evasion for 1 attack AoE can still eat a full AoE MP. So it's still not trash. It's not as good as the Tristan one, obviously, because they buffed that one, but, you know, still not trash, especially for a 3-star. It's cool. The heal obviously doesn't do a whole lot. It's very small. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 18% attack for 3 turns. They could definitely buff his charisma, because you know they've been buffing a lot of them recently. One was done. Was it this week or last week? It was this week, I believe, which we'll cover next week as well. Fun fact. But it's an okay kit. For a 3-star, it's passable for sure. Is it the best skill set ever? Not even close. But is it passable? Yeah, sure. We've already seen so many worse kits already. 20% debuff for us is nice, because he's never used in farming, just bosses. 10% crit damage can also be cool. Archer still has a decent base absorb, of course, because it's like the Archer passive anyway. Most of them are going to have it regardless. Buffed MP is cool, so he gets sure hit for 1 turn before damage. He has 200% super effective against giant enemies. This should have always been there, but I guess power mods were like insanely rare back in the days, so because you know, lore thing. It's 200 flat, by the way. It doesn't even scale, which is great because it's really high. And then there's a 100% chance to skill seal the target for 1 turn on overcharge base, scaling up to 200%. Glad that it starts on 100%, so you don't really have to worry about overcharge too much. So, in the case that the enemy is giant, he can be a legit DPS. In other cases, you can do way better, for sure. But he still has a bit of team utility, which helps. Like a support or a DPS that can also keep his teammates alive, you know, sure, it's nice to have, you know? Oh, yeah. I think he's fallen off a bit. He used to be like, oh, dude, he's like the cream of the crop when it comes to low stars, because he's in like every low star clear ever and whatnot. But again, if anything, that's just self-handicapping. Although if you're not doing low star clears, I think you can definitely do better, whether as a DPS or a support. But again, if it is giant specifically, then he's a legit one. At least in that case, because then the MP hits hard. Otherwise,
Yeah,
eh.
yeah, he's just kind of anti-giant unit nowadays.
Anti-Spriggan
Yeah,
boy.
Yeah, he doesn't have any charge, so if he
Mhm.
gets a charge, maybe I can see him in like farming. But yeah, I don't know. He's okay. He's like still okay, just okay.
He is a servant that scales worse with the better supports you have, because like if you're relegating yourself to low star stuff, he is pretty nice for he synergizes super well with like low star taunters, because he can just keep that evade on people forever.
Oh yeah, Surtur.
I'm sorry,
that's
what
like
did you say?
Surtur is like the last time.
Like his best target for bosses.
Yeah, and also, guys, it's not super large. It's giant.
Yeah, there's
Giant
two
is
different
a lot
traits.
more rare than super large.
Giant and super large are different traits. Usually they
Yeah,
coexist, granted, because they're not mutually exclusive. But yeah,
I think it's more common with servants than super large, though. So
with servants,
yeah.
I think so. Yeah,
Yeah.
but both are servant-wise still kind of rare.
She's giant.
Mm.
Of course she's giant. I forgot she is pretty big. But yeah, I don't know. I guess. Yeah, he's even better than Robin. I don't think so.
Well, if it's giant, then he beats Robin probably. But besides that, Robin is so much easier to use. Granted, he doesn't have any team utility though. But I still feel like David's fine. He's fine. You know, he can have uses.
I put him in like A, yeah.
But again, if you're not doing low star clear specifically, I would just bring him on anti-giant. And you can probably find better team utility otherwise.
When you're up against a giant, he is some genuinely really high damage because it's upgraded single target with 200% instead of 150. You know.
So it's like, does anyone else have 200% flat or normal?
I mean,
Is
there's
it king?
like
Or is it
Enkidu.
overcharge? Oh, Enkidu, yeah, 13.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess some of the really niche ones, yeah, they can be really high. Yeah. I think. Is this the first B plus
Sure, I think that's fine.
or B flat?
I was thinking more A, but like I can.
Oh,
I
say
mean,
plus, I
I'm
guess.
fine with A, honestly, because
Hmm.
he's Harp is still pretty damn good.
Hmm.
But you're
I do like Harp, but I feel like Giant is still not the most common thing for boss. I'm inclined to B plus personally, not just because I want to fill the tier as well. Yeah. I think I'll start with B plus now. We'll see later. Okay.
Rio has 250% flat at NP5. Well, that's because her NP modifier is shit. She's perpetually
NP2.
locked at NP2 on
Mhm.
if you're not against male, and then she does good like super effective damage against males.
Yes,
Weird.
against
I
non-males,
don't
their
think there's
damage
any
will
other starter
plummet
that
quite a
does it that
bit.
way. Yeah.
All right. Anyway, someone we mentioned a little bit just before as well. Someone they like a lot more than the guy next to him in this list. We have Hector, Mr. Troy. So AoE Buster, DPS Lancer with an interesting amount of team help as well. He's a friendly guy. What can I say? Attack could be higher, of course, but you know, it's not the end of the world, I guess, because you're never gonna get crazy high attack from 3 stars anyway. Double Buster, double quick gains, to be expected. Just whatever. Just again, it's gonna take a while before we see any decent numbers on base at least for low stars. First skill on the 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns, 1k damage cut for 2 attacks 3 turns. I like it. It's nice. 1k is quite a bit. Yes, it's only 2 attacks, but it's full AoE. And unless they crit or hit you with an MP, you're probably not going to take much damage with that 1k active. It's good. Very easy to use as well. You can kind of pop it on cooldown most of the time. So yeah, nice. Good for 3 stars especially. But then we get the second skill. Oof. So on a 5-turn cooldown, 80% chance to drain one target for 1 or by 1, and then an 80% chance to stun them for 1 turn. At least the cooldown is not trash. There's that for a skill that is a drain and or a stun as well. Usually those are 6 turns minimum. But I still hate the RNG. I can't help it. Both and an 80%. Oof. Because you would prefer to land both. Also, him being AoE makes it a bit awkward that both are single target as well. So I've never been a huge fan of that either. I feel like this skill could use a full rework, if anything, instead of a buff. They could probably come up with a better way to execute something like this. Oh well. Third skill. So this is new, right? Compared to last year. Yeah, should be. Unless I'm misremembering really badly. So yeah, 5-turn cooldown. The full hit. Remember, this was a disengage before, by the way. So it's now a 20% charisma, full AoE attack, 3 turns, great. He gets the full debuff cleanse and that 2k heal. So there's the disengage effects, and then he also gets a 20% battery now. Great. Just really good as a 5-turn cooldown. Again, for someone else this could be broken, but for him it's totally fine and fair. So yeah, he actually has one of the best skill sets we've seen so far. Nothing crazy, but still definitely one of the better skill sets of these 3 stars so far. Actually decent, yeah. 17.5% debuff risk, cool. 8% quick up. Even if he has 2 of them, they're pretty trash, so Anti-rider on the append, maybe not super relevant. Upgraded MP, let's go. Ignores defense on damage, cool bonus. And then on overcharge base, minus 20% defense down on all enemies for 3 turns, getting up to 40%. It is after damage, but certainly a good chunk as well for a 3-star especially. Yeah, I think he's very decent, yeah. As a 3-star, yeah. You probably might have better options anyway, but yeah, he offers some decent damage and some utility as well.
Yeah, he's like just pretty decent.
Yeah.
Like Like he isn't incredible in damage. He's not really incredible in any particular way, but he has like decent team buffs and stuff. Like I'd say, like as far as just like if you want a low star AOE Lancer, AOE Buster Lancer, like yeah, and this is probably one of your best guys for it.
I'd use him in budget comps just because of the party charge and the MP damage. Like maybe. I still don't use him in general, but it feels good at least.
Yeah.
Where was Romulus again?
Like was it D flat? I think he's at least a B, maybe.
Yeah.
Or maybe just a B. I don't know.
I'd put him at B. I don't really use him too much still. Like I don't think he's like awfully unique.
Just a very vanilla servant that has many good things going for him. Just doesn't stand out still in any crazy way.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to ask Otto on this because I don't know. I don't use him.
Where were you saying again? Sorry.
B.
Flat B.
I think B is fine.
Yeah. Just good solid stuff. No standout greatness, but can't really go too wrong with the good old Hector. Alright, it's been a while I think, but we're back to Sabers. Actually, no, we're not. Not yet. I got ahead of myself. Yeah, true. Alright, one more Lancer before a Saber. We got, maybe not the best example of Lancers, but yeah, Diarmuid is next. So, single target, quick TPS as well. Oh wait, is he arts? He's quick. I had to double check because I never use him. I almost forgot. But yeah, he's quick on both Lancer and Saber, yeah. Okay.
He would have been interesting if it was arts, actually.
True, yeah.
Kind
So
of
attack, again, not super high, even as a 3-star. Double arts, double quick deck, and gains are not good at all on base. In fact, even if he has 4 gains cards, they're some of the worst we've seen so far, if anything. Oof. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a dodge for 1 turn, 18% defense for 3 turn. Sure, it's a passable defensive skill, especially kind of nice to have some hard defense on a quick servant, so that's fine. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, all female enemies get minus 50% attack for 1 turn. A bit niche. So obviously if you're not fighting females, it's flat out a dead skill, which never feels good. And he doesn't even have like anti-female or anything like that, so yeah, it's kind of weird. It's a lore thing, of course, but I don't know, it's just... If you stack it with something else, you can maybe tank, because it is AoE, so you can maybe like add some defense ups or more attack downs, MP damage downs, you can maybe tank stuff, but I don't like the way it works, or at least make it do something else too. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown, he gets 20% quick at arts for himself for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and 50% Stargin for 3 turns. I at least like this skill. Sure, the numbers are not high, but they're on a really good uptime, and they just make him do everything he does a bit better. So at least this skill is good, especially for a 3-star. No complaints. Again, decent skill set among the ones we've seen so far, but most of them have been very subpar to begin with. 17.5% debuff rest is something for a passive, not too shabby. Anti-caster, I would not bring him on neutral at all. Buffed MP, so it does damage, and full buff removal, but it is after damage, but still cool to have some of that utility. And then on base overcharge, 500 curse for 5 turns, scaling up to 1500. So curse obviously a full meme on him. There's nothing else to do with curse on him. Just a lore thing again. So that's basically a dead OC. Does no damage. So again, I guess we should compare him to like the Kuz or something. He's maybe a bit more defensive proto Kuz. No, he's not actually. No, he's not. What is this guy? I don't know.
I could not care less about this character.
He's like, he's not trash, but would you ever bring him on anything though, is the thing?
No.
Yeah.
The problem with these like pure DPS low stars that have nothing, that have no trade, no nothing.
The only thing he could have is like the AoE attack down.
I like the buff removal, even though it's after damage. Like there's not a lot of damaging NPs servants that remove buffs.
Yeah, it's nice. At least for offensive buffs, so you don't get like clapped.
I guess. Like okay.
I don't think there's too much to say about Deerwood.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, sure.
He's like, dude, like when he dies, his gravestone is gonna have he's gonna say, "Okay, sure."
Okay.
He died as he lived. Okay, sure.
Yeah, it's such a whatever servant, unfortunately.
So Protoku was C plus. Where should he be? Same or worse? Same?
I think about
Same.
the same.
Yeah, the buff removal at least is cool to have. Yeah. He's just Diarmuid. There he is. I think his Saber version is better, even if he's not top tier either. Oh well. Alright, now back to Sabers for real this time. Big Man Fergus. There he is. Totally not a Pokemon character. So AoE Buster, DPS. I guess if you're crazy enough you could try farming, but he looks so more better, so more enticing as a DPS for sure. Attack actually pretty solid for a 3-star for what it's worth. He's full Buster as a Saber as well, which is pretty rare. His gains sadly pretty trash, but at least his face carding potential is not bad because of the triple Buster and because of his buffs to his skills, so it's not all the worst thing ever. So much like Lubu, we have the same skill on the first skill, so 5-turn cooldown. We do have better numbers though a bit, so 30% attack for 3 turns and then 40% mental debuff rest for 3 turns. It's alright, it's just okay. Not terrible, not amazing. Ooh, and then the buff to the second skill. Okay, so on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 20% Buster for 3 turns, 50% Buster crit damage for 3 turns, and 25% defense for 3 turns. That's really good. This would be good on like basically any Buster DPS that has some crit focus. Very solid. And considering this is what it used to be, again, this is why I'm really sad that Lubu has this skill still. Because man, they not only removed that terribly annoying demerit, they just added 2 nice lines on top, so... Actually a very solid skill for a 3-star to have. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a dodge for 1 turn and 20% defense for 3 turns. So much like Diarmuid, you know, sure, he's not an art servant, so we like some hard defense too. Great. Decent skill set actually. This is it feels fairly complete, honestly. You probably can't ask too much more from a 3-star than this. There could be more, yes, but I feel like this is already fairly rounded. Not bad. 17.5% debuff rest, cool. 8% quick up, almost nothing. Anti-Rider, not really relevant. As much as I think he's decent, I don't think I would neutral him. The buffed MP then, so that's AoE damage and then minus 20% defense down on enemies for 3 turns on flat normal effect. It is after damage, but you know, a bit of ramp up if you happen to get his MP more than once in 3 turns, which sometimes can be pretty hard, honestly. Then does minus 20% debuff rest down on enemies for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 60%. It doesn't help him too much because I forgot, was the defense down is also before this, isn't it? Well, in any case, it probably doesn't do too much for himself at least. Maybe if you bring some supports who could benefit from that.
It's after damage, right?
Yeah, but like it still depends on which one is first, the defense down, or like they're both after damage. Because if this is before it gives it a bit more extra chance to land. Basically, is what I'm saying. But if they have innate resistances or something, but
yeah, it's afterwards though. It's
okay,
weird.
So it's bad in order as well. Okay,
I think it's literally just because of Maeve.
Probably
because
yeah.
She has like the debuff resistance down.
Yeah, it's the same as her MP with and then it's supposed to be the charm boost, and it's the same number on base as well. I'm pretty sure the 20. Okay. Anyway, I think Fergus is legit. He's a legit low-star AoE Buster DPS. Even if his MP is kind of whatever and it's hard to get, his face cards are not bad. And there's triple Busters, so... yeah. Think he can work, for sure.
Yeah, I think he's pretty good. The Buster deck certainly helps a lot.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he's got like low cooldown skills. He's got a good mixture of buffs. Like you could just use him as a sort of just card shit.
He's gonna jump on the enemy with his drill sword thingy.
Yeah, it's yeah, and then he's got nice survival. He's just a
I feel like Firo is
really
like
nice
the biggest
beat
Kyo
stick.
fan in the chat. Kyo has a full Buster deck. Yeah, but she dies in 1 hit. You left that part of the equation. Fergus can stay alive for a very extended period of time. And his kit is way more. It just looks and feels better too. And he has crit potential, which Kyo does not at all. In fact, it's like negative crit potential. He would be fully glued to support uptime.
Yep. Yeah, whereas he actually he benefits specifically because of that kind of support.
Mm-hmm.
Like
He's fairly
complements him instead of completes him.
Yeah, he's already has a lot of stuff on his own kit. Like supports help and he wants them, of course, but he's not fully reliant on just having support uptime on him at any given point. Again, just very basic, but just good. I would say A tier.
Yeah.
Sure, I think that's fair.
Yeah,
I think the
it's
buff
good.
was like pretty massive.
Considering he's a low star that has like no niches or like any crazy utility, it really says a lot, if anything, that he is kind of a standout just as a flat out DPS. Yeah. Good. Archer time, we have 3 in a row now. So starting with maybe the least interesting of the 3 we're going to cover next. We got Kid Gil. So of all the Gilgameshes, this one also the least impressive, I want to say.
Surely he too will be EX.
Truly, yeah, of course, has to be. Anyway, AoE Buster DPS, he cannot really farm, so that's unfortunate. Attack is okay, that's about it. Much like, or big Archer Gilgamesh, he has double Buster, double Arts on his deck. But the gains, they're better than most of the ones we've seen so far, but certainly nothing insane still. So that's about that. First skill on 5-turn cooldown, all allies get 21% attack for 3 turns. So at least even if it's a base charisma, it is that Gil charisma, so it gets a bit higher than most charismas in the game, ever so slightly, plus 1%. Okay. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, 100% chance to charm a humanoid enemy for 1 turn, and then you get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Very cool that it's humanoid, because again, 99% of servants in this game are considered humanoid trait havers. So it gives it a lot of coverage. Granted, there's quite a bit of downtime, but the stars per turn helps alleviate a little bit. So at least I'm okay with this skill. I think it's good, despite having downtime. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 50% MP gen for 3 turns. So with this, then he can actually gains. Much like, it's like the same thing with Archer Gilgamesh, really. Or the Archer, the big Gil, if you will, grown up, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, but I do wish it did more though, because it's just that, it's just a boost to, like, it's basically a band-aid to the kid. It never feels good if a skill is only a band-aid. Oh well, it's not the worst kid, but certainly a bit just doesn't do a ton. 10% debuff res, literally the lowest rank, but it's something. 10% crit damage is okay, because, you know, you would not bring him if you don't need him to also do some damage. Flat damage sucks. He's anti-rider, which, no, he's not going to neutral DPS. Buffed MP then. So does normal, or damage only on normal effect, AoE damage. And then on overcharge, we have a bunch of debuffs. So for 1 turn, all enemies get minus 50% MP damage, crit damage, debuff res down for 1 turn, and scaling up to 90, 90, and 40 respectively. So again, it's not even crit chance, it's crit damage. But honestly, at 50%, at that point, it's basically just normal hits again, kinda. But it's a weird MP, because it's meant to be like a neutralizing MP. Because it's like debuffs that kind of cripple the enemy instead of increasing his or your damage, your ally's damage. It's like it kind of reminds me of Nightingale's MP. It's like a damaging version of Nightingale's MP, but still not as impressive. Like, what does he want to be, really? Like, he wants to be a DPS, but then he also has some utility, like the charm, makes some stars, does these debuffs. And again, they're only 1 turn. Yes, they're high, but again, you would have to time his MP, and it's a damaging MP, so you would have to hold back on his own damage as well if you want to cripple the enemy. But why would you bring him in the first place if you don't need him to do damage as well? It's just a bunch of these awkward things that I don't understand what his role is supposed to be, because I can't really think of good uses for him.
He has no purpose, gameplay wise.
Yeah, I don't think that's too harsh, honestly.
I
I think when you start to like try to over justify how like where can you actually use a character, you just understand you would never use the character. So I
Like the
have nothing
kit
to say.
itself is not
Yeah,
E tier, but man,
it's just-
pickability wise, like you wouldn't really pick him.
He just doesn't have much anything to justify himself. Like, I mean, his gains are okay, but like gains but no battery.
And the MP doesn't, even with an upgrade MP, he doesn't hit super hard with it. Yeah, I don't know.
God.
There could be some stuff with this debuff stuff, but it's just really way too awkward to use. Because you just bring someone else at that point.
Pointless character.
D or D plus?
I think he's
I
better
think
than.
I'd say C.
Oh.
I don't think he's
Yeah.
like immensely bad. He's just completely.
Because like Diramud also doesn't have a purpose, to be honest. It's you know, like a lot of these DPSs I feel like don't really have a purpose.
But he's more straightforward to use at least. The Kid Gil is like, I don't know, like you almost wanna save his MP for the cripples, otherwise they're just there and they don't really do much at all. It feels bad though.
I mean, yeah, I
don't
get
know.
that, but it's just like
The DM you just
don't.
press all the buttons and you just keep going. You just always press buttons. I guess he could be C tier. I always want to do D plus though. Then we would have someone on everything. But again, maybe that's not a good argument.
I don't
Maybe
know.
just C
I mean,
then.
we'll probably have a we'll get.
Yeah,
a
we
D
might.
plus,
And honestly, we'll do like a checkup later as well, and we'll see if there's still no one there. Maybe we can put someone there or not. It could just remain empty. We don't know. So forget, dude. Okay. Okay then. So next up, another archer, and he actually has a new buff too, right? I want to say, if I'm not completely misremembering.
Yes.
Yeah, it is a buff to
Yes.
this tier list. Okay. So we got Billy
Pretty good
next.
one.
Good old reliable Billy. The one standout thing he had was like, oh, he has
Oh,
a
yeah.
50% battery.
Oh, yeah,
Yay.
he got that buff
Mhm.
last year. It was good.
Yes, indeed. So his attack, sadly, is not the most flattering thing ever. He's double arts, double quick, which I always hated. The deck makes no sense for him. He wants to be a crit DPS. Why does he have double arts, double quick? Double buster, double quick would have been so much better. And not to mention, his quicks are so bad. They're so bad. And even the arts are not very good either. But the quicks in particular are terrible. They're barely 1%, which is nothing. Okay. So he's not the greatest deck of all time, coupled with the lower attack among his peers. Actually, some of them are still pretty low too. So I guess the attack is whatever. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 120% crit damage for 1 turn. So it's like a mana burst for crits. It's a lot of crit damage though, I guess. So there you go. He still won't generate stars really well, unfortunately. So again, you kind of need to help with him with supports on that side. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, there it is, the 50% battery. So again, that's why he was kind of a staple a lot of the times, because back then, not even a lot of, or most gold servants didn't even have a 50% battery. So for a 3-star to have one is like, wow, that's crazy. Nowadays, yes, it's still impressive for a 3-star to have a 50% battery even to this day, but it's not necessarily a thing you would like, oh, I'm gonna go pick Billy over these because he has a 50% battery now, you know? Okay. So yeah, this is new. 6-turn cooldown. He gets a dodge for 1 turn. Cool. 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Okay. 30% quick up for 3 turns. 500% absorb for 1 turn. And 30 stars. So yeah, there's a bit of help with the star issue for sure. Again, this is one of those skills that would be pretty cracked on someone else as well. Obviously, it's still good for him too. Sadly, the quick up won't help too much with the gains. His MP is still going to be harder to spam. But it's a damage boost nonetheless, so we don't hate a damage boost. The absorb, I feel like could have been 3 turns as well. I don't think, at least because it's on him of all servants. But yeah, it's obviously a strong skill. The one awkward part is it's tied to his hard defense.
I think the absorb is completely completely pointless though, because he's like an archer. You make 30 stars as an archer, you're probably going to get all the stars anyways. So
No, I mean like if it was 3 turns, because he's not always guaranteed to have a lot of stars on every turn, unless you have like Summer Scotty uptime.
He's still an archer.
Yeah, yeah, fair. So it's not the biggest issue. If anything, the biggest issue is the being tied to the hard survival, because like it's so much offense. You really want to press this button. That was a crazy voice crack. Anyway, so yeah, you really want to press this, but he's a quick servant, so survival is not guaranteed, especially for a 3-star. But great skill nonetheless. That should be obvious. 10% crit damage on the passive. You know, more crit, I guess. Sure, why not? 7% quick up. So again, while the gain still won't be great, it's still the main card type, so it's cool to have on an archer especially. Sentai Rider, which not the biggest deal ever. Upgrade MP, he gets a sure hit for 1 turn before damage, great, and then the target gets minus 20% crit chance down for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 60%. I like the MP FX-wise. Sure, it's basic, but it's fine. It's not the best for damage, obviously, because none of that increases damage, but utility is cool, and it's doubling down on that. And the crit chance down can help with survival as well, which we just talked about, because, you know, if the enemy doesn't crit, you're gonna be a bit happier with life. I think he's definitely better now. I'm not sure if I would still... Would I still place him in the same tier? Maybe. I don't know. Would I? I don't know. It's a hard call.
Where was he?
He was probably like around C tier or something last year. I don't know, actually.
No, I don't think he's a C at all.
No, not last year. I mean, before the buff. Because all the other archers were just, why would you ever pick Billy, you know? But now, this actually does change some things. Like, he looks more enticing, even as a crit DPS now.
Yeah, also, I feel like these days, due to the addition of Khazra drop, I feel like he synergizes. Like, his buff
that's
scaling. I feel like it fits her pretty well, because she's got the defense down, and, like, she gives you everything but crit damage, and he has nothing but crit damage for the most part.
Pretty much.
This is a genuine question to Otto.
Yes.
Would you ever use her over Saika? Him.
Yeah, I could see times, because
the 30 battery.
So he has a bigger battery. I feel like he'd be better at using his NP more often in like premium setups.
I mean, Saika has taunt.
Gain. And then
I'm not trying to undermine it. I'm just like genuinely asking, because I think it's relevant because she just entered Evocation, and obviously that's gonna be his biggest competition realistically. I don't think Altera the Santa's doing anything. It's just so
I don't think I would like his MP to be more spammable too, because his MP gain is still not good.
Where is he on the sheet?
His crits are still okay. That much is certain. I'll give him that. His crits are pretty good. I would like him to be able to use his MP a bit more.
I mean, it's close. Well, not that close anymore at MP5. I don't know. I think his problem is because there's a person who has like 20 guns when he has 1. So it's
like, even then, like, there's a big difference between a 20 battery and a 50 battery. So
you still get the cooldown package on quick 30, though, yeah. So the uptime for it is not the best. I prefer better gains overall than a bigger battery.
He does have a really big battery. Like, if you want to fit him in farming for some reason, I guess you can.
I wouldn't like him in farming because he does nothing for the team.
Let me see. I have no idea. He has a really big crit.
I'd say at least A. Like, he is.
I guess
looking pretty great here.
I can see situations like very rare, but I guess there are situations where he's better than Saika. So I'd be okay with B+.
I'm maybe okay with an A. I think I might be okay with that. Yeah. I didn't think about the Khazra drop thing you mentioned as well. That's a good point.
The battery size is pretty different, I would say.
Yeah.
Honestly, for a 3, this is a 3-star list. Yeah, he can be A, sure. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Alright, next up at Archer again. So we got the Tota. Man that brings all the rice. AoE, Buster, DPS, and a bit of team utility as well. Attack could be higher, but it's not trash for a 3-star. Double Buster, double Arts of the deck, with gains not very flattering, unfortunately, once again. Oh well. If anything, I feel like he could have been triple Buster too. I feel like that could be funny. Alright, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% Buster up for 3 turns and a 2k heal. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised it's not 1 turn because he's still kind of an old servant, so but thank god it's not, so it's a way more usable skill. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown, we get 2-hit dodge, 14% defense for 3 turns. So it's BFA, a nerfed version, but still not a bad version. Still not a bad defensive skill at all. Still is okay, I like it. Third skill, I think this buff already existed for a good long while, about like 2-3 years by now, yeah. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 2k max HP for 3 turns, 20% buster up for 3 turns, and 10% gauge. That's just a very nice skill. Like, you're always going to be happy to just pop that off cooldown. And it's not even a high cooldown, which is cool. Like, it's a great skill. Just helps in everything. Good. Like it a lot. It's a decent skill set, actually. Not bad. 50% debuff res. Not bad. 8% crit damage. It's alright. It's anti-berserker, which is cool. Because he kind of is a DPS himself, so hey. Good append. Upgraded MP. Does only damage on the normal effect. AoE damage. And then before damage, he gets 50% anti-demonic power mod for 3 turns. Scaling up to 100% on max OC. So they opted for the power mod route instead of the super effective. Which I'm not sure if I like, honestly. Because I don't think his face cards are all that impressive. I feel like maybe a super effective would have just been better. But it is a ramp-up one because it's 3 turns, so... But his MP is also not the easiest to spam because there's no batteries and his face cards. Oh, I guess there's a 10% spread. But yeah, it's not the biggest help for himself, though. Demonic, semi-common in farming as well. Not that I would probably bring him too much in farming. But also can be on bosses too. It's a decent anti-trait. I think he's maybe a little bit underrated. I wouldn't say he's amazing, but I feel like he could have some uses. Like, he's kind of like a Fergus with maybe a bit more beefiness, but maybe also less damage. So it's like a trade-off. Maybe he's still not the same tier as Fergus, but I think he's fine. You know, he's just fine. And particularly like the third skill. Just good to press this button.
Yeah, he gels pretty well. Like who was I've mentioned it a couple times. I think I mentioned it with Casterwoo. Just having that secondary AoE DPS to clear the ads while you have like a main DPS. He fits that role pretty well because he like buffs the team a little bit.
And then you have spread 30 with her combined.
Yeah, he also has the spread charge, and
I got no comment on this character, but certainly feels a lot better than Kid Gil.
Oh yeah, I feel like that's not even comparison.
Way better. It's not even close. Yeah, so I don't know. I'll just leave it to Otto. Just put him.
Personally, for me, he's like one of the B tiers, I would say. It's fine, decent, good.
What do you think, Otto?
Positive words.
Hello, are you there?
I'm sorry. I was very distracted by something for a second. Where are we putting him?
I'm thinking of one of the B tiers, maybe even a B plus.
One of the B tiers. I think B plus would be fine.
Yeah, we can give David a friend.
I feel like he. Okay, I'm measuring him against Hector. I feel like he's better than Hector.
Yeah, maybe a bit. Yeah, I don't mind him being a plus above.
I really like the self-survival. It's very hands-off safety.
Yeah, he can keep himself alive for sure. He has heals, dodges, defense. He's got max HP. Yeah, it works. But I'm glad that while his kit is defensive, they didn't like fully strip him of offensive stuff as well. So that's nice.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Saber time, and a fairly popular one at that. We got the Bedivere. Ooh. The armor man himself. So single target the Buster DPS. Good attack for a 3-star. That's a nice start. He's double Buster, a double quick. And his MP gain is actually good on base. Sadly, his cards are still not the best, but you know, Arts card is fine. Quick start, not terrible, but again, it's not really a big difference to a lot of these other ones overall.
Just weirdly good extra attack though. It's over 5%.
Oh yeah, the extra is really good. At least that's over 5%. So he's got that at least. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns and 30% MP gain for 3 turns. So it's like Hector, they gave him a different twist on his tactic, and it's good. It helps himself a lot and helps his supports too. While the MP damage might be wasted sometimes you bring a second DPS too. The MP gain is just universally nice to have on basically anyone. So this is a nice skill. Good. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% battery and then also 50% mental debuff resistance for 3 turns. Feel like this could have been a 5-turn cooldown. It doesn't do that much for a 6-turn cooldown, but yeah, sure, I guess. It's not the worst skill I've ever seen. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 30% defense up for 1 turn and also 50% debuff risk for 1 turn. It's alright. You can maybe combo it with some stuff, but otherwise it's mostly just standard mitigation, I want to say. Because if you really want to like use it as hard defense, you're going to have to do a lot more than this. So mostly just mitigation. The debuff rest thing can be awkward, because I wish that at least was 3 turns. I feel like it could have easily been 3 turns, because otherwise you're going to have to time that, and you know, unless they're like bar break gimmicks, enemies use debuffs very irregularly and randomly anyway, so it's a bit hard to work with sometimes. Overall, decent skill set, but definitely not the best we've seen so far. 17.5% debuff rest, cool. 10% quick up. Yeah, well, he has 1.1 MP gain, his 2 quicks are still underwhelming. Anti-Berserker, that's great. Good append. Then we have the buffed MP, so only does damage on normal effect. And then before damage, he gets 30% buster up for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 90%. So it's not ramp up, but it is before damage. And it has decent scaling on overcharge too, if you get some levels. He is story locked, but I feel like a lot of people are starting to have MP levels on him anyway. I don't really mind counting him on a higher MP level as well for placement personally. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think he's
weird scaling.
Oh yeah, does he have a weird scaling on his MP?
15% each.
Oh.
So it goes all the way up to 90%.
Is like Rider Kentucky scaling, or is it even more?
Rider Kentucky starts at 10 to 90, I think. So this is better.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he's kind of been the raid guy, right? Like the fast MP single target raid, because like 30 battery is pretty rare. I kind of dropped him after Iori though. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, as a DPS, I would always pick Iori over this guy, but he's not bad by any means though.
Like, he can be used in farming as well. Damage, I can still use him. I can still use him in multi-core for the buff, but again, like most of the times I use Iori.
It would be nice if he actually had face card, potential too, because Iori has that, for instance, as well, not just MP damage. He doesn't really have face card focus, and his, his deck is also semi-awkward, I want to say, for a Buster MP haver.
I just think like. Ironically, I think that... Oh, no, they don't have the same deck. I lied. Because I keep remembering he has...
Imagine if he was like the single target Fergus. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, like, I do think, like, he was considered pretty good because the big MP damage and 30 battery is pretty rare back in the day for, like...
It's still nice to have, even if it's not Billy battery.
Oh, yeah. I think he is still like very much usable. It's just like one big niche has been overtaken a little bit as like just a saber that can like raid stuff and then like instantly kill stuff. He just doesn't do as much damage as 4 stars, unfortunately. But He's definitely still one of the better low stars, I'd say, like for conventional use, not
Yeah,
just low
for
star
no
comp as well.
damage niches, he's totally fine still.
Yep.
Does Otto have anything to
you,
add to Bedivere?
I don't have much to add. He's just like nice 30 battery, easy NP. He doesn't have a lot of unique stuff other than like team buffing, and he's not like particularly amazing at that. So
Yeah, I think they could buff the third
he's
skill.
No, good point. His battery doesn't scale with level, so he's cheaper.
I guess, yeah.
I mean,
It's like the
ironically,
Grace
I do
thing
think
all over again.
That's nice. Yeah, but maybe they could have bumped it to 30 to 50. I don't think it's too much for a low star to be like we just saw Billy anyways. Make it 50, so it's kind of a niche. Like there's a separation between him and 30 chargers.
I think they should buff the third skill instead. I think it's awkward to use.
True. Oh man, if they give him like 20-30 split battery, that'd be pretty nice.
Oh wow.
Because I apologize. The only thing
that would be really strong.
Really don't see him as because like if you're DPSing like Fergus would probably be better, right? Like I don't know, because
it's just kind of weird because he's like a buster single target with a good damage in P, but he doesn't really have that good a damage for cards, and
he's got nothing
it's
for
usually
cards.
the other way around. With
just
buster
nothing.
Servants.
Just gains. That's it. So if you want to DPS with his cards, yeah, you're gonna have to just brute force a lot of damage on top.
Roma CQ. I think I've seen people use him against the Roma CQ, but like most people just went with like Hokusai for free options, and it's just
yeah. I don't really see much of a reason to bring him over like Hokusai or Iori or like, but
I think he's above Caesar though, right? B plus.
I still want to rate him above Caesar just because he has,
oh yeah,
like I still see him in farming more than Caesar. Like
yeah,
Caesar,
he has that
I
at least.
Don't really see him in farming.
Yeah, they're very similar, I would say, because they're both like sort of team offensive support. But
high MP damage.
Like their entire value is in their NP. But he actually gets his NP unlike Caesar. So
yeah, I think he should be a bit above then. Yeah, I'll go with B plus. Bedivere plus. Oh, the next one. I mean, she has. Was the new buff last year already or not? She's gotten a bit more love, but I don't know, man. We got Taiga next, or Jaguar Man, Jaguar Warrior. I always say Taiga. I assume you guys do as well, because you know it's Taiga, and it's the only Taiga we have as playables. So, single target Buster DPS. Her attack is just fine among her peers, I guess. Standard Lancer deck of double Buster, double quick. Gains, besides the extra card being really good for it, they're not very impressive. So unfortunate. So yeah, first skill on a 7-turn cooldown is like, it's a doozy. She gets 30% Buster up for 3 turns, 40% mental debuff resistance for 3 turns, 2 hit evasion, no turn limit. The map becomes a forest for 3 turns, and then you get 30 stars on use. So now the skill is way better. It used to be like it did a lot, but not enough to consider the cooldown to be so high. It was like, what was it, like 9 turns or something? 10 turns? Why? Okay, so they had to bring it down 3 turns because it was so unreasonable, and they even added stuff on top. Yeah, now it's, I mean, yes, there's still downtime, but now at least you get way better value for this skill. Okay, so that's cool. And the forest field can actually help with the rest of her kit too, which is nice. And on that note, well, not this one at least. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% attack for 2 turns. Like, you go from that to this is like, okay, yeah, cool. Like, why? Even if it was 3 turns, it would just be passable at best. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns. And if there's a forest map, she gets 50% stars in for 3 turns and 600% absorb for 3 turns, which she can obviously now guarantee. So it's a cool combo, actually. She uses this first skill, she gets the forest map, she gets 30 stars, Buster up, she gets crit damage, star gen, and also absorb. So she can actually be pretty bursty now at least, but there is that downtime still, at least on the first skill. But this is now, the kit at least feels more complete now, if anything, which is nice. But sadly, even if the skills, minus the second skill maybe, they look okay. The MP. Anyway, before that, 20% debuff res, great. 2% buster up, would be great to have higher, but she's a Lancer with a Berserker passive, so that's kind of luxurious anyway, I guess. 200 flat damage goes into the bin. She's anti-rider, which I would never bring her neutral. MP, no buff. So first of all, she gets a sure hit for 1/3, does damage to the enemy, and then does minus 10% debuffers down for 3 turns, scaling up to 50 on max overcharge. So the MP does no damage, just doesn't do any damage. I kind of like that she can maybe do some face guarding damage now with the first skill buff. Man, the MP does so bad damage. That's like one of the biggest problems she has now. It used to be the atrocious downtime on the first skill, while not offering enough, but at least they fixed that kind of now.
So
she's not hopeless, but not a standout either to me.
I actually have like just such a big gripe with this character and Quetzalcoatl not getting massive buffs during Lost Belt 7.
Yeah.
Just like why? She calls Quetzalcoatl Kukulkan. Like it's literally in the chat. Whatever, dude. Whatever, guys. It's so over.
What would you say if they gave Taiga a buff, but it was a buff that makes Cuckoo better?
That would be funny.
Yeah.
I think that would be so funny if she has like a support skill for Cuckoo.
Yeah.
And I guess it should work on both Kets and Cuckoo, right? Like it's just two.
Yeah, it would be like Kets faces or something.
No, they're gonna do the same thing they did with shooting, and it's like it doesn't count on Ibuki when.
Oh, Ibaraki, you mean? Yeah. True.
It's like all right. The biggest thing about her first skill buff is it just made it lower cooldown, because like the things that you get on the third skill are just not really like that worth it.
I kind of like the absorb though, because Lancer doesn't have the best base absorb.
Yeah, but it's not as high value as.
And her busters are still 4 hitters, so having that 50% MP or star gen can actually help a bit.
I guess.
So it was basically it was 1.5 buffs, I want to say, which is great because again it made the first skill way better and also activated the third skill, which is cool. But again, I hate the MP. That's my main problem. It's just it doesn't do a whole lot in terms of effects, and it does so bad damage. Ooh. Even if you have MP5 because she's story locked, it's still not gonna do great damage.
Oh yeah, she's story locked. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And yeah, mismatch cooldowns are not the best thing either. They're all different cooldowns. She's not. She's way better with the first skill buff now. She used to be like maybe D plus. I think she's at least C or C plus now. Even if the MP kind of sucks.
Is she better than Deermud?
He has the way better MP, but she has better skills and face cards, I guess.
I still prefer him, probably.
Yeah, maybe. He's easy to use at least.
Yeah, they're pretty close, I'd say. The buff removal is just a lot for me.
Yeah, maybe she's C tier.
That's okay.
Yeah. If she ever gets an MP buff that is nice, then she could actually be like B's. Or maybe even higher.
Ooh.
Maybe a niche on top. Cool. At least they gave her some kind of buff.
500% anti-Cuckoo. It's
True.
just versus Kets and Cuckoo.
Yeah, do that. That would be funny.
Yeah, but they put it on ruler Kets instead.
Oh.
Oh, well, true. There's another Kets here. Right?
There is.
Yeah.
Keep forgetting.
Anyway, we're back to a Berserker this time around, and apparently I closed my Berserker tab again. God damn it, why do I keep doing this? Let's see, here we go, Berserker. And then we got the 1-star in OG Paul Bunyan. So probably gonna be mostly compared with Spartacus, but she's like the Spartacus with no battery, which, you know, but she at least has some other stuff she does in terms of skills. So Bunny and AoE Buster DPS at a kind of I guess she's even used a bit in esports maybe, although nowadays you probably have better options. But she has a fast MP. It's like a 1-second animation if you do it fast speed. So there's that for all the memes. Attack, obviously not high because she's a 1-star, so it's never going to be high to begin with. Full red deck, including the MP, because, you know, Berserker. That's just mostly how it goes. Regains cards, again, not very impressive, so not much to say there. Okay. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% buster off for 3 turns and 20% crit damage for 3 turns. They probably could have made the crit damage a bit higher, I'm not gonna lie. But, you know, it's full AoE buffs, I guess. Can't really be too mad about it. And buster and crit tend to kind of go well together. Not for her in particular, because she's not gonna crit ever. But, you know, some other servants might. Second skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets a 5k heal, or not 5k, 2k heal. It's pretty irrelevant for her, because she's going to die to any one hit ever. So that's unfortunate. But, you know, I don't know, maybe some... It's a very Again, what's up with all these healing skills and all these 1-star berserkers? It's just very misplaced. I don't get it. Lore, I get it, but yeah, gameplay-wise, it's not good. Third skill, on 6-turn cooldown, all enemies get minus 20% defense down for 3 turns and minus 50% healing for 5 turns. It's cute. I like it. Spread defense down. The healing reduction actually might give her some relevancy in some boss fights too, because it's also 5 turns. So even if you sack her off, it's gonna be there up for a good while. So it's an interesting little thing she does. Overall, bare bones kit, but at least it's like all AoE stuff, which, you know, you can't be mad about. 4% buster up was the only passive. Sadly, could be higher, but, you know, it's something. Buffed MP does AoE damage, normal effect. That's it. Nothing else there. And then on base overcharge, all enemies get a minus 20% defense down for 5 turns, scaling up to 40%. So while it is after damage, again, it does have that longevity, but the problem is it's not an easy MP to get, because she has 0 battery and only 2 gains cards, and those are not very impressive either. No MP gain on the kit, no nothing to help with that. So it's hard to find a use for her, right? Again, she farms, like, she has the fast animation, but like a bit of spread buffs and debuffs. I mean, the lack of battery, I feel like hurts her a lot.
Oh, true. I use her as a sometimes as a really low HP buffer. I think giving her a battery would make her top tier though, because like she is animal characteristic.
Oh yeah, then she gets
so people pair her with Koyan Dark a lot. Yeah. In like fast farming, she is it's a very polarizing servant. Like there's a community in I don't know if it's that big in NA, but there's a community in JP where they're all about like high efficient farming. And Paul
like, I assume that means like how fast you farm, like animations and everything. Oh yeah, that's why Bunyan would be in the topic.
Basically, they're Jesus Christ. Like they're like, if you want to join the club,
I assume they love Super Bunyan too.
Yeah, both of them. Both of them are.
Of course.
Okay, it's so funny. I saw a tweet from one of the people from that club when Super Bunyan got her MP upgrade. He tweeted, "FGO is solved." Like he's like, "FGO's over."
Yeah, if you use a third ascension, it's like a couple second MP as well.
Yeah, so this is a very polarizing character, right? But I think even baseline level she's still decent, just because the party buffs.
Yeah, all the skills being AoE. Well, the healing is the one thing that's like whatever, but the other 2 skills being full AoE is cool.
Yeah, it's like it does feel a little bit small now for today's standards. Like it's just 20, right? It's not a big number, but I think it's okay. It's I'd still use she is one of the rare low stars I still use every now and then. So I don't know. I think she's still okay, but Yeah, maybe he needs a little bit more buff numbers, perhaps, if you want to use her as support.
Yeah, it's like Spartacus, but you trade the battery for party buffs. That's it. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. She's like there's a little bit of support stuff, but this is not stuff I would ever bring her specifically for.
Yeah, you probably just bring her for the speed.
It's just, I mean, the one cool niche thing she has is like the heal down, like that's 50%. It is a pretty big amount.
And 5 turns.
Then again, maybe I'm just comparing her to my favorite character who has that but shittier.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was like, who has that, bro?
I assume Shiba.
Yeah, Shiba has 30%
Yeah.
per NP.
Is she the same tier as Spartacus? Trade-offs?
I guess.
Just flat C.
What? Whoa.
I assume you want
I
to
think
see her
she's
way
better.
higher.
I think she's better. I use her more than to most of these things on this. I don't know if
Well, I
that's
guess the
biased,
Koyan
but-
Dark thing, but it's you though of all Koyan Dark users.
I mean, I also use her as a support. Like I think
Yeah, but-
20 is
but
not a
it's-
bad support. I'm not talking
Yeah,
about
but it's-
speed farming. Like 20 defense,
Yeah,
20
but-
buster, 20 crit. Like if you need
that
a
is
berserker,
that
Beast
is
Force
like
to die.
the baseline. Like they're like basically anything is better than that for support, unless you.
I guess it's also a
specifically-
1-star party cost if you're gonna use her
Yeah.
like that, which is kind of nice to
Yeah,
have.
but-
Though.
I just don't know why I would specifically prefer that one instead of like. There's basically anything else here, and like
Really? It's an upgrade MP as well. I don't. Does
yeah,
it really
but like
do that
it doesn't
that
justify
little
it
damage?
doesn't justify Spartacus either. So I don't know. They're
Well,
not the same
okay,
character.
yeah, but Spartacus is just. What are you using him for? Like you're not looping.
I mean, you
with
can
him.
you can at least farm with them.
You're not looping with him. Paul Bunyan's a
You
better
can.
farmer than Spartacus. What are you talking about?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Not single core looping, dude.
If it's she gets nothing out of like she doesn't she doesn't
party
have her own
buffs.
battery. Like okay,
She
she
party
gets 20% buster to the team. Cool.
Oh yeah,
I mean, okay,
why do you bring her actually over some other stuff, Plushie? Like what comps do you use? Like I'm not saying it's not a bad. I just wanna visualize
I
this
use
a
her
bit
as
better.
a low star support sometimes as well, just so she.
Wait,
can
so is
die,
that
but-
due to handicapping or some other benefit?
No, she just dies easier.
Okay, so is that for
one
bosses then you're
star.
talking about?
Yeah, like
I
don't
thought you
know,
were talking about
I just
farming.
feel like
Yeah,
she's.
okay.
Oh, you mean for farm? Okay.
No, I
for
mean like
farming, she kinda
whatever you
needs
use, sir. Like I want to hear some
an
use
event with
cases, you know?
starting Charge. I don't know, man.
I'm just thinking. So I'm trying to imagine all these use cases you're talking about.
Because like
NP damage is really low anyways.
if you have starting charge, it's like there's some events with starting charge CEs, but I mean I don't know. Maybe
So you're saying 50% starter, 20% append, and then you do 30 from Koya? Is that what you do?
something like that. I mean, okay.
But again,
It's
is
just-
it? But like, if someone else uses Koyan, they might need more buffs on her, though, right? Because you have a fat copy. You can maybe do with less buffs. I don't know. I'm just playing the devil's
mean,
advocate here.
I get.
I
Okay.
I just
I
I don't
refuse
see
to
it.
put her on the same tier as Spartacus, though.
I can
There's
settle
no
for
way
a
she has
C
less
plus
use
if that
cases
makes you
than
feel
Spartacus.
better.
There is no way she's.
I
worse
can
than
settle for
Spartacus.
C plus. I
She's
feel like
not
B
better than
is
Spartacus.
too high though.
Well, I mean, I'm not a low star expert, but me personally, I would put her in B. But
I just don't
that's
see
me.
much
I don't
uses
know.
outside of the Koyan Dark stuff.
I mean,
Because again, the thing you were talking about with the Japanese, that's nothing. That's not a
I'm not
criteria at all.
considering them.
Yeah.
I'm not considering them.
Yeah, I
Like,
just wanted to.
they're
I
using
just want to
scopes
verbally
and
say that
stuff.
in case someone like listening in might be thinking that's a legit thing. No, it's just a flex thing. It's not a.
They don't
real
even
thing.
use Koyan Dark in that because her MP is slow. They do like
Yeah,
triple Bunyan.
No, I'm just talking
triple
about all
scope,
the
like-
different things we were talking about
Yeah.
just now.
Oh, I guess the second one didn't need scope. But yeah, anyways, it's just I don't know.
I'll settle with C++. We'll see later. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Back to Lancer, we
That was
got
a
a
new buff.
interesting one, and yeah, he actually has been buffed very recently too. It was a 2025 buff as well. So we got Hozoin next. So another one of these buff DPSs that has an MP, does big damage buffs, and then they're supposed to do face card damage. So previously he was always like rated super low. So let's see what the buff makes him look like now. So again, the attack is not super high to begin with, but at least he has a lot of buffs if he can get them going. So there's that. He's full quick, which I still have mixed feelings about, and also his MP, his arts should be mentioned. Not all buff things are always arts, but his is arts, of course. So he's arts MP and triple quick on the deck. I feel like it does hamper his potential, but maybe nowadays with the existence of Kazu Drop, I don't hate it as much as I did, but I guess we'll get to that a bit later. But his gains, they could be worse, but they're certainly not as bad as a lot of the other servants we've seen so far, which is cool. So there's that. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets a sure hit for 3 turns and 30% star gen for 3 turns. Kind of a whatever skill, probably his weakest if I had to guess. If you get used to the sure hit, yeah, sure, it's fine. Otherwise, it doesn't do a whole lot. He gets most of his star gen elsewhere anyway, so eh. Second skill, so yeah, this is the buff then. So now on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 50% quick and arts up for 3 turns, 100% mental debuff resistance for 3 turns, and then a 30% battery. So this is pretty cool. Not only does it make him start his engine faster by having that instant battery, now having both of his main card types I guess arts is still not a main card type for him, but at least having that 50% quick up will to help him a lot on his MP uptime, because you want good uptime on his MP because it does offer a lot of buffs.
The biggest thing here is like, holy shit, big gain increase. All of his cards now get 50%.
Because you don't need the skill itself. I mean, it still helps with damage too. You just need it to have way better gains, because the MP is what fuels most of your damage. That's the thing. But it's still nice to have this is still a good damage boost too, regardless. So yeah, they didn't hold back with this, which I like, is cool. Third skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, seals one target's MP for 1 turn, and then does a minus 20% defense down on them for 3 turns. It's basic, but I don't hate it. It's fine. Delays the enemy and boosts your damage too. Why not? Sure. Now the skill set definitely above average, even if the first skill is kind of a whatever, especially if you can use the sure hit. But yeah, it's I like it. 13% debuff rest, cool. Could use more passives, but it's something. He's anti-lancer only if you have a really crazy copy. Otherwise, neutraling is still like eh. So the MP, they have never buffed it, but it still does quite a bit. So you get 50% attack for 3 turns, because free MP 5. You get 100% crit damage for 3 turns. Instant kill immune for 1 turn. 1 hit evasion with no turn limit on it. And then 100% star gen for 3 turns on base overcharge, getting up to 200%. So that's why the first skill is also even a more whatever burger, because this just immediately undermines it, and it's also 3 turns. On a now much more spammable MP, so you can stack it too in some cases. So I feel I haven't seen that much content after his buff yet, and I feel like he's still not going to be amazing, but this should definitely help out a lot, right? Because yes, he doesn't have a damaging MP, but at this point he should be able to, like, his buffs are still big. Like, they're big numbers still. And again, Kazura Drop should also be someone who makes him way more relevant now with his triple quick deck, which used to be hella awkward.
Yeah. We actually did that on stream. Rio did a setup with Kazura Drop and Hakuno and this guy, so he could just keep getting his cards.
And stars. Hakuno's star gen is pretty important for him.
Yeah, it's a setup that doesn't work very well unless you have like hyper Hakuno and hyper.
I feel like with this 50% quick and the 100% from the MP, the star gen, he already generates star. If you just have his cards, he can't. He never had big issues with star gen. I want to say it's not it's not assassins here, but
he did. The thing that
I kind of
struggles with on it.
I think he just doesn't.
Did he really?
The problem is card hit counts. They have star gen caps. You can't make more than 3 stars per hit, so he can cap out on star gen really fast. but like if he does NP quick, he can't make more than like 27 stars. And then that's assuming you get like I think it's 27. It might be 24. And then you're also like picking that arts card when you get it. So he just doesn't.
Do you need
make
it
very
now
many stars
with
purely
this
because of
buff?
that. Which is funny because this is an issue that even
what do I
Saber
mean?
Shield doesn't have right now.
What do you mean? Do you need
Can you just do MP quick? Or do you need the arts?
No, MP quick
well,
doesn't make. How many stars is MP?
Well-
I don't know how much MP quick makes.
MP quick. It is. Hold on. Let me math it out.
Because I tried
30,
using
yeah.
him, and unless you use Summer Scotty with him, which he only has one buster, I do feel like he struggles with stars. Like I tried using him with
Yeah,
like
and he
specific
doesn't
units.
have absorb either, which kind of like him being a lancer does kind of hurt.
Yeah, I guess I can see that. But he should be way more viable now. That's the blanket statement,
Yeah.
right? Because
Yeah,
before it was really hard to use him.
Yeah, I completely forgot about him. He's one of the servants because now I'm making videos again. He's definitely one of the ones I need to make a video on because this guy, he got such a big boost in performance. He's able to bridge that gap between NPs more often because he has his own 30 battery. You just funnel stars into him, give him some charge.
And it's not just this buff; it's also the release of Kazura drop. Right? It's the two big things, and I guess Hakuno as well.
Yeah.
If you're gonna go with that comp fully, yeah.
I think the Hakuno part might be a little bit of a meme because I don't think she contributes enough beyond like guaranteeing cards.
Yeah, but at least
stars
Kazura is like because it's better for anyone that has like a triple quick.
Yeah, I think I would still prefer. I think I would still prefer some like Caster Scotty over Hakuno.
Yeah, maybe Kazura, Scotty, Caster, and then him.
Yeah.
Although, would you be lacking on stars?
Personally, like I feel like one of his best supports, even in non-budget scenarios, is Jifu. Just because like NPs once, and then you get 20 stars per turn, and then she's got gain support and battery and all sorts of stuff. She just kind of fits him really well, and she doesn't have to use her cards for like anything really.
Fair enough.
I still don't think he's good, but the buff itself is really good. So yeah.
His damage potential is actually legit now, though, right? Because he has so many big buffs.
Well, yeah, when you start spamming the MP, yeah, for sure. But,
and now it is spammable. That's the key point.
well, yeah, but it's still card based. Like it's not close to Super Orion. It's just, I mean, obviously I shouldn't compare him to Super Orion. It's just, I don't know. He is he's okay. He's cool. I don't know. I think he's still lacking a little.
He could use more defense, if anything, because that one hit evade, it is not a whole lot.
It's kind of difficult to balance though, because somebody suggested like one turn, then he would just be invincible.
Like from his MP or something? Like, nah, hell
yeah,
nah.
Yeah.
Hell
He would just,
nah.
like, never
with this buff, it would be way too much.
Also, there might be issues with that because having it be one time infinite duration has its benefits. Like if it's a one turn one, you can't use it at the start of the battle, then have it do something 2 turns later.
They could buff the first skill to include some kind of defensive stuff because he's kind of already good with offensive stuff now. Because this skill is just what a lackluster kind of.
Yeah, never heard this phrase before. Really, the only thing he's missing is stars, and then he can spam his NP and stay alive a long time. Man, never heard someone say something about that about anyone else. You know?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, that's the joke.
He's one of the harder ones to place, even with this buff. But he should be at least a B, right? Like minimum B.
Yeah.
But how much higher than B?
As a single target lancer now.
Yeah. Is he even A?
Sure, like people can.
Is A crazy?
Complain about cards regardless, but
yeah, B is fine.
Just flat B.
I think so. I never was that big of a fan of him, but that could be me being.
I guess we could start with it.
Yeah, maybe.
I almost want to put B plus immediately.
I mean, depend on auto. Okay, and then B plus.
What did you say?
I said I'm
said
fine
B
with B
plus.
plus.
So
I'm
then
gonna
just
go B plus. Yeah. Okay.
Because like you look at the single target lancers, and like on one hand you're like, okay, well he doesn't have the consistency of an NP doing damage, and he has to rely on cards. But on the other hand, you look at the lancers, and you're like, how do I get their NP that often?
They all struggle. Like
So-
archers are just being chilling, and the lancers are like, how do I activate my MP? Funny.
Yeah.
Speaking of archers, we're back. Let's talk about William Tell. So now we're already quite far from day one, at least, which is cool. We have a single target archer again. Very original. But he's cool. He looks like Solid Snake. Attack is decent among 3 stars, not too shabby. Double Buster, double arts deck. It's fine for him, I think. He's kind of one of those. He has a bit of crits too, but he kind of mostly still likes to MP spam. He's like a interesting mix. Doesn't really do either amazingly well. His gains are better than most, but still not crazy good. Just whatever, kinda. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, 100% chance to skill seal an enemy for 1 turn and get 30 stars. I've seen a lot of people run esports copies because of this skill. Just die turn 1, pop this, you know, get a bunch of stars. Reset for your DPS hand if you're doing solos and whatever. But it's not a bad skill by any means, it's okay. Then the fun second skill, oh god. So on a 5-turn cooldown, it gets 30% arts for 3 turns. Debuff immune for 3 turns. That's cool actually for DPS to have. Then like all enemies get the marking debuff that have evasion, okay? Which is funny. So now the targets are treated as like they would have evasion, but even if they don't. And then for all enemies that don't have a dodge up, they get this evasion trap for 1 time, 5 turns. So at the end of every turn, again, if they don't have the evasion, they get applied the marking for 3 turns, which again, it's a weird buff because they're like trying to brute force his niche, but you know, I guess it works. So it's like their way of trying to put evasion on them, so it gets more damage on them, even if it's not evasion. It's just evasion in name, so the MP works. It's a whole doozy of a skill. But sadly,
question.
yeah.
Oh, sorry, you go first.
Like the evasion trap only works 1 time though, but it does apply it for 3 turns, I guess. So you can still have decent upside. But
are we considering the JP version of this guy or the NA version of this guy?
what do you mean?
Because he's bugged on NA and he works with unremovable evade.
Oh, is he? I didn't know that.
So weird.
I didn't know that actually.
He's actually, but cause I think didn't this happen last year when we were fighting over I was fighting someone in like my own server because he was like, no, but it works on unremovable evade. I was like, but it says it doesn't. And then
that was literally last year during the Archer tier list. I remember.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and then we're like, okay, so who's right, who's wrong here? Oh, turns out it's bugged in NA. It's actually kind of wild. So if NA fixed it, he would be nerfed. He would actually be nerfed.
I guess that's
I
true.
don't know
yeah.
if NA should fix him. I think they would like accidentally fix him in like a next, like maybe during this buff. Like when they patch him and they import it from JP, they would probably fix him. So he would get a nerf when he gets this buff.
In my opinion,
That's
like, dude, if he's up against someone who evades, I'd say he's usually better than Robin Hood. But that is
for his MP technically, but yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up this early, but yeah.
Yeah, I guess we'll cover the rest of the kit first.
We haven't gotten to
we paused here, but
we haven't gotten to the thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, for now, the third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 1k absorb for 1 turn and 100% crit damage for 1 turn. So it's a cute little bursty combo with the first skill. We get the 30 stars because at that point you're just gonna get all these stars for yourself. Granted, both of them definitely enjoy some downtime, unfortunately. But yeah, at least I really briefly on the second skill. At least the second skill is really good. Even before the buff, it was probably his best skill because he had good uptime on his main card type with good uptime on debuff immune. So it's pretty good. Actually, very good now. Passives 12.5% debuff res, cool, and then 10% crit damage, also cool. Small bonuses. Anti-acid maybe could be relevant depending on the dodges, I guess. So before damage on the MP, he gets a sure hit for 1 turn, of course, because, you know, that's his whole shtick. And then he does super effective damage against dodge or marked enemies, except unremovable if you're JP, and also NA, or also that if you're NA. So 200 range to 250 on the overcharge, so that's a lot. So obviously if you do hit that, then he's going to do a lot of damage. If not, then not the most impressive damage. But now with this buff, he can actually kind of be way better, huh? Yeah. Even better on NA, assuming the bug isn't fixed. So I wonder why did they want to brute force it so bad, though? I mean, it's great for him, of course, but it feels like just like an absolute brute forcing of a damage boost.
I mean, it
right?
is 200%.
Yeah.
It's his thing. Like, I mean, if he doesn't do that, what the fuck is he supposed to do?
Like, and now I
mean,
just
he's kinda
imagine
like
him, like, he's fighting an enemy, he sees it, instead of trying to snipe, he just walks up to him, just places an apple on their head and shoots them. That's what it is. He just walks there, just places a bunch of apples first.
No, he's putting glue on their head just in case they put an apple on their head in the near future, just so.
Yeah,
he's able
I
to
guess
shoot it off
I think
anyways.
that's a more literal way of translating it, yeah.
It's just weird. I don't know.
What a doozy of a skill as well. Like, no one else has this treatment. Oh my. And it's also 500% chance to land both of the things, depending on, you know, which one lands. So you can't even resist those.
Marking debuff 3 turns on enemies with evasions.
Yeah, the 3-turn debuff immune is pretty unique as far as
Yeah, for a low star, it's
as far
luxury.
as low stars go. Yeah, like sometimes you'll see like debuff resistance, but debuff immune.
We've had a lot of like
Thanks.
offensive debuff resistances so far, but he's straight up debuff immune, and that's on a good uptime as well.
So he doesn't even
Yeah.
brute force it. No. Yeah, see, I was wondering that's something weird. He doesn't even brute force the niche. He is basically just waiting if they use evade. If they never use evade, it still doesn't work, right? Because it says evasion trap. It will.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of
it will
course. They
check
still
it.
need to activate
Oh,
the
I
evasion for it
wasn't-
to work.
I
Yeah.
wasn't listening when you were talking about it. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
true.
basically-
That's exactly how it works.
yeah. If you put the apple on their head while that's there, then it gets glued onto their head.
Yeah, that's the glue
Of course,
analogy.
they don't
yeah.
get the benefits of having the apple on their head much longer, but
So it's
Yeah.
basically they did this because most evasions are like gone after 1 turn. So they didn't want him to be like, oh, he was only active like
Yeah.
once every 5 turns or something. They're like, you know, if they use an evade, okay, now he's gonna be active for like 3 more turns, which is cool. So it makes him, gives him more longevity, but you still need a dodge. But again, on NA it's better because also unremovable dodges count, and many bosses can have boxed
Actually
evades.
be a straight nerf if they fixed him while they give him the buff. It's so funny.
So, like, he has cool tools, but he's not as easy to use for his big damage as some of the other ones we've covered so far. But he has cool tools.
Yeah.
And obviously, if you hit evade, he's probably the best of the single target archers. In that
Oh, yeah.
case. Even if they hit their niches, I think he's going to be better.
You mean in within 3 stars?
Yeah, within
Or-
all the 3 stars. If they all hit their niche, like Robin hits
Oh,
his
yeah,
poison, Uriel
for
gets his
sure.
anti-mail, he gets his anti-evade, I think he's the best of the 3. Like, he's just the
Yep,
best.
He is.
But again, his niche is the hardest, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Because he also has the most modern kit and numbers and whatnot, too.
Hard to say.
It's a hard one to evaluate. No, I'm not
His
talking about...
ice damage-
Sugitani doesn't have a niche, so that's why I was talking about those 3, like the ones that have, like, big
No,
MP.
Sugitani does.
Well, I guess...
Sugitani has-
Yeah, I guess.
Sugatani has a niche. Yeah.
I guess,
Yeah, she
yeah.
has anti-king.
Yeah, true, I guess, yeah. True.
He's I don't think
Check the
he's
damage
like
reduction.
outright bad. I think
No, he's not bad
I
at
think
all.
he's a solid B. No,
Yeah, I think he should be at least a B, for sure.
I think Robin's still gonna
No,
be
Sugitani is
good
the-
most of the time as opposed to him, but
No, like even if Sugitani hits anti-king, the 200% is higher. So Myst is not wrong there. If he hits
Oh.
evade, he is the best. He
Yeah,
is the
because
highest damage.
his scaling is so high.
Yeah, it's better scale. It's 200% SE. It's not 150, so it is better.
Should we do a B? Maybe a B plus? I don't know, honestly. One of the Bs.
Yeah.
It's not the most common niche, is the thing. So maybe B.
I think B. I think it's too rare.
Yeah.
Again, if we're evaluating in JP terms, I do think non-removable evades is kind of common as like a stage gimmick they like to do. I think because of that, and it doesn't.
I feel like we should evaluate based on intended.
Yeah, then I think B is fair. I don't think you can go.
I would say B plus if NA, otherwise B. So there you go.
Yeah, that's so funny.
Yeah. All right. So next up, a Berserker. We got the Mori Nagayoshi. The Relief Glass Cannony Berserker. Interesting case. So, single target buster DPS, high attack. Not the highest, but pretty good for a 3-star. He's not full buster though, which a lot of people, myself included, I forget a lot about. But yeah, he's double buster, double arts. His gains, for a Berserker at least, they're better. But again, still overall nothing too crazy. If anything, maybe he should have been triple buster. Yeah. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 100% crit damage for 3 turns, 100% debuff resistance for 3 turns, so kinda basically immune there when you think about it. And then he gets this 100% minus buff success rate down for 3 turns, which is also treated as a buff. So if you thought the Lubu thing was annoying, then yeah, have one of these. Not only is it not RNG, it's full out denying your buffs, it's also a buff instead of a debuff. So, obviously you can load them up like with all your big, because most buffs are 3 turns and that's 3 turns, so you can just load them up first and then pop this. So there's ways to play around it, I guess, but also it's not just offensive buffs. So if you try to like give him an invul or something, then that's not gonna work either. So it is scary though. It's a big demerit, needless to say. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets this on attack buff for 3 turns. So whatever he just attacks, like any attack including his MP, he gets 15% attack for 3 turns. It is after damage, I believe, because it should say before damage otherwise. So not the best, but you know, still he can ramp up a lot of attack with this. And then also when he attacks, he gets 10% defense down for 3 turns with a 500% chance to apply. This one is considered debuff at least, so those can be cleansed, but they cannot be resisted, which is, I'm guessing that's why this is not a debuff immune and it's resistance, because this 100% will not actually resist the defense downs. Maybe that's why. I don't know, because otherwise the demerit would just kind of be undermined immediately. Anyway, he can definitely stack a good amount, because again, this is for 3 turns flat, so every attack is plus 15 for 3 turns in that time, even if it's before or after damage. It includes the MP and the extra attack. So third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 5k absorb for 1 turn, and then this on death activation for 3 turns, which cannot stack, I guess. Not that it really matters too much. So you get 20 stars if he dies during that. His exit is like, hey, have some stars, I guess. So yeah, it's a very glass cannony kid. Not only does he really screw himself with this buff denying thing, then there's also making him weaker. By that point, he's probably just going to get clapped by any attack. But he has some damage potential. 4% buster up on the passive, cool, but could be higher. Non-buffed MP, but before damage, he gets an invul pierce for 1 turn, and the MP itself ignores damage, or defense. I always say ignore damage. Ignores defense on damage.
Oh,
so that's cool.
Sorry.
And also does a defense down 10% on base overcharge 3 turns after damage, scaling up to 30. So it's a kind of a mini form of ramp up. It's just also after damage, like the attack up. What were we gonna say?
It's worth noting that if you use Mystic Code skills, it will work on them, because those have 500% chances of applying.
True.
Also, his Pierce Invul on his NP does get ignored. So
wait, so that works? Are you saying?
If you use his first skill, then he doesn't get Pierce Invul.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, yeah. So you get
Yeah, there's
cucked of
that
that too, unfortunately.
Yeah, two
Yeah.
separate things.
I thought you meant like the opposite, like it's like a bug or something. But okay, that's exactly what you meant. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. He's scary to use, right? I don't know. Like, is it worth it to go for that risk? Yes, he could have some damage potential, but he's risky, right? And also he's limited, by the way. So while we don't hardlock to MP1, it's not the easiest to MP5. He's probably like a fun servant if you like risky playstyles, but at that point, I like Hijikata way more. Granted, yeah, it's a 5-star compared to 3-star, but similar like risky berserker playstyles.
He has 2 art scars. What the?
He does, yeah. I like. What does he not have triple buster?
I mean, he can spam. I
hate it.
guess. Like
I don't hate it because it does let you mighty chain easier, from my experience.
I guess, but I would
like
still
it
take
also
Triple
makes his
Buster.
NP more accessible, not acceptable.
I still think Triple Buster is better, just because I think if all fail, I can click red. But
Yeah, but with him you plan around it and you do both of them. So you do so you do like a brave chain and then you do the NP with other cards, and it's supposed to be like you delete a couple bars with them, then he dies.
yeah,
That's
and
what
then
he does.
they do want him to die because of that skill effect, right? I mean, they kind of did design him around.
There's definitely not a desire to die,
yeah.
but it's like a bonus if he happens to die.
Yeah, I think he is better than Lubu for sure.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, nah, fam. Where's my third buster?
I mean, 100% crit damage for 3 turns is still 100% crit damage for 3 turns.
Yeah.
Funny how that works.
I've definitely seen him in like a lot.
And
of
he's good
like,
against debuffs, minus his own,
recently.
so that's cool too. He's just very susceptible to a damage. Like a single card can just absolutely explode him, especially when you get these defense downs going.
He's just trying to kill some stuff before he inevitably dies. I feel like that's just his game plan. Which I guess makes sense. He's like reckless. I like him better than Lubu for sure. He would be where's
C plus B.
C plus B. I can see him in B. I can see him in B. Yeah, I think you put it the best. 100% crit up is 100% crit up, but that is also why I think 3 Buster would be better.
Yeah, I agree. I
don't necessarily care about his MP, to be honest. Yeah.
Is B too high, or do we go C plus?
C plus? What?
I put him B.
Or were you considering a lot higher auto?
I thought you guys had a. I thought you guys had a better impression. Okay, I think like B plus. Damn.
Oh. Like I don't like the fact that he might just die immediately. Sometimes I have a problem with that.
I cannot see him just being half a tier over Lubu. Like, are you
okay? I'm willing to do a full tier, but I feel like B is like my limit.
You can protect him with taunts. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I see him paired with like Chengong very often.
I still hate the demerit too with the buff thingy.
Yeah.
I really hate that one.
I mean, Chengong's 1 turn buff. You just use Chengong's buff first and then use it. But like, yeah, he is a very like he's not supposed to be on field for too long. I guess is for most people, like unless you hyper him or something. I do think the 100% crit is a big sell though. So yeah, I'm
okay with the B tier.
B to B plus.
I'm not too hot on him though. Maybe that might be a me issue, but yeah, okay.
Use like Chengong, use Leonidas, those types of servants. I feel like Nobukatsu, someone who's coming up later, I feel like he's pretty decent with them because he makes stars per turn and he debuffs the enemy instead of buffing him.
Yeah, fair enough.
So you have a way
Yeah,
working around it.
debuffs are definitely
Nobukatsu should
more
just
favorable.
count every like Nobunaga like related servant.
Sorry, he
Nobunaga
doesn't.
retainers, like or something.
He
I don't
doesn't
know.
have
I don't know what the term is.
the Nobu card.
Ugh.
Unfortunately. Anyway, now we enter the anime wave with all the bronze releases, so we'll see the cavalry half next week. But yeah, we're gonna cover the berserker and the knight side now, starting with the saber in Mr. Yasun. Or you can say Jason, I don't care. But I always said Yasun because, you know, JP pronunciation, which I think tries to mimic Greek, I guess.
It is Yasun in
Yeah.
Chinese as well, so I
I
do
see.
kind of actually know him as
Okay.
Well,
Yasun. So
And also, it's more natural for me to
Plushy, you
say that
live in
because
America
Finnish
right
pronounces
now, and we
J
say
like that.
Jason.
Yeah.
okay,
Like we pronounce J like that. I feel like a lot of European languages do. We pronounce it like a Y basically.
Yeah,
so-
we also
Yeah.
pronounce Emia's thing Ro Ajax. Thank you very much.
Oh hell nah, dude. Hell nah.
Yeah, just like the soap.
Alright, so Yasun. So he's AoE arts saver. He's mostly used in farming. I don't think he's very legit as a DPS, unfortunately. I guess he does have one skill which could be okay, but I don't know, man. I feel like he's mostly used in like budget farming, if anything. Anyway, double buster, double arts cards. His gains on base are really bad, so that's not great again. But luckily the MP itself refunds fine. First skill on a 4-turn cooldown, targeted skill. The target gets a 2k heal and removes one latest debuff from them. So it's not a full debuff cleanse, unfortunately, but you know, it does something. -1, so again, it's whichever happens to be the latest one applied to the target. Kind of weird skill maybe on him in particular. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, also targeted. The target gets evasion for 1 attack, 1 turn, and 1k absorb for 1 turn, and also -20%. Actually, no, this is for himself only every time. He gets a 20% defense down for 1 turn, no matter who you target. Which again, if you're using as a DPS, is kind of scary, because with 1-star stats, you can't really afford to take a lot more damage to begin with. Again, just a whatever burger skill. It's a lot of downtime with not much that it does. Just it feels like random effects just scrapped together for the sake of it. I don't really get it. Again, maybe some training lore, I guess. Alright, so the third skill. So on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then all Argo-related allies with the trait, there's not a whole lot of them, but they get 20% battery. 30% crit damage for 3 turns and 30% star gen for 3 turns. He of course has the Argo trait, but this skill sadly excludes himself. But I guess if you want to bring 2 Yasuns, you can kind of share the love like that. Maybe not the best idea, but you could. So yes, he sadly only gets the attack, but otherwise it's like a charisma with +1 cooldown. It's a 1-star servant, so... I feel like some people have probably tried to make like an Argo team, but I feel like at that point you can just get more out of some other supports anyway still. There's mostly just a fun thing. Because the buffs themselves, the battery's the big thing if anything. The other two, I mean, yeah, sure, they're just there. Okay.
yeah, me personally, my favorite Argonaut is Castorian.
True.
Remember from the story?
Yeah, it's not the best skill set overall. It's just, it feels like really random stuff stitched together for a lot of it. 17.5% debuff res. Again, is that all that relevant for him? You decide. 8% quick up. Yeah, I don't think so. Anti-caster. I can live without that. Voice crack. Buffed MP though. So this was a reason why he actually kind of got more relevancy. So before damage, he also gets 20 stars per turn for 3 turns. Like, imagine that on someone else's MP. How crazy is that? How crazy is that? That's such a good effect. Like, just, you can stack it too. Like, okay, dude.
On arts looping MP.
Yeah.
You just never run out of stars.
And then also
It's
before
like Space
damage.
Arash
Yeah, he gets
after
20% arts up for 3 turns on base, getting up to 40. Like, his MP effects wise is crazy. Both of those effects are crazy. But it's a 1-star MP, so... But yeah, you can kind of loop with it. It's not the best numbers of all time. You're not going to be doing 90++ with this guy. But, you know, you can do some farming. And there's probably going to be people you trying to use this effect for DPSing or maybe even supporting, but I don't really think it's all that legit, personally. Again, you can just use Jufu, because Otto mentioned earlier, her MP basically does the same thing, so... Yeah. If you want the low star support, just use her like that. I don't know. I feel like he just... Maybe at some point, people are like, aha, he's better than Muramasa at farming. XD, he's the best there ever was because of that.
Yeah, and
Like,
then nodes started being less than 3-3x.
Yeah, that didn't last for too long.
Now people don't care about him again.
Great character in Atlantis, though. That's probably his
he's
best
really
part.
fun.
Yeah.
He's got great animations as well.
It's really funny, yeah.
Man.
Yeah, he just doesn't do enough farming numbers anymore for the big farming. And as a DPS or a support, he just, again, you can do way better in both. So he's just kind of, unfortunately, subpar nowadays.
Yeah.
Not hopeless, but just very subpar.
Like C to C plus. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe there somewhere.
Support is that great.
I'd say like C. He's like a very meh farmer, at least. I mean, it's not like he has a lot of competition with AoE Art Sabers, I guess. There's so few of them that like actually do farming.
But yeah, for like low star AoE arts, it's not a great thing to have, honestly. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe someday he'll see the glory days again. But again, he's a good character, so he's got that going for him. Right, we continue on the streak with these anniversary bronzes. So next up we have the Archer in Paris. Another niche single target DPS, this time of the quick sort. Again, attack it is what it is for a 2-star, can't expect miracles. Double arts, double quick on that deck. If anything, I feel like double buster, double quick, or triple quick nowadays would have been cooler. But, oh well, I guess. Gains, just okay on the arts, otherwise pretty bad otherwise. Arts at least are passable. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets an evasion for 1 attack, 1 turn. Then one target gets minus 30% crit chance for 1 turn. They get their buff stripped, so full buff strip. And then if you happen to remove buffs, they get this vital spot debuff on them for 3 turns, which has a 500% chance to apply. So unless they're immune, it's basically guaranteed to land on them. And that basically helps his MP, you'll see that soon. But yeah, so it's not a bad skill. Defensive-wise, it's not the best, because the crit chance down is 1 turn, and then the evade is only 1 hit, 1 turn. But the full buff strip on command, that's still nice. And obviously, if you land it, then it's great, because then his MP just activates, basically. So I don't hate it. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 40% attack for 1 turn, 20% defense for 3 turns, and then 50% debuff rest for 3 turns. So it's basically the Artemis skill, the same thing. And it's still fine. It's vanilla, but it's fine. Would be maybe nice to have some more longevity for the attack, but not bad by any means, especially for a 2-star of all servants. Third skill on 5-turn cooldown, he gets 20% battery and 2k heal, and that's about it. Helps with spamming that MP a bit more, because again, his gains could definitely be a bit better. And a heal doesn't hurt, I guess. Although a lot of the times you probably want to pop it turn 1, in which case the heal is wasted. Or depending on your support, you could wait too. It's an okay skill set, passable for a bronze servant for sure. 17.5% debuff rest on the first passive, cool. 12% crit damage, also cool. He is a quick base servant, while his deck might not be the best for crit synergy, it's still nice to have. Sentai Rider, unless they're loaded with buffs, I would probably not bother. So then the first skill, he gets an Invul Pierce for 1 turn before damage, great utility, and then does super effective damage against the marked enemies from the first skill, so it's the base 150 to 200 range. I feel like this could have been 200 to 250 as well. I feel like they could have done that as well here. Yes, it's easier to activate than, let's say, Will Tell, but it's like that buff is you only get it from the buff removal working out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Again, Paris. If you can't do that, then you're just not gonna bring Paris, right? There's no point. It's just not gonna do much damage. But if you get that, then yeah, again, we might see some damage. There's just so many of these archers that have these like scenarios where you have to do certain specific things. Invul Pierce is cool though. That's nice, and a buff strip regardless.
I don't know. He just kind of feels like a lot of the times a worse Robin Hood, no? Because it's kind of similar. The MP damage. I mean, he has buff removal, I guess. I think buff removal is like the one unique thing.
Yeah.
As far as 2-stars go, he is like one of the better DPSs as far as 2-stars go.
Yeah, for what it's worth. Yeah.
His stats aren't.
Oh, sorry.
Hello? Yeah. Like he has like all of the basic things. Like he has hard survival, he has soft survival, he has a heal, he has a battery, he has a way of dealing with enemy buffs and like defenses and stuff. So like he's a very well-rounded servant design wise, kit design wise. No.
I think he actually
he just suffers from low numbers, be it his 2-star stats or these effects being like one hit, one turn of crit chance down. Like, yeah.
Sorry.
The puzzle pieces are there, but just 2-star numbers.
How does he do more than Robin Hood when he removes a buff? It's not even 200% SE.
Because
I think he does. He has better steroids.
Does it help that it's a quick MP?
I mean, it's a 40% attack up. Never mind, for one turn.
Yeah.
It's a bit misleading though, maybe, but yeah, it helps.
Also, fun fact: that is a variation of a different archer's skill. Archer Orion has the same thing, except it swaps the attack and the defense. Where instead of 1 turn defense, 3 turn attack, it's 3 turn defense, 1 turn attack.
Yeah, it was a bit different.
Yeah. I think he's pretty good. It is a little annoying getting his super effective. Like sometimes you have to wait a turn or another turn. You just have to wait for them to do a thing. But with boss fights, like they always use skills, so it's not too big of an issue.
Yeah, buff removal and Invul Pierce. I guess it's a little bit redundant, but at the same time, not always, because unremoval invul is the thing. I'd put him like half a tier below Robin Hood, probably.
B+.
Because I think he's still good, but it's just I mean, I don't
maybe I'm okay with that.
Expert here, but yeah, I think he's still pretty good.
Again, this is a low star list, so yeah, sure. Okay, not the hardest niche. It's still easier to work than Will Tells, for what it's worth. Even if he has a more well-rounded kit, I feel like. Sure, okay. Alright, another one of these. So next up, one of the more tragic ones, unfortunately. We have Gareth. Small Gareth. Okay, head pads. So single target the Buster DPS and a semi-tank as well. Just kind of a weird mix of both. Sadly, doesn't do either really well, unfortunately. So
if this was Smobcast, someone would mention Evora.
Oh, I get what you mean. I understand that references. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, yeah, the stats obviously not super high as a 2-star for both tanking or DPSing. Double Buster, double quick deck. Yes, indeed. Gains are at least better than most we've seen so far. So she's got that going, even if they're not still amazing. First skill, buffed on a 7-turn cooldown. She gets a guts for 1 time, 3 turns with a 3k revive. 50% crit damage for 3 turns and 20 stars. So it helps her do more damage, I guess. The guts uptime still unfortunately not good, even after the buff. Still mostly downtime. You prefer to see it on the other side, but oh well. But yeah, it's gonna help with her damage a bit, I guess. I still don't love it though. It's downtime on everything basically. I never like when big DPS stuff is tied to a guts because the cooldown is just gonna screw it over. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 20% battery, then this on defense buff for 3 turns, and whenever she's hit, she gets 20% attack for 1 attack, 5 turns, and this works, I think, in a bad way, because let's say you get hit 3 times in 1 turn. You get 3 of these buffs, so you get 60% attack. The way it works is, again, it's 1 attack, 5 turns, and it's not, they don't get consumed per hit, attack. They get consumed on the next attack, all of them. So even if you use 1 face card, you would lose all 3 of them, and that would get 60% more attack. I kind of hate that, because it means sometimes you have to really dodge your face cards in case you want the MP to do more damage. Unless you're loaded with crit buffs for like a buster card or something, then maybe it's fine. It's just weird. I don't know. I was never a huge fan of this thing. It does get a bit better with the 3rd skill, of course. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a taunt for 1 turn, 40% defense for 1 turn, and 20% MP gain for 1 turn. So this is basically like Benkei's and Leonidas' taunts combined. But sadly, doesn't get the best of each or either world. It makes her be able to tank a turn for sure. That's enough defense for that. But the MP gain is kind of negligible.
1 turn.
Yeah.
20% for 1 turn is kind of weird.
Yeah, and then Leonidas gets 100% for 3 turns. It doesn't help much, really.
At least 100%.
And again, it's the same dilemma, right? Because this is considered an offensive effect, so it actually goes away before you get hit, so you don't even get more defensive gain from it. It's really awkward. Yeah, it's not the worst kit I've ever seen. Again, there's synergy for sure. There's both tankiness and DPS, but it just works in a way I'm not a huge fan of. And some of the numbers are awkward too. Alright, 15% debuff rest is cool. Even more value with a taunt, because then, single target skills go to her. Or debuffs rather. 8% quick up is fine. Her 2 quicks are fine at least, so not a bad passive either. Anti-rider, nah, don't neutral with her. MP hasn't been buffed, unfortunately, but before damage, much like Paris, he also gets, or she gets 1 turn of Invul Pierce. Cool. And then after damage, the target gets minus 10% defense down for 3 turns, scaling up to 30%, again, unfortunately, after damage. Maybe a bit of ramp up, but to be honest, the MP is not the most spammable thing anyway. It's semi-spammable, but not super spammable, and it doesn't do a ton of damage. Maybe if you stack a crazy amount of these attack buff and then you get it off on the best case scenario, but I don't know. I feel like Gareth is just doesn't do anything really well. Doesn't tank super well, doesn't DPS super well, doesn't really support the team either. So I just don't think she really ever has a good reason to be picked.
It's really just Pierce Emblem. Pierce Emblem is pretty rare with low stars, and I want to say it's just not that common with Lancers in general. But
yeah, I forgot maybe.
That's it.
Not the best selling point, unfortunately, but it's something.
She could definitely use a buff. I don't know why they did what they did with her.
They buffed the first skill. It was just the base cuts before. They added the crit stuff.
Yeah. They. I mean, I know
and the uptime of the guts. Right? No, the heal of the guts. Way. Yeah.
Why didn't they make the crit better? Why didn't they make the guts better?
6-turn cooldown would have been cool too. Yeah, I don't know. She's so vanilla. It's just it's not enough for a 2-star. It's just not enough. Is this the first D+? Really
nice.
Or D still as well?
I'll say D+, yeah.
We might finally have one.
Sure.
There you go. She might have her own tier. We'll see. You never know. Okay. Then the final of this part from that anniversary batch, we have the Berserker in Salome. If I can find where that is. There we go. Very interesting case. I feel like mostly still a meme, but an interesting case nonetheless. So we have a single target arts Berserker DPS who has some interesting team utility. Attack always again not high as a 2-star, but that's to be expected. If anything, the HP being low is even more of a scary thing. She's double boss for double arts, which is fine because they're not going to give her triple arts. She's not going to face card anyway, so she's mostly just about MP spam. She's one of those. Gains for a Berserker, especially a low star, they're okay. Again, not great, just okay. First skill on the 5-turn cooldown, she gets 50% anti-lawful good alignment damage for 3 turns and then 20% attack for 3 turns. So this is one of those unfortunate cases that the target is not separate power mods, it's combined. So you might think, oh, my target's like lawful evil, she's gonna get damaged. She's not gonna get damaged. They have to be specifically lawful good. Both sides need to match for her to activate this. Now the good part is she's a berserker at least, so she has a lot of coverage. I just really hate that it's a combined thing. Ooh. Like, why though?
I mean, that'd be pretty nuts if it was lawful or good, right? It's 50% and
I think it's
20%
fine
attack
for
rate.
her as a 2-star. I think that would be fine.
I guess, yeah.
If it was maybe a 5-star, yeah, sure, too much. But it's a 2-star. They could do that easily, for sure.
Yeah.
Or make it 30% each separately. Something like that could be fine too. That would be a small buff as well. Anyway, 20% attack at least. It works every time on a decent uptime, so it's fine. Mixed value skill. Second skill on 5-turn cooldown, she gets a debuff immune for 1 time 3 turns, 20% defense for 3 turns, and an invul for 1 attack 3 turns. So it's all defense, which is good. It's not awkward. They're all, you know, semi good uptime, so it's just easy to pop. Keeps her alive a bit more. Maybe, because we have the third skill. So on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets 1k healing per turn for 7 turns. And then she gets this delayed dance buff for 7 turns, which is also treated as a buff, so you can't cleanse it. And then every turn, she removes 1 latest defensive buff from herself for 7 turns. So if you have nothing else for her, besides her own skills, you immediately lose the invul because of order of operations. So that's a bit scary, but you know, you might bring Castoria or something. Although actually they're both invuls, so you can even stack them on the first turn. So yeah, you will immediately lose this unless you give her something else after that. And then, you know, whatever happens to be the latest on the following up turns as well. But then she also gets this other dance buff thingy for 7 turns. So after 7 turns, the full party gets 100% MP gauge. Including herself, of course. So it's a really interesting thing. Like, it's not really worth it, though, I want to say. Before we even get to the discussion, I don't think it's worth it. it's a funny meme, but it's just so hard to keep her alive half the time anyway. And she won't even do crazy damage. But yeah, we'll cover the rest of the kit first. 5.5% boss drop. Not the biggest deal for her, because she's actually way more blue focused. MP hasn't been buffed either, which doesn't help her case. It does a 1k curse on the normal effect besides damage for 5 turns, which doesn't really mean much. And then she also does a curse amplifier for 5 turns with a base 200% amplified up to 400%. I have seen some meme comms where people have stacked curse on her to do like 6-digit numbers, but again, they're mostly just memes. They're not really all that legit, so yeah, it only does curse stuff, so it's whatever. I don't think she's legit at all. I think she's a meme. She's a fun meme, but a meme nonetheless. Is that a hot take or not?
I use her for curse amplification and at level 1. Again.
Yeah, she's got good Domon synergy as well. They both do curse, and she's chaotic evil. So there's situations where you can use her for like dot spam, and she does die easier in those instances. So that could be.
Yeah, I guess then it's good that she's fragile. Yeah.
Realistically, I think she's just a stand-in DPS when you're against lawful good. I think her damage genuinely is pretty nice.
Yeah.
Against lawful good, but other than that, I don't know, man.
She doesn't. Yeah, if you just don't use her third skill, she's like she's like a little something against lawful good enemies.
Yeah, a little something. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys probably appreciate her a bit more than I do gameplay wise, which is fair.
I mean, no, I actually don't, because it's literally just level 1. Level 1, give evil curse, and then she can die. Like, that's it. It's just okay.
I would not place her high. Where would you guys place her? I would maybe do a C at
E.
most.
Yeah, C. D plus to C. I think the only reason she'd be better than Gareth would just because she's Berserker. And that
Probably.
yeah,
She's probably better for.
better for
I
damage.
guess.
Yeah.
I mean, she's less durable than Gareth.
Yeah.
But she's a berserker.
But Gareth is also like, why would you ever bring her? There's that argument.
Yep. So
At least she has the argument. You can maybe do some dot memes or sometimes get decent lawful good damage. So there's a couple of small arguments.
yeah, she is a servant that I do use, but again, it's not.
I think
for
I'll just
very
settle for a
flattering
flat
stuff.
C. I think that's fine.
Against lawful good, can she compete with golds? No, never mind.
Maybe not super well.
No,
I don't know. I would have to see numbers.
uh,
Anyway,
I
that's
think
with the anniversary bronzes, but not long after that, we get Nobu Katsu added into the game. Friend point rarity. So 1-star archer support. I guess he can be used as a generic support as well, but definitely gets the most value when paired with Nobu, specifically Summer and specifically Mao Nobu. Because Archer might not need all the absorb stuffs that she provides, so definitely more combo potential with the two that desperately need that absorb. Anyway, stats obviously pretty trash because 1-star, not much you can do about that. Double Buster, double Quick Deck, which may be a bit unfortunate because it's not the easiest to get his MP. Granted, his gains are still better than most of the servants we've seen on this list, which again maybe doesn't say too much because most of them have bad gains to begin with. So there's that. First skill on 6-turn cooldown. One target gets a 3-turn confusion debuff on them, so there's a 30% chance for them to get skill seal for 1 turn. Every turn there's a 30% check. And then also the target gets minus 30% buster res down for 3 turns. Not a bad skill at all. Decent support, especially for a 1-star. Good amount of buster down. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 15 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then all allies get 20% crit damage for 3 turns. So that's the generic part, everyone gets that. But then all Nobu allies get 80% more crit damage for 3 turns and 3k absorb for 3 turns. So obviously Nobus get 100% crit damage from this and 3k absorb. So at that point even Berserker and Mao can definitely land those stars, which is cool. Not a terrible skill, honestly, even without the Nobu stuff. 15 stars is still okay. Third skill on 4-turn cooldown, gets a taunt for 1 turn. Then he gets 50% increased MP gain on damage taken for 1 turn. And then he gets this on death activation for 5 turns, which I guess cannot stack, not that it's a big deal, I would say. So if he dies during that 5 turns, the full party, all the remainders, they get a 3k heal on them. It's not a bad kit, honestly. It's a fun one. Can definitely find some uses for it, especially the Nobu enjoyers. 12.5% debuff res is fine. 6% crit damage, not really relevant. He's never going to be a DPS. Anti-caster, same thing, never going to be a DPS. Non-buffed MP. So, besides himself, the other party members get 20% gauge on use. Then Nobu allies get 20% buster up for 3 turns. And then all allies, no matter what, get 10% buster up for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 30%. And then he dies. He gets sacrificed. It can obviously be prevented with guts. That's the anti-sacrifice thing. But most of the time, if you use his MP, you just want him to die anyway to rotate him out. So I think he has some, uses as a generic support, but I think he really should be used as a Nobu support, even if it is a niche role. But there's definitely some generic cases, mostly because of the first and the second skills, and being easy to rotate out. So I think he's fairly versatile.
His NP doesn't exist. Don't bother with it. Just use his 3rd skill to kill him. That's it. His NP is just not worth it. And his 3rd skill does not do a good job getting it. Because if you use... there are so many positives to using a taunt to cycle someone out versus just having them suicide NP.
Not to mention, it's kind of hard
because-
to get the MP from this anyway, because he has 1-star stats and barely any defense.
Yeah.
So if you taunt him, chances are he's gonna die even against like sabers.
Yeah. For one, like you can end the turn if the enemy kills you while you're taunting. Whereas if they do a suicide NP, they're just going to attack the other two enemies, the other two allies. Which,
The one unfortunate part
you
is that the
ideally
stars per
don't
turn
want
are
that
tied to
happening.
him, though. So if he
Yes.
dies, you immediately lose that.
That's another thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he dies, he doesn't give you stars, and I feel like
If he was
stars
like
are one of the better
Anderson, that
things
would
he
have been
does.
better.
Yeah, 15
Yeah.
stars per turn is nice to have. It's
But,
awkward.
I think he's a pretty solid buster support. Like if you're up against one enemy, and you're using like neutral classes, like instead of using berserkers, because berserkers get less out of heals, so he can just sit out there for a few turns making stars, and people will benefit from his buffs. But then the enemy gets their NP, and then he just taunts, and then he's gone. So and he helps them stabilize a little. He functions pretty well. It's just generally with the low star taunters, you're trying to do like berserker protection, because it's harder to protect berserkers like through traditional means.
Yeah, like you said, the
and since
combo
he
with
only has
Mori, for
one
instance,
taunt,
right?
he has a 1-turn taunt, and he doesn't have like the crazy value that Qingong has in the instance. So I think he's pretty solid, though. Low star supports, once again, they have a better use case and generation as opposed to like DPSs. So
Yeah, and the
I'd
one
definitely
star
pick him
cost
over
helps
a
a
lot of
lot.
these.
It's just easy to slot into a party.
I mean, I just use him with Nobu. I mean, it's just if I need a buster. I mean, it's 30% buster down is.
He's like a
lot
mini
times better than-
Summer Abbey, much cheaper.
than 1 turn 50% buster up for a lot of the low star runs, I guess. Haven't like, and the taunt is good, but yeah, I agree his MP is bait. Even for Nobus, I don't think you want to use his MP, just because like if you can Brave Chain with Nobu, you probably would rather Brave Chain with Nobu because it's 100% crit up to Nobus.
Yeah.
So
And then
so
you
it's,
don't get that free turn if he dies to his MP instead of a taunt.
Yep, and Nobus are the two Nobus that are best with her are Frail. It's Berserker.
Yeah,
and
because then they
Avenger.
would be only 2 targets remaining. You're another support, and then your DPS, who was probably frail as well, so they would be more susceptible to
Yep.
attacks as well after he's gone.
Yep. So
This is a hard evaluation, but I feel like he's semi-high on the list.
yeah, he should be pretty high.
At
I'd
least
say,
a
like,
B.
B plus.
I think I might go
I'd say,
B+.
like,
plus.
personally, yeah.
Yeah.
Nobu.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he combos
he's-
really well
he's up there.
with the two Nobus that have the least star absorb and the second smallest star absorb classes, like Berserker and Avenger. Right? Like both of them
Yeah.
really need the absorb.
Yeah, they both also have buster decks, so it affects them the most.
Yeah, he was
Man, it
made
just
with
sucks
purely
being the
Nobus in
original.
mind, but luckily he's not completely useless outside of Nobus as well, so they didn't fully gimp him like that. That's nice. Okay. Alright, next up, the Bunny and Collab event, and with it we get another FP welfare in Mary Anning. She's AoE Arts Lancer. While you can kind of farm with her as well, she's mostly like a female art support. I want to say that's where she shines the most.
I
Not
agree.
bad at all, honestly, with that. She offers quite a bit of team love. So again, the stats are going to be terrible because she's a 1-star. Just deal with it. Double Buster, double arts, fine deck for herself. Gains are just god-awful on base though. So you're just going to have to rely on MP refund if you're into that stuff with her. But again, you mostly probably just use her for supporting anyway. So it's fine. Per skill on a 5-turn cooldown. So all female or unknown gender allies get 15% attack for 3 turns. Same with 15% arts for 3 turns. And then also 10% MP gain for 3 turns. So it's exactly what your, arts DPS wants. Even arts supports like this. Because, both arts up and MP gain is nice. So you get the full trifecta of gains and a bit of damage. That's actually, while the numbers individually are not super high, it's just a nice package of 3. And it actually has good uptime too. So in the case that you actually don't immediately get rid of her, you can actually maybe rotate this. And with the append, it's only a 4-turn cooldown as well. So it's a nice skill. It's good. Second skill on a 4-turn cooldown, you get 30 stars on use, and then she does 500 damage to self with that cannot be lethal. So there you go, more stars as well. A good amount, also low cooldown. So while it's basic, it's it's fine. It makes sense too. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, all enemies get a -1 tick down. Then the full party gets 10% gauge and also 30% crit damage for 3 turns. I'm still to this day very surprised they gave her a full AoE guaranteed tick down. That's very nice. Like this skill, it's like everything this skill does. Maybe the crit damage is like the one whatever part, but it's also nicer with the stars. But yeah, it's just really nice. This is on a 1-star servant. Like, ooh, nice. Like this is a really nice supporting skill set. Just very solid. Just does a lot, surprisingly a lot of stuff. Very good. 10% debuff versus her only passive, which it is what it is. Anti-append is alter ego, which I guess night classes can be decent on alter ego as an option, but unless you have a fat copy, you're probably not gonna do too much damage with her. Non-buffed MP, so does damage, does a buff block on all enemies for 1 time 3 turns. That's also cool. And then before damage, she gets 10% art stuff for 1 turn, scaling up to 30% on max OC, which helps with her refund and damage as well. But mostly for supporting, the buff block is also nice in case you get the MP. You might not get it though at all if you're using her for supporting, but if you do, you don't hate a buff block either. Yeah, she's really solid with this skill set. It's all about the skills, really, I would say. Yeah, you can farm, but I think it's just all about the supporting, really.
I genuinely use her as a support still.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
I think
good.
she's really good. Like she.
And again, 1-star cost is if anything is great because again, so easy to put in it like a party.
Yeah, and the star bomb being that big is really nice.
Yeah, all her stuff is surprisingly big.
Yeah, like maybe like.
Like this full AoE guaranteed ticks as well. Again, I'm surprised.
I'm being very greedy because I remember myself complaining why isn't the crit 50%, but that might be a bit much.
Yeah, I feel like that would be much.
It's really good. Sorry.
She is a really nice servant to just like start it all off with. She can replace a star bomb. She can give you 10% charge, which might be the difference between turn 1 NP and not turn 1 NP. Pretty nice if you're a 20% charged servant enjoyer.
Yeah, I'm a Luvia enjoyer, so I know how that feels like.
So like, yeah, she's great for starting it off. Like you get some stars, you get some NP gain that helps you loop later. So I'll use her with art servants, I'll use her with quick servants, I'll use her with buster servants as long as they're female.
Yeah, like the card type is just a bonus. You just need to make sure they have female and unknown gender. I would say A+.
Yeah, I agree.
Super solid.
Probably, yeah, one of the best supports on here.
Yeah. Pretty unanimous. Alright, so the next one is really cool. Especially because we have a buff for her that did not exist the last time. And it's a significant one at that too. So she's not the latest 3-star of the list, but she's still fairly new. NA doesn't even have her yet. So we got Sugitani next. The Sniper Monk. And especially now after this buff, you feel that sniper part way more. So single target Buster Archer DPS also has quite nice crit potential too. Attack is decent for 3-star. Double Buster, double Buster, double arts on the deck. I'm not mad about the deck. Gains also, again, better than most of the servants in this list while not being crazy. Still, they're alright. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% Buster for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, or Buster crit damage for 3 turns. Yeah, it just works, it's the red skill. Sure, not bad, despite being basic. Second skill, her own unique disengage. So on a 6-turn cooldown, it gets +1 turns of cooldown, I guess. She removes her debuffs. She gets this regen buff for 5 turns. So every turn she gets 50% crit damage for 1 time, 5 turns, and this effect lasts for 5 turns. So you can stack these as well in case you don't happen to land crits. But you probably will use these fairly rapidly. So, you know, and not that you have to stack, they don't get better or anything like that. So, yeah. But then you also get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. I would say well worth the +1 cooldown. Definitely a nice boost to her crit offense. Cool. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets an evasion for 3 hits, 3 turns. 500% absorb for buster cards for 3 turns. Scales or synergizes nicely with the first skill. Gets another regen buff for 3 turns, so every turn she gets 15% buff success rate up for 5 turns, and this effect lasts for 3 turns. And when you see the MP, makes sense. This one helps that it stacks, and obviously it doesn't get. It only gets consumed by the MP as well, so you don't have to worry about it like dropping off prematurely or anything like that, because it lasts for 5 turns when you get one of those. Cool skill set, and it gets even cooler when the MP comes into play. Like, this is some cool design, I want to say. 12.5% debuff res, could be higher, but it's something. 12% crit damage, great, max amount for that passive. Anti-archer, unless they're king, maybe not the most relevant thing. So yeah, then the buffed MP. This is a new thing. So we have a lot of effects, needless to say. Let's cover overcharge first, because it's easy. So before damage, she has a 70% chance to get 20% buster and arch for 1 turn, scaling up to 40%. Cool. Before damage, she has an 85% chance to get sure hit for 1 turn, 55% chance to get 20% MP damage for 1 turn, 2 of those in fact, and they're both individual checks. She does 150% anti-king super effective damage with the MP, flat, and you get 20 stars. So this is the fun part, because obviously you have the third skill, right? You get, every turn you get one of these 15% buff success rate up. So 1 turn, you already guarantee the sure hit, and you're basically, you're very high on these overcharge as well. Then you get 2, you guarantee the overcharge. Then you get 3, you guarantee the MP damages as well. And you don't necessarily have to get them guaranteed either. They're still, like, after so while, you're still going to have a lot of good chances to land them anyway. And I kind of like that this is also split. So it would feel much worse if you missed like a 40% MP damage. Because now it's like, you know, there's 2 of them that are split into 20. So it would feel worse if you miss like 1 of them. I mean, it still sucks if you miss both, which can happen, but yeah. But at this point, this MP is so stacked that if you're not even if you're not going up against king damage, if you just land a lot of these buffs, she's gonna hit very hard with his MP despite no niche, you know, assuming no king. So this is such, and the 20 stars go really well with the crit playstyle too. This is such a cool, like, it's well designed and it's cool as well. It's not super, like, it doesn't feel like she's being held back too much by the RNG. It's like she really feels like a sniper, if anything.
See, the interesting thing is, before the MP upgrade, the MP upgrade actually removed the demerit, because before the MP
it doesn't.
upgrade,
I forgot. I mentioned that it doesn't do that anymore. Yes, it did. Yeah, that's the crazy difference. Yeah, that's the big difference.
It was supposed to like be, maybe she fired all her shots and she has to like.
Yeah, that's
reload,
crazy
so
now that they don't get removed. Oh my god.
Yeah, now after you pass the first couple of turns for that skill 3, she can just keep on shooting, and with guaranteed.
And again, they last for 5 turns. That's really nice when you get them.
Yeah, the MP damage is ridiculous when she lands all the buffs. It is just, it's more than if she landed no buffs but hit king. Actually, it's I guess if you want to count like RNG, but I mean it's hard to like not hit everything. I think it's hard to like miss everything, but like if you miss everything but hit king, it's actually less damage than if you hit every buff on the MP. It's
which is awesome because it's generic damage.
Yeah, and if she, so earlier we talked about William Tell. So if she lands all her buffs and she hits king, yes, she does hit.
Yeah, at that point you would hope so, at least, because that's a crazy amount of buffs.
I think she hits the hardest out of, like, she hits harder than like 210 common when he hits demonic. Like she has like about the same damage as like Ashwell Tomlin at like 1 HP or some shit. It's kind of crazy. So Yeah,
Such a cool
and her
serve with
crits are
that.
strong. Why are
Yeah.
her crits strong? I'm
I kind
genuinely
of wish she still
baffled
had
her
triple
at her
buster,
first
but yeah, still like it's fine too because this makes her MP more spammable as well, so it's not
Yeah.
even bad. But man, it's
I don't
like
understand how
it's
she
such
can
a
get that
cool
skill 1.
servant.
That skill 1 is kind of not a 3-star skill, to be honest.
Yeah, they
I think
definitely gave her some nice stuff.
skill 3 as well. Honestly, her skill set doesn't really feel like a
Yeah,
3.
this is pretty
so
good.
loaded. This is
Pun
like,
intended.
yeah, reloaded even. I can't believe this is another 3-star that is famous for being a failed assassin.
Yeah. I think this is unfortunately the Tomatomo idea pulled off better. Because
Yeah, it
Tomatomo's
makes me
also
sad
trying
because
to
I
like
love Tomatomo. Where's his MP
yeah,
buff?
he's trying to load up his stuff as well.
This is
Dude,
such a
imagine
cool.
if he was
I love this design, so it's so cool and it works. It's not like
he
a
should
demerit.
just steal this kit but have 5-star stats. He would be
This has to
insane.
be EX, right? As a low star, especially. It's
Yeah.
just so good. Ugh.
It's
Yeah.
amazing.
Fun, great design, great serve, and just there's nothing really bad to say about her, honestly.
I
The
would
one
definitely
time
use her
RNG
over-
is acceptable because it's done properly.
Oops, sorry. I was gonna say there are definitely cases where I would use her over Saika, which is saying something. Not
Yeah.
just anti-king, to be honest. Like depends on my support.
Right, we have one more servant to cover of the initial placements. Since the latest of the list, we got the Mr. Theseus, Asterius' BFF, I guess. Yeah, single target arts saber. Attack is pretty decent among 3 stars. He's double buster, double arts as well on the deck, and his gains, they're fine. They're better than most of these, but again, don't take that too seriously because most of them have pretty god-awful gains to begin with. But they're fine enough, I guess, for what he's supposed to do. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% arts for 3 turns, 20% battery, and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. I like how you can start to see we have way more modern 3 stars now, because like, imagine like another one of those older ones with this skill. They would never have this skill. Like it's not a broken skill, it's just a nice skill. Like this just feels good. But then we have all the other ones that have like absolute dog skills. So you can tell we're far from day 1 at this point. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 500% absorb for 3 turns of arts cards, 50% arts crit damage for 3 turns, and 15 stars on use. It works. Would be cool if he had triple arts if anything, but you know, sure, it works too. Don't hate it. Synergizes okay with the first skill too, with the arts up and the stars. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% attack for 3 turns. One enemy gets minus 20% attack for 3 turns, and then another 15 stars on use. So now you can get 30 stars from his skills immediately. It's a cool skill set. I don't mind the lack of defense, again, just because he's arts. Yeah, I sound like a broken clock when I say that, but I think it's fine that he's very much offense focused. Some defense here, defensive utility with this attack down as well. Good modern low star skill set for sure. 20% debuff risk, great. 8% quick up, not the most relevant thing for him. Anti-Berserker, also great. Shout out to Asterius for giving him a great append. MP time, so it has a few lines as well. Before damage, he gets anti-demonic beast servant damage, 50% for 1 turn, so definitely again targeting Asterius. Maybe not the most biggest niche out there, especially because his servants also specifically not just any demonic beast, but you know, it's there. Also does super effective damage against giants. It's a flat 150 on the normal effect. You get another 20 stars on use of the MP. And then before damage, not that it really matters, he gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns on base overcharge, getting up to 100%. I like that, because now he's not necessarily tied to needing to hit one of his niches on the MP, because now he can actually pull off some crit damage too with the ramp of this, and nice skill set to boost crits too. I feel like he's one of those servants that maybe doesn't do the greatest numbers on paper, but I feel like he's a pretty consistent DPS regardless.
Yeah, he still has the high crit ramp up.
I think I was a little mean to him last year when we were on our anti-arts crit rampage.
Oh yeah, that was the
Um,
thing.
Yeah, I'm. It's all right. Like ultimately, uh, 3-star stats just not that good, but as like an arts beat stick, if you will, whatever you'd call that, I think he's pretty solid. I feel like he has potential to outdamage
Hokusai?
Hokusai, but damage wise, like at base, is not
At least he
incredible.
has more consistent crits, which I like. His MP won't
Yeah,
hit as hard in most cases, though.
I feel like uh, I feel like there's a good amount of situations where he's going to be better than Lancelot.
Actually,
Whatever that's
might
worth.
be. Again, his MP damage will be higher than Theseus's, but otherwise, this is a more complete kit.
Yeah, he would always have crit ups. I do quite like him as a budget option sometimes. But yeah, he also
he's the
benefits a lot from
3-star single
Castoria,
target Zenobia. Now that I think about it,
I
Single target
guess.
Zenobia. It's a fun.
But yeah, the crit ramp up is pretty juicy. I don't know how to rate him. I guess but my praise would be good grill target question mark. I obviously
probably.
don't do gameplay grills, but like I mean I do feel like a lot more people want to grill Sugitani just because she's
Dude, I want to
teased in
grail. I should
Prom
grail her
already.
myself because she's so fun.
Yeah, and also she is better now after the MP upgrade. Like holy, it's not even
I would
yeah.
say probably at least an A tier for Theseus. Maybe consider A plus, but I would say at least an A.
Yeah, I think at least an 8. Because, like, a lot of these low stars, you are trying to take advantage of the MP damage. Again, like, we were a bit mean last year, but we're not, like, completely wrong, I would say, about the verdict regarding
Yeah, I don't remember where he
his
was placed, but
actual
I feel like there
damage.
was definitely some harsh comments.
He's still very good, though. Like,
Yeah,
especially if you're running, like, silver or below, he's obviously top tier, but yeah, I don't know.
Is he A plus? I don't know actually. Or
Probably
just A.
A. I don't
say
think he is
A.
Yeah, I think I'm okay
unique
with that.
enough. Like his niche is too narrow on the if his niche is better on the MP, then I can definitely see him being like pretty high tier. But
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, with that we conclude the initial placements of all the low stars of part 1. So that's Saber, Lancer, Archer, and Berserker. You can see them right here. So now we're going to take a little bit of time, no set amount, just to talk about potentially moving some up or down. And then at
Poor
some point I'm just
Gareth.
going to say lock it in.
Poor Gareth is alone in her tier. Everyone else, even E tier,
You
has more
mean
than
the
one
Eric
person
tier?
there.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
she'd rather be in D plus than have a friend in E. I'm be real.
That's the one nice thing she has. She has her own place.
Yeah, that's cool.
She's becoming independent.
I don't think
Yeah.
I'd want to hang out with anyone in E, anyways.
Must
No
be a fun
offense.
time.
Why Caligula up? There's no reason for that.
Yeah, someone who has a golden copy, I don't think he's all that good, sadly.
Uh, I mean, if any of the
Mori.
three of them, if any of the three of those could go up to D plus, I feel like Caligula at least has situations where his NP does something. Like there's times
Whenever I
where
pick him, I
his
never pick him
NP
for the
is
MP, but yeah, I guess.
yeah,
If it
like
was
there's
me,
sometimes
I'd
where
move
his NP
Asterios
is
instead though.
irreplaceable. Like
We could give Gareth a
Like
friend. I would be okay with moving him to D+. It's not a big deal.
I don't know, man. I mean, I have no comment. Whatever. I don't really mind.
He's a better DPS than Asterios, and his MP is a bit more unique, with more potential use cases, I guess. Otherwise, there's not a huge difference. Forget. Gareth gets a friend. Okay, there you go. Grand Zerk is now her roommate. Maybe not the best roommate to have, but if you like listening about Nero, then maybe. Okay. I'm honestly very solid on this list as is. Maybe I'm immediately not logging it in, but I kind of like this list. Was there anyone
Mori go
we
up?
were maybe considering moving at some point?
Mori?
where's Mori again?
He was
Yeah, I feel like
B.
Mori could go up.
He could go B plus.
Just because the 100% crit.
on a berserker.
I'm okay. I'm okay with that. You don't need to convince me a lot. That was a pretty easy move.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it's pretty big.
Yeah. Okay.
A lot of people use Bunyan. I don't know.
I feel like C plus is already kind of generous.
Yeah, I just don't see the appeal. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm kind of on that camp too. I think he's already generous.
I'd be fine with moving Nobukatsu up a little bit.
To A tier.
I feel like he is a like.
I have used him myself too, actually, even with outside of Nobus.
He's like, there aren't a lot of low star taunters, and there is definitely something to be said about being a support that also is able to choose when to taunt instead of just immediately wanting to taunt it because that's the only purpose you have.
What do you say, Plushie, to Nobukatsu A plus? Or A, flat A?
A? I don't know. Like, I agree that supports are more usable in non-budget setups, but at the same time, I don't use them outside of non-budget.
I think my difference maker is I wish his stars per turn wasn't tied to himself. Otherwise, I'd be like, hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I don't like about him.
It also depends on like how much you want to value the Nobu synergy, because he is legit with Nobu specifically, but
yeah, that's the best case.
Outside of that, not 100% sure.
I think I'm going to do B plus just then. Yeah, just B plus. Okay. Maybe one of the higher B pluses for what it's worth. Anyone else? Are all the servants covered today? Of part 1, so that's Saber, Archer, Lancer, Berserker. All the other ones are next week. So Cavalry and Extra. It's more or less the same size list. That's why the split is like this. This might be a fast lock-in, honestly. I'm not even sure. I feel like there's not much to argue about here. I'm pretty happy with this. Unless you guys have some more gripes on anything.
Got nothing.
Yeah, that's why Ushi is not here. She's in the cavalry list next week.
I guess we're good. I'm good.
Honestly, let's do a fast lock-in for once. Frick it. We moved like 1 or 2 things after that, but yeah, I'm okay with that. I was happy with this list pretty mostly anyway. So, frick it. That's locked in. Boom. Look at that. There's your low stars part 1 list done. Definitely a bit longer than we thought. We were like maybe 4 hours. I think minus the before I started recording, this will be close to 5 hours as well. But you know what? I did say it's just gonna go how long it's gonna go, and that's how we always roll. No set timers or whatever.
Let's put Sugitani against Gold Archer. I mean,
I think she can fight a lot of Gold Archers.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah.
She can. I would say.
But yeah, I guess we don't have to fill around for too much longer here. I'll just do an outro then. So if you are watching this on YouTube, or also shout out to everyone watching this live. You guys are troopers as always. But if you're watching this later on YouTube and you enjoyed it, hey, the least you could do is maybe consider pressing the thumbs up button on this video. It really helps out. At least it lets us acknowledge the effort that you guys appreciate it. And also consider subscribing, because again, we're still not done nearly. There's still 4 weeks left of tier list, so another full month, because we have in this order low stars part 2, extra part 1, part 2, part 3. They're going to be in 3 parts for those that didn't know, because they're also getting longer as hell. So yeah, at least another month of tier list, and of course whatever else content they're going to put out, I'm going to keep covering as usual. And speaking of subscribing, do subscribe to my co-host channels. We have Otto and Plushie here today. They make some nice content, so they're linked close to the top of the description as well. You should be easily able to find them. Check them out. Also, Otto in particular does his Smobcast every single Sunday. So if you enjoy podcasts, especially FGO related, do check it out. And if you can't make it there live, he will also post it to YouTube on his channel, usually a day later or so, right? So you won't have to wait for too long. So that'll do it for me. You guys want to say anything?
I don't know. It was more fun than I thought. I wonder if the cavalry one's gonna be more interesting or less interesting. I mean, it has some
There's
supports.
a shit ton of caster supports, so it's probably going to be more interesting than this
And probably
one.
longer too on that front. But you know what?
Yeah.
It is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it is
There's
what
a
it
lot of
is.
caster
Quick,
support. Isn't it
plus
just
you make a gay joke.
isn't
Okay.
it just Gong and Anderson? That's it.
Paracelsus as well.
And
Oh,
Shakespeare.
no. We
and-
have the
I mean
the
Shakespeare,
dumb
I guess, yeah,
healer
too.
guy. Never mind.
Asclepius.
We have the ridiculous healer.
We also
guy
have
that
extra
heals for like
Sojufu is
10,000.
there. Yeah.
Oh, Boudica. Oh man. I
Yeah,
love
there's
Boudica.
definitely a lot. There's way more supports on that side, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah,
so
true.
teasers, look, stay hyped for that stuff. Now, shout out to all my lovely patrons on the screen right now, and Suit for being a big YouTube tier member supporter. And with that, gonna sign off and see you guys on Low Stars Part 2 next week. Bye bye.
Nice.
There you go. That smooth, right? Honestly, I agree with Plushy. I kind of had fun with this too. I was not sure how much I was gonna enjoy talking about low stars because again, I much like Plushy, I don't have the most input for most of the low stars because I'll be the first to admit I don't use most of these servants. But I honestly it was kind of fun talking about them anyway. So part 2 is gonna be fun too, right? Surely, yeah.
Yeah, I'm.
Kiyohime.
I've got that. You know when you're awake for a long time and you just get that like lightheadedness.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's yeah.
You might
kinda
need a
there.
nap.
I fell asleep for a few hours last night, and I woke up at like 2 a.m. And I did.
When do these start again
I
for
was
you?
gonna take another nap, but then I was like, oh yeah, time change. Oopsie.
Oh
Never
well.
mind. But yeah.
But yeah. Oh, sorry. You go for it.
My brain activity waned towards the end of the tier list. Yeah.
Well, you survived at least.
Kiyohime guy, don't worry.
Yeah,
That
there was
MP
that.
upgrade
Shout out
will
to
happen.
Firo. That guy was here the whole list, and he talked about Kyo in like every serve. And so you know what? Even though she didn't get the highest rating, at least you get the Simp award. You deserve it, man. You just like no matter who the servant was, you found a way to insert Kyo into the conversation. So there you go. That you earned it.
Really, that also the MP upgrade we're talking about sounds plausible, and it will make her a lot like actually.
Yeah,
really
she
high
has
tier.
potential to actually get to be a top low star servant. We'll see if they
Yeah.
do anything more, but the last buff definitely established a potential. There's
Part
that.
one.
Meh,
It's part one.
True.
We need a part two, the big part two. But yeah,
Yeah. But hey, yeah, I guess I won't
Server
again
buffs.
keep you guys here for too long, especially Otto, who might
Yeah.
need more sleep or something. At this point.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a nap. Then I'm gonna go
Yeah.
dashing.
Do you want me to give you an earlier
Wonderful.
reminder next week so you get you don't have to?
Oh no, I know now.
Okay.
I should be.
I mean,
good.
to be honest, I should have given you more reminders, like at least a day or two before. But I wasn't thinking about it because for me, it's obviously it happens automatically. I don't think about it. So yeah, I kind of feel bad
Look.
about it.
Look, wasted potential. Number one, I kind of already know you because I see your name a lot. And then number two, I don't like Emiya. I mean, I like Emiya. I don't like Emiya gameplay wise. So
Yeah,
there you go.
fair enough. Addressed.
Yeah, I'm sorry, wasted. That was the one tier list I wasn't here for, so I couldn't defend your man.
Right. That was when we still did the rock paper scissors rotation, as I like to call it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we just don't.
Otto is
rotate at
obviously the
all.
rock.
Or at least I don't rotate.
Looking at his avatar. You know what? It makes sense. Look, Otto is the rock because, I don't know, you're the not Pokemon. You have a big shell. Plushie is the scissors because Carmilla is sadistic. And Otto, or not Otto, Rio is paper because Melusine is flat as fuck. So there you go. We solved it.
Scissors means. That's not the connection to scissors I would have made with Carmilla, honestly, but okay.
Oh, because she's a lesbian.
But she's
Okay,
about
well.
torture, But yeah,
she's
fair
about
enough.
torture.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
my
stick
favorite
a scissor
torture
in you.
techniques all involve scissors.
Honestly, she uses an
I'm a
Iron
bigger-
Maiden. That's full is the same category. Let's be real. It's just much
torture
worse.
technique skill sounds like just a cut from a scissor, because that's a 20% defense down for 3 turns and nothing else.
And
Yeah.
Rio has a paper
Kiritsugu.
on his face.
True,
forget.
true, that too, yeah. Wow,
Man,
it actually is the rock. Dude, you're now the rock paper scissors podcast. Nah, Smobcast is way better, but it's funny.
But that doesn't make sense because I definitely, if among the three of us, I definitely beat Rio. Like,
Oh, so that's the problem.
Here's the thing. Completely unrelated. I am genuinely kind of upset they buffed Steno again instead of like Carmilla or Yumeira.
Well, to be honest, she deserved it too. I was not mad about the buff. I was not mad. I was happy with both of the fours. Like honestly, all the buff in that campaign, I was happy with. I think they were all deserved buffs. Yes, there were others that needed buffs too, but they can only do so much in one campaign. So for me, that campaign was just amazing. Personally, I don't think a single already strong servant or really strong servant was buffed.
More buffs are coming. Yeah, we could get more. Next week we're getting Lancer Ryoma and Takasugi reruns.
Yeah.
And they said they're gonna do like another evocation right at the end of April for
Oh wow, that's a fast one.
Yeah, so Ranmaru. It's actually surprising because they announced an evocation at the end of April before.
Oh, I bet that's why they didn't buff Ranmaru instead. They buffed Okuni with the release. Because otherwise, why would they not buff Ranmaru instead? It must be with the evocation.
Yeah.
If she doesn't get a buff, it's a scam and a half. It must be her
I'm
buff.
betting on her buff.
Yeah, it has to be.
Evocation.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
especially
surprised they
after
dropped this one as
Salieri.
well.
True, that
Salieri
happened
got
too.
his debuff and
Yeah, even he's better at
Ranmaru's
this
not
point. Yeah. Also, we'll talk
Ranmaru
about him
has,
next week as well.
yeah.
Ranmaru has what? Existence outside the domain. Take the.
Yeah, it's like the one thing.
Yeah. That would be good timing as well because we haven't talked about her. So we can talk about her after the buff on the list. Also, anyways,
Yeah, I guess that'll do it. I'll just do my usual outro afterwards after I let you go. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. Again, obviously, I'm guessing this video, when I upload it, it won't do nearly as well as the other list because, you know, people mostly care about gold. But we still want to cover, we want to be thorough anyway, and it was still fun. So thank you so much for joining me today. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it too, of course.
All right. Well, peace out. Bye.
Yeah, get some food, get some rest, and we'll talk again. Oh yeah, check out Smobcast tomorrow. But otherwise, you'll see these guys on my stream next week as well, I'm sure. So, yay.
Yeah. In 28 hours. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, great. That was awesome. Again, I had more fun with the low stars than I expected, so that's cool. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it too. I'm guessing the stream also had less viewers than a normal tier list. I never see my view count anyway. But if I had to guess, these are probably obviously not as exciting as the gold ones. But again, we want to be thorough, and it's still. And now we get more tier lists, I guess. More is merrier. So yeah, let me read some resubs before we head out here. I have my alerts back up again. Let's see here. We had not a whole lot, but let's see. Dreaming with 30 months. Thank you so much. I think I already said that during the intro, but hey, thank you. Fawaz with a gifted sub to Tyrant. Thank you so much. Light Razor with 32 months. Very awesome. And just half an hour ago, we got Arusa with 2 months. So hey, very nice of you to resub. Thank you so much, my dudes. Welcome back to the Go Gang. Gals in the chat for all the lovely people supporting my silly small stream. Thank you for making it possible for me to do what I do for a living. Oh, it means so much. It really does. I can't, you know. I'm just bad at putting shit into words. Wow, thanks, Play Cool. So yeah, after this, I'm gonna download the VOD, prepare the video for a fast render with the outro and intro, so it's all clean and nice. And I should, because again, this wasn't the longest thing, I will definitely have time to get this still up before I go to bed, so you don't even have to wait for too long in case you missed something or you just want to see timestamps and everything. I want to say in like less than 6 hours from now, this will already be up on YouTube, the entire close to 5-hour list. I'm gonna try my hardest to make it happen again. But yeah, I'm also gonna grab some dinner while list is rendering and downloading and whatnot. Yay! But yeah, tomorrow we're still gonna be back for one more stream this week. It's going to be support reviews of FGO, so a very FGO heavy week this week, but yeah, so be it. I'm all about it. So in case you want to chill out, talk about whatever, we'll have song requests as well. Today, they were also very low volume because we had to prio hosts' voices, but tomorrow you'll hear the songs better as well, for what it's worth. So hope to see you guys there. Let's talk about support lists, how, channel point, gambas. We got it all, dude. Hopefully a nice time to end the week off. So on that note for today, thank you so much for the subs, the resubs, the gifted subs, the bits and the tips and the follows. And most importantly, thank you so much for being here with me, hanging out on this lovely Saturday. And hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend in general, your Saturday or Sunday, wherever it is you are at. So yeah, tomorrow, same time for the final stream of the week. And otherwise, check the tier list later on YouTube if you want to. So yeah, take care, dudes. And